peace and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Somniostatic, Paige Punk Corpse, Danny Fallen, this person, Gaius Winston, Bill Portley, Girl with a Guitar, Skeptical Squid, and Tony Bastard, Joey Ravioli, Epipremnum Aureum, Nerodia, Eddie, Uncle Gumball, Light Rays, Posadas John, Cookie, Agent Mad Hat, Dank Catlord, Canova Kingamon, Advark, Novocaine, Not Seregnar, Retcon 404, the one and only. It's wonderful to see you here tonight. In a dream, snake eater, hippie punk, Shrazly. From the YouTube chat, Lies All Lies, Tori Cassiatori, Love of Lyrics, Cedar Waxwing, Palm Dad, Telly Out, Dingus Chan, Mika Niao, Shunger, Leaf, Red Carp 98, Another Bored Person, Bully Biscuit, Zane the Thick Boy, Hope Eternal, Ryan Phoenix, Twilight Willow Glade, David, Axolotism, nice name, Ava Aurora, Zach Fletcher, Fairy Guts, Sal Data, Corey Lean. Thank you very much for the chunky imp subscription on YouTube. Deeply appreciate that. Marina, Goat Liver, The Vegan Rancor, Light Rays, Echomancer, Sabrina Myers. Crime is how I fly to you. I wish I could sing that good. I can't sing even a fraction as good as Tiffany Man. God damn. So good, so beautiful, so wonderful. My lovely imps, I hope you are doing incredibly today. If you are here, make sure that you go over onto YouTube and you press that like button. Give me those likes. The likes bring in the viewers, and tonight we are talking about something very, very important. Indeed. Yeah, I saw them, Delance. I've seen some of them, but I don't think we're gonna be covering that tonight. Show us the cool top? Absolutely. It's actually a dress. And it's got this skull guy on it, as you can see. It's got these cool little arms. It's really nice. It looks like a Berserk panel. Yeah, that's why I picked it out. Actually, unironically, that's why I picked it out. It's really cool, right? The skull kind of gets smushed by my boobs, but that's how it happens, you know. Sometimes that's just how life be. True girl with a guitar. He probably doesn't mind. That's true. He probably doesn't. The collar really brings together. I know, I really like the collar on this one. I actually got two new well, okay, I got a couple of new dresses, which I'm going to be showing off on each new stream until I've worn them all for you. You all saw the one with the little window, which I really like that one. But you know, Tipster, welcome to all of the Tipsterites. Come on in, come get comfortable. Tipster, I saw that you were featured in the beginning of the Steamies, which is pretty impressive. Congratulations to Tipster. Hey, Vermin! I hope you're doing wonderfully. Great to see you. Yeah, pretty cool top, right? I have a whole bunch of new outfits that I got. I went shopping for a bunch of new stuff recently, and I picked out some good stuff. I mean, you know that my outfits tend to lean towards goth stuff, but this latest wave of stuff is particularly gothy, but I'm pretty happy with it. Tipster, welcome and thank you for the raid. To all of the Tipster viewers, please come in and get comfortable and consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. It's that easy, demonmama.com/live. Super easy to sign in. We are going to be giving away video games tonight. So if you want to be eligible to potentially win some video games, damn, we're getting back to the 3 links a day, huh? The fashion art, I've always been on my fashion arc. This is just a resurgence, okay? We're just having a local high. I will say earlier this year, I was a little bit less overall fashionable, but that was partially just because my life was busy and I didn't have enough time to update my looks. But yeah, I would say actually early 2023 was probably the weakest stretch for the outfits that I was doing. Yeah. Yeah. Tip Stallions? I don't actually know what Tipster calls his fans, if they have any name. I know that our community is kind of unique in that we're the imps, which is so based. Isn't it based to be an imp? It feels based to be an imp. I'm happy Vosh is on his fashion arc. I think he's been looking great lately. Like really, I really think Ian's outfits have been looking fantastic. You call ourselves the Coomer Nation. Nice. Well, welcome to the Coomer Nation. Get on in here. Fortuna says hi and we're doing okay-ish. Today we had to put one of his kitties to sleep. Oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry. Rip Arson. Rip to Arson. Poor baby. I'm so sorry. It's always terrible when that happens. I'm so sorry. Do not listen to Vosh's takes about fashion, music, movies, video games, anime, etc. No. It's perfectly fine to listen to his takes about all of those things. I would say I disagree with him the most on music. But even still, I'm always happy to listen anyway. And anyway, Vosh's takes on fashion are good. He's got style for sure. Sorry, everyone. I was there during the last music stunlock. Felony and Robert will continue to do crimes in his name. That's based. Excellent cat names, by the way. Excellent cat names. Arson is a really good cat name. It really is. It's just boring? Well, you know, you can't like everything. It's boring to you. It's exciting to me. I unironically enjoy the fashion segments. That's why you all, those of you who are the Vimps, the Voshite imp hybrids, you guys have seen me over in Vosh's chat recently a lot because I've been quite enjoying his fashion sections. As you can tell, you know, I don't do a lot of men's fashion, but I find it interesting anyway. So yeah. Oh, interesting. Tyrannax, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. That's totally fair, Vermin. I completely understand that. To be fair, denim is like the least interesting part of all of it for me. I'm just not that into denim generally. But I get why some people are passionate about it. I mean, it's American, right? It's like a quintessentially American thing. So some people are really into that. QTC says, ain't it wild if it's the fashion that gets me into him? Yeah. Well, listen, you all have no fucking clue what happens if I reach maximum power level. If I can ever pull a stream of 7,000 people talking about outfits, you guys have no fucking clue what I'm gonna pull off. I'm gonna stroll in here looking like fucking Queen Amidala or some shit, okay? You have no idea. I'm gonna come in looking like the final Dark Souls boss. Actually, traditionally, final Dark Souls bosses always look fucked up. I'm gonna look at the second final Dark Souls boss, because they're always the dripped out ones. Vermin says, Vosh broke Fortuna's brain and bought him fancy black Japanese denim, and I'm told it's very comfy, but I hate how real denim feels on me. Yeah, I've never worn any Japanese denim. Jeans and denim generally, I agree 100% with you. It bothers my skin. I prefer, like, I'm pretty picky. I know this is gonna come as a real shock to my viewers, but I'm fairly picky about the materials of the clothes that I wear. There is certain stuff that just drives me crazy and I cannot handle it. Yeah. There's, and I generally try to avoid jeans at this point in my life. I used to wear them more frequently, but I would always wear loose jeans, and yeah, anyway. Oops. Funny meme? All right, we're gonna judge a meme. We're opening up with, whoa. Oh, I get it. You see the cop, you see the little rubber hand. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good. All right, that's pretty good. Okay, and then it loops. I see. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I was confused. I've never seen like a TikTok slideshow like that, but that's pretty good. All right, that's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Hey, Alan B, thank you so much for joining. Jerry the Weeb with the $5 super chat says, hey, DramaMama, as a baby trans woman, any suggestion on good women's fashion? Random Vimp. Oh, that's hard. Okay, so, okay, here's my advice. If you're just getting into trying to figure out your look, it's a little difficult, okay? But you have to be willing to be a little strong, okay? And I know that that sounds like condescending advice as my first piece of advice, but I'm serious. One of the reasons when I was in early transition that I played it really safe with my looks was because I would go to a store, I would try something on, if it didn't fit, it would start to discourage me really bad, and then I wouldn't want to look at anything else because I would feel bad because something didn't look good on me. But the reality is, almost everything, the majority of things in the world that exist are not going to look good on you. And I mean that in that most of the clothes in the world aren't your size and they aren't cut for your body. You have to find the right sizing, you have to find the right cuts, you have to find the right colors for your look. And that can be a really, really hard thing to get over when you're first getting into it. And I think that it actually helps to know that it's just gonna be a little difficult, that you're not like uniquely struggling with that part. Everybody is gonna hit that when you go shopping and you grab a whole bunch of cute outfits that you're like, oh, this looks interesting, this looks interesting. You're gonna hit a few that don't look good. Don't let that discourage you. Even if it makes you feel a little bad, push through and keep looking for stuff because it will help you a lot, okay? To just know that, okay? So that's step number 1. It's a mental thing. Step 2. Okay, so advice number 2. Okay, advice number 2. Let me think what I want to say next. Okay, so the next piece of advice, all right? There are a lot of outfits out there that you will see and that you'll go, wow, that looks so cool, but it's not for you. And this one is tied to the first one, but very separate, okay? There are a lot of outfits that you're gonna see and you're gonna go, that looks awesome. But you gotta work with your own body. You gotta work with your own body big time, okay? So like, oh yeah, having a shopping buddy is of course really good. But the thing that you have to realize is that there are looks that are good and there are looks that are good for you. For me, that's taken a really long time to figure out, and it's gonna take everyone a lot of experience to figure out. So just recognize that and try to think about, try to not like overly, like I guess overly fixate on stuff that looks good on someone else but might not look good on you, and try to focus on finding what looks good on you as opposed to trying to aspire to what looks good on somebody else. Like I said, the first 2 pieces of advice are kind of tied together, but they're really important. Third, LL Bean is your friend, okay? Now, LL Bean, you all know, people will know I'm like the LL Bean evangelist around here, but I'm not even kidding you. LL Bean is your friend, okay? LL Bean is your friend for a very simple reason, okay? Yeah, I know. Hey there, Bob, head on down to LL Bean and let's go get something there, all right? Listen, LL Bean is legit amazing. And the reason why LL Bean is amazing, okay? Listen, it's very simple. They have 3 categories of size types, okay? They have petite, they have regular, and then they have long, okay? If you happen to be like me, where I am tall and large, the fact that there are long sizes, that they scale their sizes to the long category makes picking out outfits and getting ones that actually fit you really, really, really important, okay? And given that I'm trans and tall, I tend to have a longer torso than most women's cuts are designed for. Now, I happen to know this is not unique to being trans, because my mom is also tall and a lot of women's cut clothes is not long enough for her torso. However, LL Bean has a category specifically designed to make shirts with longer torsos, to make pants with longer legs. So LL Bean is your friend. LL Bean makes a very specific type of clothing. They make comfortable, mostly sort of casual and rustic type stuff. You know, they're an outdoor outfitter. So they make stuff that looks good, but is not designed to be high fashion, which is fine. You will look fantastic in LL Bean stuff unless you're trying to go for really, really, really particularly, you know, out there looks. But LL Bean will do a lot of stuff, and LL Bean has something really cool, which is that they sell a lot of staple pieces in the sizes that I'm talking about. For example, right now, I am wearing these cute little, you can't actually see them. They're these black leggings. They're really, really nice. And they are from LL Bean. They're incredibly comfortable, they're very warm, and they're really durable, and they're made out of a high quality material. Now, they're a little more expensive than their competitors, but they last forever, okay? They last forever. And so LL Bean is your friend. There you go. And let's see, what else? Trying to think if I can think of any other things. Oh yeah, 3. Resist the urge to buy everything baggy. Okay? That's my, wait, that's 4. Sorry, that's advice number 4, technically. Advice number 4 is resist the urge to buy everything baggy, okay? I know that it's a temptation. This is especially true for a lot of trans people. You know, trans women are gonna often feel very nervous about their bodies, and they tend to buy things that are baggy that they can kind of hide away in. The most extreme form of this is the baggy hoodie, which people sometimes refer to as a meme as boy moding, where you're kind of like hiding in your baggy hoodie so that people can't tell, you know, that you're out or anything like that. You're just kind of getting away with it. But you need to resist the urge to fall into that, because so many people actually fall into that as a permanent part of their sort of fashion decisions. And the reality is, I'm big and I still wear form-fitting stuff. Look at these arms. Do you see this? This fits to my arm. There's very little extra, okay? It's good. It looks good, even, no matter your size, no matter your body shape. Being able to have things that's fit to your form, that's not saying baggy is the enemy, okay? Because there's really good stuff. Let me show you. In fact, I'll give you an example of this. Watch. Watch. Ready? Ready? Now this is baggy, okay? But you should reserve baggy for a look that you actually like, a look that makes you feel good, instead of being tempted into leaning towards baggy clothes because, you know, out of fear. And the reality is, it's more than just like a matter of fear and needing to push yourself. I'm not trying to tell you to have some Spartan approach, but because baggy clothes often just hide your general body shape, which is probably quite nice. Most people look good when they're working with their body type and not against it. And baggy clothes have a tendency to sort of hide and shroud that. So don't let yourself get caught in the baggy trap. What else? Oh, okay, this one is only for trans women, okay? All right? Again, not to give, actually, I guess it isn't only for trans women, but for trans women, don't be afraid to buy stuff from the men's section when the time is right, okay? And it's not always right. A lot of the time, you're not gonna want to, but okay, there's nothing magical about men's clothes. If you find a piece of men's clothes that you can rock, don't be afraid to buy it. Same thing goes for shoes. I have bought, like, I am tall, really tall, and if I find a pair of shoes that I like and they happen to be men's shoes, I'm gonna fucking buy them. Don't force yourself into that corner, like as if it like don't let it people convince you or yourself convince yourself that like you're like betraying your gender or anything like that if you decide to choose a piece that comes from the men's section. That's not to say that like I said, no, you don't want to shop all your clothes in the men's section because they're cut for certain type of very gendered style. But I mean, there's so much shit that I've grabbed in my outfits right now that you guys have seen me wear that I deliberately said, hey, this is sick. One of the best things, and I'm not even kidding you, okay? One of the best things is what am I trying to say here? Why am I blanking on this? The plaid stuff. The plaid tops that I've gotten in the past, I've grabbed those from men's sections because I'm like, oh man, this is like, there's this tendency, women's plaid shirts, like women's plaid shirts are like made out of the shittiest material because they're like a fashion statement or whatever, as opposed to actually being a good plaid shirt. Yeah, not all flannel. I'm just talking about plaid as a pattern generally. There's a ton of plaid shirts that are like made for women, and they're made out of the crappiest, weakest material in the most cop-out cuts you can imagine. And then you go over to the men's section, and they've gotten like 900 different cuts on their plaid shirts and 500 different color combinations. Grab one of those, rip that shit off the shelf, and wear it. Don't ever feel like you're doing something wrong, or that you're you're giving up on your gender or anything like that. And I know that to some people who are listening to this, especially cis people, you're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But if you are a trans woman and you've been forced to wear, like, in one way or another, to wear a lot of men's clothes your whole life, it can feel pretty bad to walk back into a men's section and pick up a men's shirt because you want to accomplish a particular look. And what I'm saying is, don't fucking feel bad. You gotta look good. So grab whatever works, okay? It's just a piece of cloth. Okay, you never have to feel guilty. You're not failing. This is, like I said, this message is for trans women and trans femmes only. Let me see, is there anything else? Fashion advice. Is there any other fashion advice that I have? Don't buy on Amazon. For God's sake, don't buy on Amazon. Like, just, holy crap, don't buy on Amazon. And I know that sounds like terrible, but Amazon is it's like, it's just like a chaotic mess pit, and half the stuff that you buy is going to be garbage quality that wears out instantly. The sizing is all over the place, and you have, there's another problem with buying from Amazon, which is that you don't actually become familiar with any brands that actually exist. On Amazon, every single brand is like a spun-up drops shipping company, which means that even if you find something that you like, that brand is probably gonna be gone or rebranded in a couple of weeks. It's much better to take your time to go, to shop other places online, to try things out. Most places online now have like free return policies. So even if it's a little bit slower, you can order things, try them on in the comfort of your home, decide whether it's a good look for you, and do an exchange or return with ease. Just don't buy on Amazon. There are some exceptions. Like, for example, I get some bras on Amazon sometimes because you can actually order reputable brands on Amazon. But for the most part, don't buy shit on Amazon. Yeah. Everything else is gonna be like specific brands that I think are good, but the problem with me recommending specific brands that I like is that they create clothes that are similar to what I like, and that's not the look for everyone. Yeah, so, you know, you gotta know your body, and you gotta find your look, and you gotta find brands that you're comfortable with. Yeah. All right, I think that's all the advice. That was a big advice section. I hope that was helpful. Paul M says, hey, DramaMama, hyped for the stream. Did you see Kojima and A24 announced a Death Stranding movie? Yes, I was gonna be talking about that. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I hope that helped. I mean, that's not comprehensive, but yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a minute. I feel like I was really high energy in that second. I probably need to tone it down a little bit. Thank you, but it's too hot. It's way too hot for me. I can't do the heat. Ugh. Jerry the Weeb, that was the best advice I've gotten since transitioning. Well, I'm happy to help with that. If you have any other specific questions, shoot it my way. But I think those are some pretty good pieces of advice for trans people. When I first transitioned, I used to have like breakdowns when I would go clothes shopping. And I had to overcome that slowly over time. And now I quite enjoy going clothes shopping. I didn't realize that it's not just a trans people thing. It's magnified for trans people, especially, I don't know, maybe it's for all trans people, but at least for trans femmes, I feel like the shopping experience is like a magnified stressor. But guess what? Cis people have that same problem. Just nobody tells you that. It's just like, you know, nobody ever tells you that shit. The reality is that it's a little bit distressing sometimes to learn how to shop for clothes, because when you first go into a place, like I said, you just, you get stuff that doesn't fit and you put it on and you're like, oh, I look terrible. And then it makes you feel really bad. You actually just have to learn to push through that. And once you do, you'll become incredibly powerful. Where did I get the sweater? That sweater is from Killstar. And I really like it. This is also from Killstar. My latest haul is all from Killstar stuff, and I'm pretty happy about that. Good thing guys can get away with graphic tees and jeans. Anybody can get away with graphic tees and jeans. And by get away with, I mean you technically won't be arrested because you have clothes on. But you shouldn't. You deserve to live a better life than graphic tees and jeans. Is it possible to learn this power? Yes, it is. It would be really quirky if DramaMama got mainstream famous for fashion. I don't think I would get famous for fashion, but I would like to try. I mean, I would like to be known for having good looks. I'm not that high fashion. I just have an appreciation for it, and I've developed an eye for it over the course of my life. I feel personally attacked. Why do you feel attacked? Who's attacking you? Hey, DramaMama, I work for a company as an independent contractor called Family Heritage Division of Globe Life, an insurance company. Could you give me your impression of our company? What the fuck is that name? Family Heritage Division of Globe Life? That sounds like the name of your company sounds like you're gonna be trying to like do eugenics to breed the correct the correct royal. What the hell? I imagine you're probably shitposting, but Family Heritage Division of Globe Life? That straight up sounds, I'm not kidding you. It sounds like you're trying to breed the fucking Kvisatz Haderach over there, except less cool. Hope that helps. Peapot Fairy? I was joking, Mama. I'm a graphic tee and jeans person. Listen, oh, listen, some people can really kill a graphic tee and jeans, but it requires, it's like one of those things. It's like people who they have a mastery of their appearance, so you can rock a t-shirt and jeans. You have to actually know what you're doing, otherwise you just look, you know, checked out. Killstar has some cool shit. Yeah, Killstar has some really great fits, in my opinion. I'm new to the career and they feel like a bad company since they're Christian and have obsessively positive culture. Oh, that does sound sus. Okay, so they are kind of what I was saying, aren't they? I would just be careful. That insurance sales sounds like a brutal industry. Good luck. I'm really sorry about that. What clothing brand did DramaMama recommend again? LL Bean is the one that I recommended. LL Bean. LL Bean is, they're bangers, okay? They make very casual day-to-day life type stuff, and they make outdoor wear and that stuff, but it's really, really good, okay? I have a whole closet full of LL Bean stuff and I love it to death. Their clothes are a little bit pricier than what you might expect for a standard casual clothes brand, but it lasts forever, okay? Their stuff is really high quality. Redcarp98 with the $20 super chat. Oh my God, thank you so much. Demon Mama, get yourself something nice for the holidays. I will do just that. Thank you so much. Yeah, LL Bean. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. And look at that. The first page already nailing it out the park with some cozy looks, okay? But seriously, they have really good stuff. That's difficult, Devin Hardy. 100% commission jobs are really hard. They're brutal jobs, in my opinion. Sorry about that. I hope LL Bean doesn't go under. I don't think they're at risk of going under. My good friend just quit from LL Bean. Apparently the company is going to shit. Well, okay, most companies right now are struggling. So there's a possibility that this you know, advice doesn't last forever, but that's true for all advice. This whole time I've been wearing LL Bean slippers and I never knew. Damn, yeah, they make great slippers. I like REI for a lot of things. I like REI for a lot of things. And I've bought a lot of stuff at REI, but REI's in-house brands suck. I'm sorry, their in-house their in-house REI branded clothing are terrible. I'm so sorry, but every single piece of REI in-house brand clothing, it starts wearing out almost immediately. Really, really sucks. They carry a lot of good brands. Like I got my hiking boots at I got my latest pair of boots, which look wonderful, and they're super, super, super nice, very comfortable. I got those at REI, but they're not an REI brand. The REI name brand just sucks, which is not the case with LL Bean. LL Bean stuff, everything that I've bought from LL Bean is really good. Aw, thank you, Kiki Mauve. That's really nice of you. Kiki Mauve says, Mama, watching you or just hearing you always cheers me up. You give off such a great and healthy energy. I just wanted to say that. Thank you. It means the world to me. I really try to put a good energy into my show, so thank you. By the way, it's been a little bit. It's interesting. When I last asked for likes, we had 212 people watching. Since the surge of likes, we have jumped up to 428 viewers. So if you are here and you haven't pressed like, help us pump those numbers even higher. And press like on YouTube. Pressing like always brings us a surge of new viewers, and I want new people to discover the wonder that we have to talk about tonight. So please, make sure that everyone can hear the signal. Pump those likes, pump them. It's free. Oh no, I'm sorry, Varnish Eater. I mean, everything does wear out eventually. Hey, that's awesome. That thing in Unit B says, I'm a good imp. I always press like on YouTube before joining on the site. Based! All right, let's watch this video. I was sent that this was good advice. Martha, I'm hold on, quits being a femboy. Wait, hold on, why is it so small? I want it bigger. All right, let's make it bigger. This says quits being a femboy. Coming home, sweetie. I'm back in the fucking building again! Oh my! I could finally leave. Martha, I'm coming home, sweetie. I'm back in the fucking building again! Oh my! Okay, that's pretty damn good. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, okay? Great outfit. Killer outfit, okay? Can you get a link to the meme? Yeah, here you go. Bam. There's the meme. Excellent, excellent, to be completely honest. You're very welcome. That's good. That's good as hell. Have you guys heard about Trump being taken off the Colorado ballot? I have. Oh my God, I have so many things to talk about. Okay, we got to do a quick segment, okay? We got to do a little segment. We got some stuff to do, but I have to talk about something, okay? My lovely imps, something very, very special has happened recently, okay? Now, some of you might notice that right next to me, there is what appears to be a strange but strangely captivating pair of sunglasses. And these sunglasses, of course, let me move everything. These sunglasses, of course, are my Kojima Productions Ludens, okay? They even have an item number, okay? These are a highly limited edition, okay? There are only 888 of these, all right? And I got number 875, okay? They are amazing, all right? They're beautiful. I love them. They are my version of a status symbol, okay? I've worn them on stream before. I may or may not have a very specific look coming up soon that will incorporate them. But as you may be guessing, by the fact that I own a pair of Hideo Kojima Luden mask sunglasses, I am a very, very, very big Kojima fan. I'm currently playing through the Metal Gear Solid series, and I became a super fan of Death Stranding, okay? I just have to be real. I love Death Stranding. It hooked me so hard, and I've been obsessed ever since. And I recently received wonderful news, which is that Hideo Kojima, the video game genius and wannabe filmmaker, is finally going to be making a film, which is really, really, really exciting, okay? People have, for a very long time, talked about Hideo Kojima's film inspirations in his video games. He has talked about how much inspiration he gets from film, but he's never really been a filmmaker. He, of course, has very famous cinematic elements in his video games, but he's never made a film. And now, he's going to be making a film in partnership with A24. Now, A24 is a fairly famous production house at this point. They are behind movies such as Midsommar and Hereditary. So they've had some pretty major victories. There have been some really, really famous A24 films. I think they made The Whale too, right? Which was they won awards for that recently. I've never seen it. I've heard Beau is Afraid is pretty incredible. I have not seen that one yet myself. So it's a pretty big deal that he's going to be working with A24. Now, I'm not saying that like A24 is some impeccable studio. They're still just a production house. However, I think it's a really, really awesome thing that Kojima is finally going to be making a film, and he's going to do it with such a well-established production house. Now, oh yeah, they made Ex Machina as well. Indeed. And a Death Stranding movie is a prospect that is incredibly exciting for me. Partially because I love the game, but also because I am excited to see how a game that is so incredibly deeply ingrained in the gaminess. Death Stranding is a game that has so much to say about games. It is so contemplative about the state of gaming, about the future of gaming, about the past of gaming. It is a gamer's game, okay? Truly, it is a gamer's game. And I'm really fascinated to see how this is going to translate to film and whether they're going to attempt to make a film lover's film out of Death Stranding instead of attempting to directly adapt the game aspects. Now, right now, all we have is speculation. However, one thing that I think almost anyone can agree with is that everything that Kojima makes is at the very least interesting. And something that not everybody would agree with, but that I certainly believe, is that everything that Kojima makes is made with a lot of love. For people who aren't super familiar with the history of Kojima, Kojima in the last decade had one of the most infamous like video game production disasters happen to him, which is basically the series that he had been very, very, like, he is the heart and soul of Metal Gear Solid. It's one of those game series where like his influence is inseparable from the game. Like it's a very authorial game. He has so much personal influence in these games, and he makes his presence so known throughout the games. I mean, let me give you an example. In Metal Gear Solid, the first Metal Gear Solid, when you're fighting, there's a boss that you fight whose name is Psycho Mantis, and this Psycho Mantis is a psychic character, and he breaks the fourth wall by messing with he reads your memory card, he messes with your controller, he makes it vibrate unnecessarily, and he can read your inputs on your controller before you put them in. So like he dodges all of your abilities unless you switch your controller over to the second player port where he can't read your mind anymore. And during that fight, it's an amazing fight, okay, fourth wall breaking fight. During that fight, he will turn off your console, and it emulates what TVs used to look like when you accidentally switched the input. So like, you know, on TVs when you could switch which thing you're on. In the old days, it used to go black and it would say up in the corner, video. And instead of that, he put Hideo up in the corner. So it pretends that your game got turned off or that you switched inputs, and it says Hideo up in the corner. He's very influenced. He's very much hands-on in all of his games. His presence, his authorial intent is very mingled into the games, okay? And all of this was to point out that the disaster that happened, which is that in his fifth game, he had a complete and utter falling out with the company that had produced the games, Konami, to the degree that basically the producers at Konami were heavily involved in trying to change the direction of the game, to force him to add things that he didn't want to add in, to cut things that he didn't want to cut, and it resulted in a total creative breakdown, a very infamous one, specifically because the game that this happened for was called Metal Gear Solid 5, and it was one of the most anticipated games in the history of gaming. The amount of hype that existed around Metal Gear Solid 5 was like almost unprecedented, and to have it sort of you know, become this creative nightmare for an artist who is so personally involved in his creations, and to have that all happen was just very shocking. And of course, what ended up happening is after the game launched, and it had a very rocky launch as a result of this conflict, he actually got ousted from his own project. The guy who spent like his whole life working on this one series, his whole life putting his lifeblood in there, who was the face of the series, where, you know, some people would say it's a little egotistical. I think it's beautiful in its own special way, but he was ousted from his own project. He no longer owns the rights to the game that he invented and wrote, that he was so majorly a part of. And a lot of people didn't know what was going to happen when that happened. But he decided to make his own company, Kojima Productions, which is what made Death Stranding. And it was a miracle because Death Stranding nailed it, okay? Death Stranding hit the ground running, and Death Stranding wasn't just a good game, it's a masterpiece. In my opinion, Death Stranding is what made me fall in love with Kojima games. I know most people fell in love with Kojima because of Metal Gear Solid, but I fell in love with Kojima because of Death Stranding. Death Stranding is a masterwork of a video game. And it represented his ability to come back from being torn away from his life's work. And I think that there's a aspect that can be hard. I think that there's an aspect of all of this that can be sort of hard to think about, which is like, can you put yourself into Kojima's shoes? Can you imagine putting your life's work putting your life into a particular work only to have it taken from underneath you, and essentially have you driven out away from something that you created and were so influential on, that you were involved in so many aspects of the creation for decades, and most people would pack up and go home. Most people would not be able to continue on after that kind of a thing, but he did. And he made something great. And he didn't just make something great, he made something great with a ton of people. Advark says, I actually played Death Stranding on your recommendation, DramaMama, and it's honestly changed the way that I understand video games, so thank you for that. Yes! That's what I love to hear! Extremely happy you ended up playing Death Stranding, and I'm extremely happy that you were able to see what I saw in Death Stranding as well. Beautiful, okay? Beautiful. It's incredible, okay? Yeah, and of course, yes, as some people in chat are pointing out, as Killjoy points out, not only did they take away his legacy, but they also turned it into Casino Drek. Yes, after he was ousted from the company, the Metal Gear brand was then used to sell a microtransaction-ridden, online-only survival game, and a bunch of pachinko machines and other casino games, which, as you can imagine, if you're someone who's trying to make art, that might be a little bit degrading to what you're trying to make. It might make you feel pretty bad about what has been done to something that you handcrafted over the course of decades. Anyway, this has become a bit of a ramble. What I'm trying to say here is that I'm very excited for the Death Stranding movie. Video game movies do not have the most wonderful history, okay, for being of quality, all right? Most video game movies that have been made in the past have been bad, just terrible, okay? And however, a lot of the reasons for why most video game movies are bad is because they are extremely cynical cash grabs. And there have, of course, been a few exceptions to this rule. But a lot of video game movies are cynical cash grabs made by people who do not care at all about the series that they're attempting to adapt, and they are basically trying to make something that just passes the bar so that people will pay money for it and go see something that's tied to their favorite video gaming brand. And of course, there have been exceptions to this rule, but that's video game movies have a history of this. And I gotta be completely honest, I don't think there's much of a risk of that being the case here. In fact, I would be willing to go so far as to say that this is one of the only video game movies I've ever been hyped for. And the reason I'm hyped for it is because even if it's bad, I have confidence that it will be made with love. I have confidence that it will be made with a real attempt at making an adaptation that even if it doesn't succeed, that it will end up being amazing and interesting nonetheless. But I think there's a good chance that it will succeed. If you look at the cinematic aspects that are present in Death Stranding, while Death Stranding is a gamer's game, it is a game about games, it is a game that teaches you to appreciate games differently. Even with that, there is a ton of cinematic love that it was poured into Death Stranding that is incredible to enjoy. And I have a feeling that all of the experience that was gathered and put together to make Death Stranding will be accessed to make the Death Stranding movie something truly special. Yeah. Yep. So I'm very excited for the Hideo Kojima A24 crossover project, the Death Stranding movie. I'm really looking forward to us getting to learn more about it. I intend to be following the production closely, and you'll probably hear me talk about it quite a bit in the coming months and years as the project comes together. I'm excited to see who they're going to get to play the various characters. I'm interested to see if they're going to use some of the same actors from the game, given that it was a game that was so actor focused. The people who play the characters in the game are given a lot of screen time, and they're given a lot of credit and attention. And there was a lot of marketing that was done fairly organically around those personalities. It's a very personality-driven game in that way. And I'm hoping to see the same from the movie. I'm very, very excited for it. Anyway, I just wanted to geek out and give my thoughts about how excited I am for the new Kojima A24 production. I hope that it turns out fantastic. And I'm gonna see it, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's really bad. I'm gonna check it out. And I don't say that very often. As you all know, I tend to be fairly cynical when it comes to hype around anything. I don't tend to get very hyped for games. I don't tend to get very hyped for movies. I don't tend to get very hyped for products, just because so many of them are trying to exploit that hype to sell you something that's worth less, you know, for more of a monetary price. And I just don't think that's going to be the case here. So I, for once, I'm going to go out on a limb and let myself get a little hyped. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. I hope you are willing to get a little excited with me, and I hope you're ready to hear about it more. Anyway, this has been DemonMama, the first demon-type streamer. Keep listening for the signal, okay? Thank you. Oh my God. Oh, crud. I forgot to say subscribe and like. Damn it. No, well, whatever. Ultimate Stapler with the $20 says, "Hi, DemonMama. I'm Anthony Bastard's girlfriend. Our anniversary is in a couple of days, and I just wanted to support you as thanks for doing everything you do. P.S. How do you feel about Snake being in Fortnite?" It's very silly. I think that Snake, I mean, everything is in Fortnite, right? So, I have free V-Bucks, so I'll be buying the Snake skin. But I have to say, I can't imagine, I don't know. Honestly, Fortnite is full of every character, so I don't know. It's not that big of a deal to me. I think the skin looks kind of goofy, but I'm gonna get the skin with my free V-Bucks, so. Anyway, thank you so much for the $20. I deeply, deeply appreciate your support. They nerfed Snake's ass in Fortnite? Yeah, he would be way better in Fortnite. I mean, if he was real Snake, he'd be way better. Mr. Krabs123 says, "I think A24 is the best option for a Death Stranding movie since their track record is definitely positive, especially like Get Out, Us, Nope, and Has Been Hotel." Oh my God, I completely forgot that they did Get Out, Us, and Nope. For some reason, I thought that Jordan Peele had his own production house, but that doesn't actually make sense. They did do Get Out, Us, and Nope. Oh, that's a sin. They made his butt small? That's a genuine sin, okay? Oh yeah, okay, now I want to talk about something else. I want to rant about one other thing, okay? I want to rant about one other thing, okay? My lovely imps. I have been playing through the Metal Gear Solid series, and I, on my own time, off stream, and I intend to do a full playthrough on stream, but I really wanted to take my time and just get to enjoy it on my own. I am a bit of a latecomer to the Metal Gear Solid series, because I never had a PS1, and my parents, like when I was younger, when the games were actually coming out, nobody that I knew had them. My parents never got them for me. They were always buying different stuff. And so, but I picked up a lot about Metal Gear Solid through the cultural, like, osmosis, just memes and stories and people talking about it over the years. My first Kojima game was Death Stranding, and it made me fall in love with Kojima. So then I decided to go and play Metal Gear Solid 5, and I got so hooked on Metal Gear Solid 5 that I unlocked basically everything there is to unlock in Metal Gear Solid 5 and played for hundreds of hours. And then I decided I want to go back and play through the Metal Gear Solid series for myself. I have been playing through on the Master Collection that was recently released, which is it is all of the Metal Gear. It's both of the Metal Gear games and all of the Metal Gear Solid games, all the way up to Peace Walker, I think, is the last game that they've got in the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, and they're all designed to be able to be easy to play on modern systems and whatever. I've really been enjoying it, okay? A lot. I actually love Metal Gear Solid. It's beautiful and extremely fun, okay? I've been having an absolute blast with Metal Gear Solid, more than I really thought. I expected it to, like, be a lot, like, to age a lot worse than it has, but I actually am really loving it. It's really great. However, there is something that I have a problem with. A big problem, okay? A huge problem. And this problem is not with Metal Gear Solid. It's not with Konami. It's not with Kojima. It's with the world, okay? The world. It's a problem with the world, okay? Because nobody told me how gay the old games were. Now, I knew Death Stranding was gay, and I knew Metal Gear Solid was gay. In fact, if you go and you watch my Death Stranding review, you know that my summary of Death Stranding was dirty boys getting clean and clean boys getting dirty. That is the heart and soul of Death Stranding, and to a lesser degree, Metal Gear Solid 5. It is all about dirty boys getting clean and clean boys getting dirty. It's all about scrubbing up those dirty boys and dirtying up those clean boys. I mean it. I'm dead serious. It is shocking, okay? But nobody told me how gay the old games were. And I had some suspicions. But one of the things I've enjoyed the most about going and playing these old games for myself is getting to see how messed up the cultural osmosis was, okay? The cultural osmosis around all of the Metal Gear Solid games is cool robots, okay? They got these sick robots. They got convoluted stories. They got anime-ass movements and action, anime action, okay? They got guns. They got military. They got high, tense emotions. They've got drama, okay? Everybody talks about the cultural osmosis is the Snake. I'm going to need you to go in there and take out the WMDs. The WMDs. Yes, Snake, the weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction. I think they could destroy a lot. So they talk about that. That's the cultural osmosis, okay? There's the nano machines. There's the all that kind of stuff, okay? But the cultural osmosis has completely failed to communicate just how unbelievably gay these games are. It is actually incredible, okay? It's actually beautiful, okay? Yes! Thank you! As Luscious Lucia in chat, I was just about to talk about that. Hurt me more, Snake! That punch! I remember! More! More! Hit me harder! Hit me harder! The BDSM scene that you have with a cyborg ninja, and I'm not even joking, there is a boss fight that is a protracted BDSM scene where the boss will kill you instantly unless you put all your weapons down and get into a fist fight with that boss. And once you get in a fist fight with that boss, the boss begs you to hit him harder because it feels so good. And then he asks you to hit him like you used to. I want to feel like I used to when we used to fight, like you used to hit me before. I was losing my actual mind, okay? Genuinely losing my mind. And then, hold on, let me see if I can get it. Hold on, let me see if I can get the screenshot. Let me see if I can get this. I don't know if I can actually get the screenshot of it. There is a, after the boss fight, okay? With the cyborg ninja, you have a conversation. Yes, here it is. Oh my God, yes, somebody else took a screenshot of it. Oh my God, I got it. Oh my God, this is so great, okay? Oh, of course it's the Metal Gear out of context account, okay? After the boss fight with the BDSM robot, this is what it cuts to immediately, okay? It's a scene of Snake talking to Otacon, okay? And Snake is sitting on the desk, swinging his legs. His legs are literally crossed, and he's swinging his legs back and forth. Immediately after, you just have a scene where the guy is begging you to hit him harder, just like you used to. I mean, it is actually unbelievable. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful, okay? Just incredible. Like, it couldn't be more blunt, okay? You spend half the game staring at Snake's ass while he's crawling around on the ground. All of the characters, and this is something interesting. There's actually a trigger warning on the new game. When you boot up the Master Collection, there's a trigger warning at the beginning that's like, some of the word choices and behaviors depicted may be out of date, okay? And I think mostly what they're referring to is the sexual harassment stuff, because every single character in the game sexually harasses one another. And I don't think it's fair to call it sexual harassment in the context of the game world, because it's a fictional game and all of the characters do it to one another. And it's actually more akin to like a really horny fan fiction. All of the characters hit on Snake. Snake hits on all of the characters, and I mean all of them, okay? It doesn't matter. Like they are all hitting on each other constantly, okay? Isn't that what all Kojima games are? Yeah, they're all just, imagine like there is in all of them, there's just this level of horniness that is beautiful, okay? And a lot of people get mad about it, and some people try to be like, it's problematic. But I actually don't think that any of that is problematic at all. Because like, would you say it's problematic if somebody writes like a Harry Potter fan fiction where all of the characters want to fuck each other? Are you like, no, that's just how this world is. In Kojima's world, all of the characters want to fuck each other all the time. It's actually incredible. God, I love it so much, okay? And it's not just this one fight either, okay? In the tank fight, half of the cinematic after the tank fight is Shaman, the guy who's piloting the tank, just being like, he's incredible, I want to eat him. I must feast on him. I've never seen a warrior so fierce. With his rippling muscles, he was able to defeat my tank, and I wish to consume him myself. I'm just like, Oh boy. Oh, this is getting sweaty in here. My goodness, it is beautiful, okay? All right? And then it gets really wild, okay? And some of you are gonna say I'm crazy for this, okay? But when you defeat Psycho Mantis, okay? Psycho Mantis gives this extremely emotional, I joke that he like trauma dumps on you before he dies, but when you defeat Psycho Mantis, he like gives this big speech. And okay, the speech about Psycho Mantis that he gives you is, he says the first person whose mind that he ever read is his father's, and that his father was disgusted at him for what he was, okay? He was like, I realized that my father was disgusted by who I am, by what I am. And then he said, and I realized that I would have no future, that you and I are people who have to live in the moment. We will never be accepted. We will never fit in anywhere. We don't have children like other people. We don't have a future and we don't have a past. And I'm just like, what? I'm just like, what are they talking about right now? What are they arguing about? Are they arguing right now about whether or not you can find a way to live a good life even if you don't have the same type of future and past as other people in the world? Are they having a clash of ideology, a struggle in their mind about how to find value when you've been fundamentally rejected by your father for a reason that you can't control, when you have no future because you have no kids and everyone says that having children is the only future for you? Is that really what's happening right before me? And of course it is, because it's a Kojima game. They're beautiful, okay? Beautiful. I love this game. I am loving it, and it makes me so sad that the homoeroticism, that the explicit, buried gay metaphors, the buried queer metaphors, have barely carried forward in the cultural zeitgeist. But it is my mission, okay? In the coming years, it will be my mission to make sure that I communicate to everyone that aspect. I want to make sure the queer stuff gets remembered forever as a part of the cultural osmosis, zeitgeist, whatever, on these particular games, okay? It's actually wild. Now, obviously, there's so many examples of this. Like how half of the good characters, basically all of the good guy characters that you have a relationship with are some kind of a dynamic, like a relationship dynamic. Snake and Otakon, like they attach like this, even though and it's literally just like you know, military tactical boyfriend, nerd boyfriend, and their dynamic reflects that in all of their interactions. Snake is like watching over him at all times, and he's like, I can help you out with this gadget. I'm just scared though. Unbelievable. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh yeah, people are just gonna be like, oh, they're just friends. But no, there's like sexual energy in all of this. Otacon was hiding in the locker watching a BDSM scene between Gray Fox, the cyborg ninja, and Snake. Literally watching from the cuck chair in the corner, them beating each other up and going, more, hit me harder. You're trying to tell me there's nothing sexual about that scene at all? You're crazy. I refuse to be gaslit. You're the crazy one. And of course it ramps up over the games. When we get to, you guys have already heard me talk about Metal Gear Solid 5. I did an entire video, which was just a queer analysis of Metal Gear Solid 5, where I rant about the aspects of Metal Gear Solid 5, including, by the way, the BDSM aspects, which are unavoidable. They're just incredibly, incredibly present. Anyway. Sexiest says, I've heard conservatives argue that Kojima is making fun of LGBT people, especially pointing to the relationship between Volgin and Rykov. Well, I'll get there in the future. However, I think that everything else says the opposite. And if you play Death Stranding and you look into the like any of the making of Death Stranding, you'll realize that there's no possible way that that's what's actually happening. Death Stranding is like, there is so much gay love in Death Stranding. It's actually almost unbelievable. Like, just so many levels. It's incredible, okay? Metal Gear Solid 5 is like a bunch of tortured, scarred up queers trying to work out their problems and work out their resentment and their love and their feelings with one another. How can you watch, like, can we just watch this real quick? It's so ridiculous. Hold on a second. Hold on, I wanna just show you this, okay? All right, it's 2 minutes, we can do this, okay? Let's do this. So this scene in Metal Gear Solid 5 happens after you take an unbelievable risk to go rescue Kazuhira Miller, okay? You literally put yourself in incredible danger to go rescue this guy, and you carry him on your own back, literally lift his body up and carry him on your own back all the way across the map, okay? That's the context for what leads up to this.
Just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg and my arm.
Hold on. Here's them talking about trauma together. Hold on, let me crank up the audio.
Even my fingers. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you?
Reaches over and grabs the guy's hand who just carried him across the desert.
One who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations. Even the US. And I was the parasite below.
Now watch this. Watch this, right? Watch this closely, okay? Imps, watch this very closely.
Off Zero's power.
He lifts him up off the ground. His buddy is crying in a desperate state, and the way that he communicates to him is by physically grabbing his waist, lifting him up, and putting him in the chair.
They came after you in Cyprus, in Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing, swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss, I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
I'm gonna get everything back for you. I feel such guilt that I put you in danger. I'm gonna get it all back. I'm gonna get this close to your lips.
Pushing mother base.
And then his hand comes up and grips his arm.
Our new mother base. I don't know how long it'll take.
They literally raise kids together. They literally, the main part of the main storyline of this game is Boss and Miller raising children together, and they have a disagreement about the best way to raise those children. I'm not kidding. They adopt a bunch of children and try to raise them together. Oh my God, it's crazy, okay? And of course, I don't want to be, this is spoiler warning, so plug your ears for approximately 30 seconds. Warning, 30 seconds, just plug your ears real quick, okay? 3, 2, 1, okay, here we go. Of course, the ending of the game is the most touching part of all, which is that it's revealed at the end of the game that you are not the real big boss, that you are you are somebody else who was conditioned, like you were given plastic surgery to look like Big Boss, and you were sort of brainwashed to believe that you're Big Boss. And you discover throughout the game that you don't really you don't really know who Big Boss is. You're just making your own decisions as you see fit. And of course, at the end of the game, you learn, I'm not the real Big Boss. And Kaz Miller, the guy we just saw in that scene, decides to stay with you. He decides to stay with you because he believes in who you are. He believes in the way that you've treated him, in the way that you chose to take your actions. He sticks by your side, even though you're not the real Big Boss. He's in love with you, and so he sticks by your side. Incredible, beautiful, unbelievable, amazing. And you're trying to tell me this shit isn't gay. Oh, it's gay. Where did I drop that? Oh. Anyway, all of this has been yet another rant about me ranting about the queer themes that are present in the Metal Gear Solid series, and I just wanted to report in from Metal Gear Solid 1. I will inevitably be doing this again for Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 and Peace Walker and 4 and any other game that I decide to play, but let me just say, I will not stand idly by and let the gay aspects of these games be forgotten. I simply will not. I will not do it. I can't do it. I feel a calling to make sure. And of course, like, do I even need to talk about Death Stranding, a game, and the M-Preg game, the game where you play a super masculine guy running around with a baby on his belly in a little, you have to protect the baby in your belly as you deliver packages, and you slowly fall in love with your baby so you can protect it. Because you're told that you're just supposed to treat the baby like a tool, but then you realize the baby is a person that matters, and you love your baby and need to protect it from harm. All right, that's enough for now. Expect more from me in the future. Keep listening for the signal. And don't forget to subscribe right now. I'm not letting you get away. Subscribe, because I talk about this type of stuff all the time, and you know you had a good time. All right, I gotta read donos real quick, and then we have stuff to do. We have some pretty important stuff to do tonight, and I haven't even told you what the important topic was. There's a very important topic that we have to get into tonight. Real quick, let me read my donations real quick, okay? First off, Red Carp with the $5 super chat. Okay, Demon Mama, that's very nice, but did you like liquid sunglasses? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Crab Navy General with the $5 says, speaking of Death Stranding actors, have you ever checked out Mad Mikkelsen's best movie, Another Round? I don't think I've seen that one. No, I haven't seen that. I should check that out. That sounds amazing. Oh, I've heard of this movie. I've heard this movie was really good. I want to see this movie, but I haven't seen it yet. James Gilkey with the $5 says, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, DemonMama. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Merry Imp-mas to you. Thank you so very much. I've seen The Hunt. Yes, I've seen people saying that James Somerton made an apology. Maybe we'll do a react. I don't know. We have a lot to do first. We'll decide what we want to do afterwards. If worst case, I can always do a DramaMama or something on it. Yeah, no, it only came out like an hour ago. Multiple people have told me about it. You're all good. Jade Monkey with the gifted tier 1 sub. How about when one of the main villains in Metal Gear Solid 3 unleashes his full rage on you after finding out you knocked out his boyfriend? LB with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so very much, LB. Ultimate Stapler, I read your message already, but thank you very much for the $20. Midnight Kitty with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very, very much. And that is all of the donos. We are all caught up. We are all caught up. Wonderful. The Boogie298 financial review has the math still not mathing. Yeah, that's because he's lying. That's because he's just purely and utterly lying. No doubt, no doubt. Yak Daddy, have I just missed the stream? Not even close. We have just begun, in fact. I did a very long warm-up because I recorded 2 Kojima-related segments. Okay, everybody. So, everybody who's here, we have 436 viewers right now, which is beautiful, wonderful, incredible. Thank you all for being here. Make sure that you press like on the stream. Press that like button. I need your likes. It actually really means the world to me. And of course, consider subscribing to the channel if you're not subscribed. I would love to have you stick in. We have a couple of things to talk about tonight, okay? Tonight we are doing something very, very, very important, okay? The stream title was not a misleading subject. It was not facetious. I was very serious when I said that we have something incredibly, incredibly important to talk about tonight. And what I'm talking about is that my friend and friend of the show, Chariot, has released a spiritual deconstruction that was inspired, at least in part, according to her, by my own spiritual deconstruction. And I wanted to share that with you all tonight because I think that it is very important. I think that it is very hard-hitting, and I think that we have a lot to gain from it. It is a discussion about Chariot's experience growing up in a Catholic environment, and Chariot's sort of growth over time with her relationship to Christianity, her relationship to atheism, her relationship to spirituality as a whole. And I really wanted to share it with you all. So I reached out to Chariot and I asked permission if we could talk about it on stream, and I have received permission. So tonight we will be watching together Chariot's spiritual deconstruction, and I promise you, it is amazing, okay? I have seen this already. I am sharing it with you, and I will be sharing my thoughts live. But I'm telling you, stick around because it's very moving, and I guarantee you, you will walk away feeling more intelligent for having listened to it. As you all know, I did a spiritual deconstruction some time ago. There it is. Oh no, I misspelled it. There we go. Why isn't the command working? There it is. Deconstruction. This is my spiritual deconstruction. If you haven't seen it, I'm dropping the link in YouTube chat. I'm dropping the link in website chat, okay? The spiritual deconstruction that I did it's an old video, okay? So pardon the low quality. It's from way back in the day. I am planning to do a spiritual deconstruction part 2 in the future. I have been working on it for a long time, and when it is ready, it will be ready, and you guys will know that I will be doing my spiritual deconstruction. But my spiritual deconstruction was inspired by Good Mythical Morning, Rhett and Link from Good Mythical Morning, who did a spiritual deconstruction that was incredibly, incredibly moving to me. Over the years, the spiritual deconstruction has been one of the most impactful things I've ever put out on my channel. To this day, I still receive positive messages about the spiritual deconstruction from people who found it valuable, from people who found it inspiring and useful. I'm very proud of it. And I'm happy to know that my spiritual deconstruction, which you should put on your watch later list right now, I'm telling you, watch it. You'll appreciate it. I'm happy to know that mine was able to inspire someone else's spiritual deconstruction. Yeah. And of course, I plan on doing a new one with my new thoughts because, of course, that spiritual deconstruction, the whole thing about a spiritual deconstruction is that it is designed, it is a format that is designed to be very organic, and it's designed to be very much your thoughts at that moment, where you are in a particular part of a journey. A spiritual deconstruction is supposed to be telling of a journey. And I want to tell the new one. I want to tell you where my thoughts are at now, all these years later. So look forward to that. Delance says, your spiritual deconstruction video has almost as many views as your DramaMama's. Yeah, it's actually shocking because I made that video when I was tiny. The spiritual deconstruction was, I had no viewers barely at the time that I did that. And yet it still attracts people to come see it. I think it is a good video that I think people will find very fascinating. Yeah. So. It's Chariot, not cherry bread. We're going to be doing this in just a minute. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about before we got into this. Oh yeah, I remember. One more thing. Okay, so this is for my fans, all right? If you're listening to this now, and if you're still listening afterwards, that means that you're probably a fan of mine, because this is going to be something that I do from time to time, which is where I ramble about my thoughts and feelings about the stuff that I'm working on before we get into the really heavy and serious stuff. This has been a long warm-up segment. We've been going for almost 2 hours, but I don't really care. Sometimes you got to have, it's the holidays. We're having fun, right? But this little bit, it's just going to be a little bit of a talk, is for my fans. A lot of you probably saw me the other day talking about my position on drama content and my complicated feelings towards drama content, which of course is a very big, it's a very big term, and it exists on a spectrum. That video is going to be going up on my channel tomorrow. So for those of you who haven't seen it, don't worry. You can watch the video when it comes out in the morning. And in that video, I do a bit of an audit of my last 20 or so, 24, I think it was actually, videos that I've put out, where I went through and I sort of gave them a type, whether they were reaction, whether they were original content slash, you know, me talking about stuff, and whether they were drama content. And of course, there was barely any drama content except for DramaMamas, which are a form of drama content. They're just a very refined, in my opinion, form of drama content. And I stand by the quality of my DramaMamas as something that rises above what we would generally consider to be drama content. There has been a lot of drama this last year. 2023 has been a year that has been absolutely full of interpersonal conflict, of weird, of friends becoming enemies, of weird nonsense getting dredged up and rehashed for seemingly no reason. There has been an incredible amount of drama this year, and lately, and I've mentioned this year multiple times that it really gets under my skin, that the way that drama moves in these spaces, the way that conflicts unfold online, and particularly in this sort of like left-leaning online, you know, English-speaking pseudo space, really gets under my skin and bothers me. It makes me feel terrible. It makes me feel bad. I will admit that I have been feeling particularly bad about it recently. I think this year I've witnessed a lot of people who didn't do anything wrong get hurt for basically no reason. That has upset me a lot. Additionally, there has been one drama in particular that some of you are aware of, some of you will be aware of, you know, which I did respond to, which was the statements that were made by a particularly influential political figure, public figure, about my partner, Doe, which I made a video on some time ago. All of that has been really getting under my skin, and bothering me. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened this year that has made me feel just terrible. And not just like I feel sad. There's been a feeling of anger, frustration, disappointment, and shame. And that's a weird one to deal with. Because I don't feel like I have any reason to feel ashamed of the stuff that I create or that I do. And yet, there has been this, I've been struggling with this feeling that, I found myself in a place that I despise, among people who behave in ways that I don't associate with. Things that this is not the way that I live my life, and not the way that this is not the way people who I tend to associate behave, you know, in the real world, in IRL offline. And I found myself ashamed of what succeeds in these spaces, of what is rewarded in these spaces, of the way that people are just willing to lean in whole hog to their worst impulses, all while pretending to be, I don't know, some kind of a representative of some type of political movement in one way or another. Yeah, and it's been on my mind a lot lately. it's been on my mind a lot. And it's been bumming me out because I don't like the idea that I am beholden to people who behave in ways that disgust me. If that makes any sense to you. I don't like the idea that I'm somehow, stuck with, or that I have to play to or kowtow to people who behave in ways that disgust me. I don't like the idea that like I can't make what I want to make on my channel because what I want to make and what is me will not be rewarded. And this is something that I've been thinking about a lot more and more this year specifically. The fact that that like drama content is the most successful content on so many people's channels, including my own. Even though most of my, like the vast, and I mean the vast majority of drama content on my channel is DramaMamas, which are very different in structure. It made me come to this place where I felt, where I how do I say this? God, it's fucking hard to talk about. I become afraid. If that's not quite the right word, but I'll use it for the time being. I'm not like scared like I would be of like a scary movie, but or anything like that. But I become afraid that people click on my videos for something that isn't me. They don't actually care about the me that's in my work. And I think that it's something that I think this is something a lot of creative people struggle with. This idea that like, oh, like people are just here for whatever. I mean, this is not I'm not the first person to struggle with this. I mean, after all, how many famous writers have created a pen name and then written under that pen name because they're worried that they won't actually be able, that people won't read what they write if they write under a pen name, because people are just reading them because they're a recognizable name. I mean, like Stephen King did that. Hell, even J.K. Rowling did that. Although, to be fair, J.K. Rowling's like pen name was not kept very secret at all. A lot of writers have taken up a pen name because they feel a concern or a fear that that the people who read what they write aren't actually there for for them or for what they've created, but are there because of a brand or because of hype or whatever. And I don't know. I found myself grappling with that a lot recently. This whole year, you guys have heard me talk about this in some form or another, and I haven't always had the right words to describe it accurately. But it's something that really rose to a peak recently. And I don't know. On one hand, and I want to say thank you to my very, very good IRL friend who you all know as Grime Dango. I want to give a special shout out to Grime Dango, who, Grime Dango, I talked about this in private with Grime Dango, and Grime Dango made me feel a lot better by reminding me that these days, the stuff that does best on my channel is the stuff that I used to want to get away from. My news content, when I'm just sort of covering the news, was something that I wanted to move away from towards more creative, more personal, more, unique things that were mine. And these days, my core is hungry, way hungrier for stuff that I'm doing. They'll watch a holy mackerel video over a news video, like any day of the week. And when Grime Dango mentioned that to me, it really did make me feel better because I felt like I had lost some perspective for a little bit. You know, because it's true, 1 year ago, last December, I was sitting there going, there is so much stuff I want to do with my channel that I feel like I have to do, you know, that I feel afraid that people aren't going to watch, you know? And then I powered through it anyway. And a year later, I have 460 people watching me right now as we're about to talk about something that is not news related, that is not drama related, that is not a reaction to some stupid fucking viral video or something, but instead actually important and impactful and meaningful and enlightening and edifying. And that makes me feel really good. But I want to go further. I want to take it further. And of course, it's the new year, so I think, you know, you could probably understand why I've been thinking back on the past of my channel, on this year and all of that. But looking back on this year and looking forward to next year, I want to take it further. I want this channel, I want what is unique to me, the DramaMama DNA. I want the DramaMama energy to be what draws people to this channel. I want people who want to come here for the unique thing that I'm creating. And I want to not just, and I needed to see that that's true already, that a lot of people are here specifically for that I've grown despite not doing what you're supposed to do, okay? Like, the way I run my channel is not the way you're supposed to do it. If I wanted to be a true streamer by the algorithm, I would be streaming, 6 to 8 hours every single day, most days of the week. I would be churning out segments. I would be doing absolutely an incredible amount of React content, reacting to whatever I can all the time to fill up 6 to 8 hours every single day to make segments that are perfect for the algorithm. But that's not what I want to make. I don't want to make that. I don't want to be a attention receptacle, okay? I want people to be here because when they come to my channel, they're getting something that they can't get anywhere else. I want to be, and I know that this is going to come off as a little arrogant or whatever, but I want to be a stream artist, okay? I want to bring an artistic edge, and I recognize that streaming isn't exactly the most artistic of all of the creative pursuits. But it is nonetheless a creative pursuit. And there is an aspect of artistic creativity that is present in streams. And I want that. I want to continue to magnify that. I want to maximize that. I want my streams to be as much creative, original, artistic, emotional, meaningful, one-of-a-kind stuff. That's what I want the most of my stream to be. And I know that that's not always... that's not what is rewarded in the algorithm for the most part. That there are all kinds of pressures to push me in other directions. However, I will point out that even though it's not optimal, I've still grown. And like Grime Dango said to me, which I really did need to hear, even from a year ago, a year later from when I said I need to move away from doing like news grind content because I don't feel good about it, even though politics is very important to me, even though news issues are important, I don't feel inspired by these. I don't feel like they're groundbreaking. I don't feel like I'm giving people as, you know, what I truly want to be giving them. And a year later, I've still been able to grow despite moving away from that type of content, which I used to do much more of. Those of you who've been watching me for a long time, you guys will remember there was a period of this channel where I did a lot of news. I did a lot of news at one point, and I'm still proud of what I made there. I don't think I did like a bad job at it. It's just not, it's not what I want the heart of my channel to be. You know? And I needed that perspective. So again, thank you to Grime Dango for bumping me gently on the head and making me go, oh yeah, I guess I'm getting a little lost in my emotions, you know. But in 2024, I want to be doing more. I want to do more segments like the ones that I just did, where I'm talking about my feelings and my analysis, my completely unique analysis. Everything that I just talked about with Metal Gear Solid is, I didn't read a book about Metal Gear Solid. That's me playing the game. That's me observing and sharing with you my unique observations in my own style. And that's the type of stuff that I want to cultivate. That and many other things. The type of react stuff that I want to do is like what we're about to do with this spiritual deconstruction. Is stuff that like what we do with Holy Mackerel. Is stuff like what we do with when we were covering Church Militant. That's the type of stuff that I want to bring to this channel when we're going to do react content. Yeah. And when I do drama content, I want it to be DramaMamas or better and nothing worse. I want to avoid drama content to the maximum degree possible. And I know there's people out there who are saying, oh, but mama, like, you don't have to feel bad, you know, you got to do what you got to do to get your channel to succeed and whatever. And I know, I've thought about this a lot. You know, I know that there is an incentive to do drama content, and that I don't need to feel like super guilty about every single thing. If I decide to talk about a drama, it's not like I'm the only person in the world doing that. It's not like it's like out of the ordinary. The YouTube wants you to do that. But also, it doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't make me feel inspired. When people come to my channel, I want them to see video after video after video that is me and my beautiful community, that is the things that we create, that is like nothing else on this planet. I want it to stand on its own as something bespoke, as something that when people walk in, they go, wow, I feel like I'm seeing something that I haven't seen before. I feel like I am enticed by what I see because it's fresh, it's unique, it's original, it's coming from somewhere creative, not just from the need to keep up on a treadmill. And I am a little nervous about it. And I am a little, you know, and I have been down about it. You guys, I'm sure that most of you who watch me have heard me talk about this all year, you know? I've been in this place mentally for the year of 2023 where there's just been a lot of creative, I would call it creative turmoil, I think is a word that fits to describe where I'm at. Of just, I've been torturing myself. And, but also I've been tortured by, I don't know, a lot of things. It's complicated. But the point is, in 2024, I'm going to continue. And I hope that those of you who are here now, the nearly 500 of you who are listening, who decided to stick here and listen to me talk about this incredibly personal and weird ramble about my thoughts on stream-related creativity. But I hope that you'll be along for the ride. And I hope that you'll ride with, you know, you'll be with me for the interesting experimental stuff that I plan to do, because I want to do new stuff. I want to bring new stuff to the table, and I think I can nail it out of the park. I think I can make magic happen. But I don't think that I can make magic happen if I let myself fall back into bad habits of like drama treadmills or content treadmills. I think that I have to, at least for me personally, I don't think that I can like, I think that if I decide to indulge in something like covering a drama, for me, I need to have a really good reason for it, or else I'm going to feel bad about it, or else I'm going to feel like I didn't do a service to my viewers, that I did a disservice to my own potential. And maybe that comes off as, I don't know, arrogant or something, but before I did this career, before I started being a streamer, my whole life I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to either write, or I wanted to write for films, or I wanted to work on films, make films. I wanted to pursue art. And I think that I've been able to do that at many points of this stream career, but I think I could do better. I think I have the ability to do better, and I feel like you all, my imps, are the type of people who appreciate that. In fact, I know you are. That was what Grime Dango was getting me to realize, is that my current viewership is the best that it's ever been. My current fan base, you who are listening right now in this moment, it's the best. Some of you have been around since the beginning. Some of you have seen the many phases of this channel in real time. And where we're at right now is the most Demon Mama-ish that we've ever been. And I think we can go further into an even more exciting and interesting time. I really do. And I want to say, of course, with all of this rambling, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching my stuff. Thank you for giving me a chance. Seriously, thank you so much for being willing to listen to me ramble about Metal Gear Solid, okay? Thank you. It really does mean the world to me. And I hope that I can get better at reviews so that reviews and stuff will be exciting to people. And I realize there's probably going to be some bumps. Like, I mean, I deliberately took a hit on the numbers when I was publishing all those Star Wars reviews. But the Star Wars reviews, you guys loved those. My core viewership ate that. You guys chomped on those. The comment quality on all of my reviews are amazing. When I put out a review, it gets like 25% of the views of every other video on my channel and like almost the same amount of comments. So like a quarter of the people will watch it, but everybody will comment on it and be like, here's what I think about that. Here's where I think you were wrong. Here's what I think you were right on. It's awesome. It's fucking sick. So, yeah, I did do Star Wars reviews. I didn't even put them in a playlist. See, that's where my brain is at. I forgot to put all the Star Wars reviews in the playlist. Soham Kale, just search my channel. On my channel, just search Star Wars, and there's bam, 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 bam. You'll see all of them. I did the whole main series. I did Andor. I did a couple of the spin-offs. Yeah, the Star Wars stuff was really fun. And I plan on doing even more media reviews and learning more. I mean, my 2024 plans are pretty major. And I'll let you guys in on the plans as we approach the end of year, as I give you guys, you know, my framework for what the early months of 2024 are going to look like. But I have a lot of plans, okay? I have a lot of plans. So thank you for being here. Thank you for viewing my content, even the weird stuff. And to those of you who don't like my weird stuff, apologies, but there's gonna be more of it. I want to cultivate people who are here for what is uniquely me, okay? And this is the last thing I'm gonna say on this, okay? This is the last thing I'm gonna say on this, which is a lot of people are gonna be listening to this. People who don't like me and whatever are gonna listen to this, and they're gonna hear me saying, I want you to be here for me. And they're gonna go, wow, what a narcissistic egotist, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But quite frankly, fuck off. I put my face on a camera. It's very stressful. I have been subject to an unbelievable amount of public scrutiny, much of which I didn't ask for at all, okay? Every single day, I get people in my comments saying fucking bullshit to me. So I believe that I have a right to desire to be liked for who I am. I believe that I have a desire, that I have a right to have a desire to be appreciated as an artist, as opposed to just a content receptacle. I do not want to be a content receptacle, and I won't be a content receptacle. And if that makes me arrogant, if that makes me egotistical, then fucking, then call me the first demon type streamer, okay? Because that's what I motherfucking am. You guys ready? You guys ready to watch something incredible? You guys ready to watch me get blown out of the water in poetics and verbosity and I don't remember the word because that's what I'm talking about. I can't remember words half the time, but in speaking goodly. Are you ready to hear somebody who speaks better than me, who conveys their ideas better than me? Most of the time, with a few exceptions, but most of the time, because together, in just 1 second, I'm gonna read my donations and then we're gonna watch Chariot's wonderful and incredible and breathtakingly intense and vulnerable spiritual deconstruction. And I promise you, you are going to love it, okay? I promise you, you're gonna love it. But let me read these donos first, because everybody, a bunch of people donated and that means a lot to me. Oh no, why? Why does it gotta be like that? There we go. YouTube sometimes clears out the viewer activity and it really pisses me off when it does that. It makes it so difficult. Jandrix with the $5 super chat says, we eat here and then we come back for seconds because no one goes hungry in this house. Based! And thank you for letting me be able to eat. Thank you so much, Jandrix. Twilight Willowglade with the $5 super chat. Thank you so very much. I prefer those who make content that they love and enjoy making it rather than just going with the algorithm. You do you, girl. We love you. Thank you so goddamn much. Thank you so much. Seriously. $10, the $10 super chat from Jandrix. Thank you so very much. Once again, damn, you hit me twice. Jandrix says, DramaMama, I only care about the DramaMamas because you add your heart and larger than YouTube drama POV. Your creative corner is able to look at it without needing to exist in it. Love being here in your space. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the donation. Seriously. I promise, that is my goal. I will truly, truly aim to make sure that when I do DramaMamas, that they are meaningful, okay? Coco No with the $10 super chat. Thank you so very much. I've been watching you a lot more lately and definitely not news channels. It's all the other content, and your warm presence and humor and the way you speak about things. Thank you. I used to do so much more news and I've really moved away from it because look, it's not my news. I'm good at news in a certain way, and I think I can do a good job at it, but it's not what I'm most passionate about, and I want to do something a little different. So that means the world to me. Thank you so much, Coco No. Thank you. The $5 from Sweets Roll. Thank you so much. What a cute name, Sweets Roll. What I like about you is because you have soul and honesty. That's your unique thing, and that is very hard to find. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the show, and I promise I will do my best to continue bringing that to you. Another bored person with the $10 super chat. Thank you. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so very much, another bored person. Another bored person says, I started watching you during Footgate and kept on Footgate. Listen, every time I hear that word, it's gonna make me laugh. I'm so sorry, that's so good. I kept on watching because you were doing legit investigation on otherwise dumb net drama. But if that's all you had going on, I wouldn't have watched every single stream since. My God, thank you so much. You know, I believe that you've seen every single stream ever since. And that is beyond flattering. It still blows my mind that you would be willing to watch so much time of me, that so many of you would be willing to spend so much time watching my stuff. And I want to make sure that I'm delivering on that and encouraging a community that has good taste, which you seem to have. So thank you. Hope Eternal with the $5. Thank you so much, Hope Eternal. Seriously. Been with you for 3 years, Demon Mama. Your honesty is why I stay. Thank you. I will always do my best to be completely honest to you, my viewers. I don't like existing in a world where I have to be dishonest with who I am. I didn't do this much social transition to have to be dishonest with who I am. So, Andrew Blood with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andrew Blood. Andrew Blood says, I love the space that you make, Demon Mama. I also love Chariot's content, so I'm very stoked for the review. Good. It's going to be incredible. All right, one more quick review of the reading of these donations from the website. That was all of the YouTube donations. I'm going to read the website donations. Lefty Mick Lefterson with the $20 says, would you consider playing this on stream? What is it? What? Hentai Doom. I don't know if I could get away with playing that on stream. Brandon S. Pilcher with the $5 says, James Somerton recently posted an apology video on YouTube. Maybe that could be content for a future stream? Maybe. I'll think about it. I will say that I do think that the James Somerton situation is fairly important. I do think that YouTube has a disgusting problem with plagiarism, and I'm interested to see what he has to say for himself. Raised by Field Mice with the $6.66. Thank you so much. What a perfect number. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder to not get caught up in the drama. It's bad for you. Drama is unhealthy for you. It's unhealthy for the mind. It's unhealthy for the soul. I mean it. The Softest Leftist subscribed with a tier 4 sub. Softest Leftist, oh my God, thank you so much. Oh my God. I wouldn't want you to do any other art or content than what you thrive on and what you love as much as your viewers do. Blessed Yule and Happy New Year, Demon Mama. Thank you so much, Softest Leftist. That's incredible. That's unbelievably generous, and what a kind message. Thank you so much. That, my lovely imps, is all of our donations for the time being. Sea Snake Jiri says, I feel sad for watching I assume James Somerton's videos before finding out what he was doing. I wish I noticed. Most people can't notice. That's part of what makes it so sinister. Is that it's fairly easy to get away with, but can do a lot of damage. Nobody should blame themselves for being fooled. The blame lies entirely on the person who's misrepresenting what they've made. That type of plagiarism is wholly in the hands of the perpetrator. They chose to disguise other people's work as their own. Most people won't be able to catch on to that. Sometimes it's literally just chance. Most of the time, people get away with plagiarism, and it's really unfortunate. Especially when it gets to that type of level. Yeah. Another bored person says, I watch you to get away from the mindless content sludge. You entertain for hours and have a community worth sticking around for. I simply will never make content sludge. I hate it. I actually think it's like bad for the world. I hate content sludge, so I'll just never make it. I would rather stop making content than make content sludge. Cocono says, I was simply hoping maybe YouTube chat also showed up on the on-screen chat because I see it quite a bit on other streams. Some people put their YouTube chat up. I don't. Maybe there might be a way for me to do it. And, but the thing is, I really want people to come to my website. And I know that, like it's not, that for some people, it's not the most comfortable viewing option, and that's totally fine. But, my website is what makes me able to do this job. If I didn't have my own website, I would not be able to make content at all. I mean that quite literally. Without this website, it would be impossible for me to even make any money. The amount of money I make from donations on my website versus YouTube the difference is astronomical. Almost my entire income comes from people who are willing to watch on my website and support through my website. So, yeah. Fafella with the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thank you, Fafella. You became my favorite streamer to watch over the last year. Thanks for trusting your instinct to make more personal content. This is truly the era of DramaMama. We're just getting started. I promise, we're just getting started. I want to be a streamer who's been around for a long time. I want to have a legacy, okay? And we've only been at the beginning. Thank you for supporting me. You know, don't feel pressure, Cocono. I still try to read YouTube chat as much as possible. I don't want YouTube chatters to feel excluded. But as far as display goes, there's a couple of reasons why we choose why we use the website chat as the display chat. First of all, the display chat it censors out most of the words that are bad in the algorithm. Sometimes too many. Like I think it literally censors out God. Yeah, it literally even censors out God. But anyway. All right, everybody. All right. Why is Scooby blocked out? Why is Scooby? That's got to be a joke. That's so funny. Why? That's so funny. I never knew that. Scoob isn't. It's only Scooby. I don't even know why that is. I feel like that's a joke from our chat dev. One second, then we're gonna do this. Okay, all right, everybody, are we ready? All right. All right, everybody, it's time, it's time. Here we go. Stretch, stretch. Grab a little bit of Diet Coke. Oh yeah, I went to Big Chicken today and it was killer. Did I tell you that Big Chicken is my new favorite chicken fast food place? Big Chicken blows the absolute hell out of every other chicken place. Ice Devil says, what's your favorite game, DramaMama? My favorite game of all time is Pathologic 2. You should play it immediately. In fact, this art of me is based off of Pathologic 2. It's my favorite game of all time. Although close runners-up are Majora's Mask, Death Stranding, and Disco Elysium. And then after that, a large chunk that is devoted to the FromSoft library. But yeah. Hey, Nasty! Wonderful to see you. By the way, I showed off the art on stream. You are amazing, and I want to make sure that you hear it from me right now. Thank you. Again, one more time. No, I was just showing the art just a second ago. Thank you so much. I haven't yet played Lies of P. It's on my list. What's my favorite movie of all time? Oh, that's a harder one. My favorite movie of all time. The first movie that always comes to mind when people ask me that is Aniara, which is a weird pick, but I actually think it's an absolutely fantastic movie. And it's one of the movies that most upset me ever. Right up there with The Thing, which is another one of my favorite movies. I also, yeah, Aniara is a crazy movie. It goes way, way hard. It is actually crazy how hard that movie goes. I'm trying to think. Thank you, Arlo. The keyboard is custom made by my friend for this soundscape. The Thing is absolutely amazing. I'm trying to think about another one. There's so many movies. I really like The Endless, which is another weird pick. It's one of my favorites. There's so many good movies that I've enjoyed over the years that I've just been stunned by. It's a lot harder for me to pick a favorite movie of all time. The Endless is so good. I gotta go through and think about all the movies I've liked and enjoyed. Recently I saw Lost Highway, which was fantastic. Anyway. All right, we got to get to this. Let's do the content, everybody. The content. I feel that let me revise that. What we are about to watch is not content, okay? What we are about to watch is actually genuinely important and meaningful, and I think that all of you will be better people for having watched it, okay? Are we ready? My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are going to be watching something very, very important together. A couple of years ago, I made a video which was titled DramaMama's Spiritual Deconstruction. And a spiritual deconstruction is a video in which you basically go back through your life's history with religion, spirituality, religious belief, spiritual belief, or the lack thereof, and you walk through that journey and talk about it in a very vulnerable and open fashion. The first type of video of this type that I ever saw was created by Good Mythical Morning, specifically Rhett and Link from Good Mythical Morning. And you can actually watch this video on YouTube. And you should also watch mine, which I'm going to link right now, and it will also be linked in the description down below. So check in chat, bam, there's the link. I'm gonna link this here for everybody to see. Go put it on your watch later. Go check it out when you get a chance. That's mine. And then also, if you like it, you should go check out Rhett and Link's Spiritual Deconstruction, which was on their podcast, Ear Biscuits, which is a associated podcast to Good Mythical Morning. I made this video to talk about my experience growing up in an extreme evangelical cult, which I've talked about a lot on my channel. People, it affects so many aspects of my life that I end up talking about it a lot, and I wanted to put all my thoughts in one place. And today, we are going to be watching a spiritual deconstruction that was inspired by mine, which is incredibly, incredibly flattering. Beyond flattering. My spiritual deconstruction video has been one of the most, if not the most single impactful video that I've ever made. I still receive emails. I still receive comments from people I know. I still receive comments on the video going to great lengths to describe how that video was impacted, how that video has impacted them in their lives. And that means the world to me. And it is even more flattering to know that somebody that I respect a lot has done a spiritual deconstruction inspired by my spiritual deconstruction, which we will be watching today. And the creator who made this is Chariot. Chariot has been on my show multiple times. Chariot is my friend and a friend of this show. I'm going to put Chariot's name up on the screen a whole bunch of times just so you guys can see, because Chariot spells it with some leet speech going on in there. All of you should check out Chariot, and I will be linking Chariot's video and Chariot's channel in the description so that you can all go follow Chariot. Chariot is a truly one of the gifts to our platform, meaning YouTube. And I mean it, is underappreciated. Chariot deserves so many more subs and followers than she currently has. I have so much respect for Chariot and what Chariot makes. Chariot's media analysis is genuinely deeply inspiring to me. And I mean that, like, as in, when I have watched Chariot's media analysis videos, I have walked away going, oh my God, I didn't think about that at all. I need to think harder next time I watch a movie because I just got lapped by Chariot. So check out Chariot. Chariot is amazing. Today, we will be watching Chariot's spiritual deconstruction. And I have seen this. I watched this live before it was a video, but I need to show it to you all because when I say that this is a important video, I mean that this is an important video, okay? And now I should warn you all in advance, as I believe Chariot is going to do, this video discusses a lot of very serious topics. So this won't be a light consumption video by any means. It's going to be a discussion of a lot of very serious topics. And I think that makes it all the more impactful. I can't wait to share this with you. And I wanted to make sure we gave it the proper introduction. So without any further ado, together, let us watch Chariot's Spiritual Deconstruction Special. Here we go. So as you can see, I should show this real quick. As you can see, we have a content warning for death, suicide, homophobia, transphobia, etc. Just keep that in mind that these are topics that will be discussed in the video. They will be discussed in a tasteful and educational manner, but they are nonetheless topics that are going to be present, okay? Let's go.
Everybody who's been sticking around, everybody who's been joining us, welcome indeed to the first ever and quite possibly only really real Chariot TV stream spiritual deconstruction, inspired primarily by a fellow content creator, DramaMama, who quite some time ago did one of these.
Thank you.
I rewatched it recently.
You're amazing.
And had a lot
Chariot, all the love in the world to you. Seriously, you rock. Thank you.
of feelings and had a lot of thoughts. And then I was thinking, you know, man, I could do one of these, like, eventually when I really get my thoughts together. And then even more recently, I saw some of her commentary on Holy Mackerel, and of course made by Catholics. And hearing some of her comments about Catholics and
Holy mackerel mentioned!
Protestants, I was really reminded, even as I was reading through some commentaries on Paradise Lost, actually, and like looking up like old like Christian poetry and stuff, and this is for something that I'm working on, of course. As I was doing all of that, how fitting considering she just rated you. Oh my god, did I miss that? It didn't have it displayed on Twitch, so that must have been while I was gone. That must have been, I must have just missed that. I'm sorry. Beginning of the stream. Oh, I see. Yes, she was here, at least at the beginning of the stream. But
I was here.
Anybody who's not checking this out right now will still get to see it later when it's on the YouTube channel.
That's us right now.
As
That's
is
us.
Generally, although
We're
not
live.
always the case for stream content.
I mean, we're live. I'm live, but I'm watching it when it was posted to the YouTube channel. Whatever, you get the picture. Let's go.
Just to be absolutely clear, I want to talk about a lot of the low points of growing up Catholic. And the reason why I've been inspired to do this lately is because there is a lot of like idealization and mystification around the Catholicism Protestantism divide. You see a lot of people who are kind of right-wing, kind of reactionary, Christian, and or you know, raised secular or raised like non-denominational Protestant, raised into all kinds of situations. And sometimes what you're seeing is these people are turning to Catholicism. They take the Ross Douthat path of just thinking like, oh, well, this is the most bigoted version of Christianity.
Chariot, thank you for being here. Everybody, give some love to Chariot, who's shown up in chat. We just heaped praise on you, which you deserve in full and should accept in full. The giant mountain of praise.
The most trad, the most based. So of course I'm going to go with this one. I'm gonna become an Eastern Orthodox Catholic or whatnot, and they are awful. These e-Catholics, and I look at them all the time, and I think I talked about this once before. This was like over a year ago now, like a year and a half ago. I talked about this on stream, but I really genuinely don't think people understand what like Catholic environments are like. And I kind of wanted to dig into it because I had like the nice version of a Catholic upbringing. And I just want to say, like, I've known a lot of people who have been through a lot of stuff, and I've seen a lot of things. And I have a lot of opinions, obviously. I have a lot of opinions, or I wouldn't be doing this segment. So I'm going to talk a little bit about growing up Catholic and about my experience with the church, and in general, how it affected me, how it affected my family, without giving, of course, you know, too many personal details about anyone still living. You know. Nothing too incredible, but I do want to give you guys a little peek behind the curtain. I don't do a ton of like story time, let me talk about my life content, except spontaneously sometimes, and it gets captured from like a stream or something. But this is actually me sitting down to proactively tell you guys a little bit about that situation, because as I've experienced it, people's understanding of Christianity through Catholicism is not necessarily as common as I thought it was when I was a child. one of the earliest memories I have of being like very consciously Catholic was being on the playground in elementary school. And I some of the other kids, I don't know how religion comes up among like kindergartners, you know? But some of the other kids, I guess, find things to bully each other about or find things to be rude about. And some of the other kids mentioned like what religions they were. And I said that I was Christian, and they were like what type? And I was like, oh, I guess like it's the Catholic Church, so like Catholic Christian. And the funny thing was, the conversation turned really quickly to like, this kid was Jewish, these other kids got to be Christian, and I was Catholic specifically.
It's so funny to me that you brought up this specific thing, because I have to admit, I, as a child, was on the opposite side of this interaction. I had a friend who was Catholic, and I remember, like, it was in grade school, so, like, I think it was in 4th grade or something along those lines, where we had a moment where we realized we weren't the same type of Christian. And and it was like, and it was really weird, because at first I didn't even realize that like Catholicism was a type of Christianity at first. Because I was like, I don't even remember how the conversation went, but they were like, yeah, Catholic Christian. I'm a Christian. And I was like, yeah, but what's a Catholic Christian? And they were like, well, I don't know. And over time, we had to kind of figure it out. And like, we were friends for a really long time, so we didn't like stop being friends or anything because of that. But I remember one moment of particular culture shock, where it could have gone really sour. It didn't really. We had a small spat over it, but it was he mentioned, my friend at the time mentioned praying for a saint to intercede, and he was trying to convince me of the value of being able to ask for saints to intercede on your behalf, because he found his wallet. He lost his wallet, and he prayed and asked a saint to intercede on his behalf, and then found his wallet afterwards. And I was like, no, that's idolatry. You can't do that. That's my pastor says that's against, yes, St. Anthony. And I was like, no, that's against the rules. I don't think you're supposed to do that. You're really not. And we had like a conversation about it. Thankfully, it never really got bloody, but it was really funny because, like, again, like at the time, I mean, what you're talking about is like a real thing, a really real phenomenon here in the United States, where like Catholicism isn't like a super minority, but it is still a minority sect of Christianity. And Protestantism has all kinds of subsects, but they kind of blend together more for the most part, with a few exceptions. Obviously, like, what's the word? What's the one I'm trying to remember? I always forget what it's called. I always forget it. The ones who do the Holy Spirit breakdown, the speaking in tongues, it's with a P. Pentecostals. Among Protestants, the Pentecostals get picked on a lot. They're like, the Pentecostals kind of they're like a minority among Protestants. But like, it is notable that like a lot of people in America, because of the Protestant majority, are like, don't have any understanding of or contact with the Catholic Church, despite there are a ton of Catholics. Anyway, this is a big ramble, but I wanted to add that like I was on the other side of this interaction, and I will admit some guilt in making Catholics feel like they were something other than Christian, because I was always like, okay, well, why are you a Catholic Christian and not just a normal Christian?
And that was a funny thing. Like, I don't want to act like Catholics are discriminated against, but it was interesting to see kind of from the other side the perspective of non-Catholic Christians on Catholics. And I just want to be clear, it feels really normal when you grow up in like a Catholic church. 'Cause when I was a kid, we went to church every Sunday. And because I was in Sunday school, I would go, I would sometimes, some years it was on Sunday after regular Sunday mass. That was true some of the time, but most years it was either Saturday or Wednesday. And so there would be like additional mass that I would go to. So I was basically like going to mass like twice a week, effectively. And you know, we mostly just like goofed off in Sunday school, to be honest. I don't think most of the kids really wanted to be there. There was a local Catholic school that was like kindergarten through I think eighth grade, kindergarten through eighth grade. So it went up through the end of like middle school. So all of I guess that's like all of primary school for like some people in Europe, and in some other countries. And I remember being in like preschool. The preschool that I was in was pretty Catholic. It was like, I think it was like basically affiliated with a church. And we did a lot of like Catholic and Christian stuff. And it like didn't really bother me at the time, because when you're a kid, like normal is just whatever people tell you to do. And that it was, you know, what's your preschool activity? You today we're gonna practice our choir singing, and we're gonna sing about Jesus or whatever, you know. It was actually like that's probably the most Protestant Catholic experience I ever had. But I knew people who went to the Catholic school pretty quickly. It seems like my parents decided that they wanted me to be in like a more public school environment, which I'm pretty grateful for, because it exposed me to obviously more perspectives, I think, than being in a Catholic school would have. And I didn't necessarily grow up with all of the incredible sexual guilt that I noticed a lot of Catholic girls had a lot of the time if they went to a Catholic school for like 8 years of their childhood and then all of a sudden had to go be in high school with horny teenagers. That transition, or indeed the transition of people who did the same thing but they made the transition at like 18 in college, those people were ill prepared for the world. It was like night and day talking to some of them. Nice people usually, you know. I'm not trying to rag on religious people in general, but yeah, you kids ever heard of Jesus Christ Superstar? Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of funny thing that I look back on a lot of those moments as being like a series of bullets either dodged or deflected, basically. A lot of that stuff bounced like right off me. I do remember being a kid and having questions about like God and like God and heaven were the two big ones. And I was like really, really intrigued by the idea of a literal like supernatural creator being who was nevertheless imperceptible directly, but who was all knowing, all powerful, and all good, and yet the world is the way that it is. Like being like 6 and being really obsessed with the problem of evil is probably not like a normal public school thing, but it was a normal me thing. And I know that some other kids who come from like Christian environments had that experience. My parents were always of the mind that like I could kind of believe whatever I wanted to believe, but they did want me to continue kind of like Sunday school, like Catholic education until I was 13, because that's when you get your confirmation. Demon Mama says, sexual guilt is certainly a uniting Christian trait. I truly believe it permanently warped my entire sexuality. There's so much scarring present even to this day, so many years later. Yeah, I mean, I of course I laugh, but it's not funny in and of itself. Like the thing in itself is not a laughing matter, but it's just a story that you hear so often, right? I think it's basically a cliche, really, but it's a cliche for a very good reason. Which is that it's a thing that gets done to a lot of people, you know?
This is something, by the way, this topic is something I intend to talk about more to a greater extent in my spiritual deconstruction 2.0. It's not something that I dove into in full because I don't know, I didn't feel like I had the words to discuss it in full in my last one. I talked about a little bit of it, but mostly the way that I talked about it was how it tied into how my relationship with myself, with my being trans, all of that interacted with my experience with religion. But in my future one, I do think that, like, and I think this is true for all types of Christianity, or at least most types, maybe not all, but most types of Christianity are united by the fact that they instill a lot of really, they carve scars on your ability to, you know, engage with your own sexuality. It's designed to do that. Like, most Christian indoctrination is literally designed to scar your ability to basically shape your sexuality in a very specific direction. And I think it's a very painful and bloody process that has very strange results in many cases. And I think that everybody deals with it differently, but I definitely think that it's a incredibly common experience for Christians to engage, leave or to at least grow up with some level of scarring as a result of that. And it of course only magnifies the more extreme your religious branch is. It's complex. It's not easy. Like, obviously, like, you know, the Catholic Church has been sort of roasted for how much like sort of BDSM affinity it has aspired with its particular type of structure of discipline and punishments, and the sort of history of sadomasochism that is you know, present in the Catholic Church's history. But it's not just Catholics who experience that. That's sort of a Christian thing. Christianity has a very weird, it's very obsessed with personal sexuality and with sexual repression and self-control that is I think that it over time causes legit I don't know what the right word is, but yes, as of course people point out that, like, the I don't know if it's Opus Dei specifically, but there are branches of the Catholic Church that wear spiked belts around their thighs, or literal actual chastity devices to prevent themselves from caving to temptation, various devices that are designed to inflict pain. That is, you know, famous. And by the way, that's not just a Catholic thing, though. The Catholic Church is a little more famous for having sects that do that. But sexual repression is wild in Protestantism. There's an idea that like Protestantism isn't as severe on sexuality. It's completely not true. And in fact, in some ways, the way that Protestantism engages with sexual repression is harder to pin down and as a result, it results in in my opinion, even weirder scars sometimes. Not necessarily worse, but weirder for sure. Protestant sexual repression is anywhere from, it's anywhere from general discomfort with the idea of sex to a complete avoidance of the acknowledgement of sex until you are like a full-fledged adult and being confronted with it in your face. I intend to talk about this in full on my spiritual deconstruction. I don't want to derail Chariot's video when that wasn't really a subject that Chariot went into in full. But it's something I felt like it was important to bring up. I think it's very, I think Christianity as a whole has a very unhealthy relationship with sex and sexuality. Let's continue.
There's some other cliches associated with the Catholic Church that are cliches for a reason as well. Thankfully, nothing that I ever that ever happened to me or anyone that I was close with that I would have found out about, obviously. But an experience that I had when I was younger was like dealing with like overprotective Catholic fathers. As I like meet their dog, just the same speech you get every time where it's like, break her heart and you'll, meet the business end of my gun or whatever. It is like, yeah, you guys all think you're so tough. Every guy has like the same script, not to be all like light Yagami about it, not to sound like a serial killer, but like, come on. It's just very silly. It got even sillier when I would meet like later on when I was in college and I'd meet people from like much different like backgrounds and they would still say stuff like that. It's like, you can't, you just can't fool me once.
It's actually funny you say that, Koopa Shell. Koopa Shell says real DemonMama _ in chat. It's actually, those are actually 3 dots and my Twitch ID is DemonMama Real. That's the actual, it's funny that you should say it that way because those 3 dots are actually, it's because the chat gets cut off and my full name on Twitch is DemonMama Real. That's also my channel on Twitch, which I don't stream on Twitch anymore for a number of reasons, but One for One says, can we take a moment to acknowledge that DemonMama grew up in the most repressive environment possible and now spends her time showing other people how to be able to express themselves? Queen behavior. Thank you. I legitimately, it bothers me when I think about the fact that there are people who live the way that I used to. The type of life, the type of mental prison that I spent most of my young life living in, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I think it's horrible. It's actually very difficult to even explain just how all-encompassing and miserable it is. People do not realize how bad they have it until they get out, and when they do, it sticks with you for your whole life. So I guess that's why I do it, I guess. Let's continue.
And I'm mad. Fool me twice. How could you? But it's ridiculous, and I think a lot of the it really instilled in me a belief from a super young age that it's a matter of controlling usually women, but also families in general, and children. The kind of sexual norms enforced in a lot of Christian communities. Here's something that I wanted to get to, and I guess now is as good a time as any during this. This is like my first really big point that I want to make that you don't usually hear a lot of left-wingers who talk about Christianity make. When leftists criticize right-wingers, the number one trope that you hear in terms of ideological condemnations is that the right is really individualist, and the left, by implication, would be the collectivist alternative. Here we care about our neighbors, over there they, they care about, how much money that they can make and how big of a car they can drive and exploiting their employees or whatever. And
This is such a legendary point. Just brace yourself because you are about to get truth bombed. And if anybody tells you otherwise, Chariot is correct. Whoever tells you otherwise is wrong.
I'm not going to say that that's never true, but I don't like the individualist collectivist dichotomy for the reason that when you talk about collectivism, like that word, the first thing that I think of is churches.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially like
Thank
even
you.
the positive community-oriented stuff, because I've seen churches do good community work, sometimes even just for no benefit of their own, sometimes for benefit of their own, feed the homeless, but they have to come in for mass and stuff like that. But sometimes just food drives to help families. There's not always literally strings attached. It's just a common thread. Unintentional play on words there. I apologize. Something that really sticks out to me, though, is that people have a concept of of non-hierarchical social systems, and churches, especially the Catholic Church, are rife with styles of hierarchy. Priests, deacons, ministers of all sorts in many types of churches, but also the family unit, parents, the husband, patriarchal norms, and then wealth disparities as well. The Catholic Church is just as hypocritical in that as any church, really. They're up there, The mega churches are really flashy about it. But I've been to the Vatican at least once, I was there once on a family trip, and there's a lot of gold in there,
It's funny that you mentioned this. The Vatican is like still one of the richest corporations in the world. And yeah, they made they had to become a corporation recently. So that was in I don't know, I want to say in the last 20 years that they did that they made that decision. It's actually wild how much wealth the Catholic Church still controls, to your point.
The Pope has his humble chair now, his wooden chair, but we know where he lives, it's symbolic, which is fine, but that's not. I just don't know if it's really fooling anybody, if that's the purpose, which I don't know if it is, but I can't really for the life of me understand why people want to seek an alternative morality and alternative to hierarchy in communitarian collectivist thinking. Because even a group of people, and I experienced this very directly, even a group of people of the same social standing, without exerting any patriarchal norms, without any wealth disparities, and without any positions of power over each other, even informally, really, the group can still exert a lot of control, even very hatefully, over the individual.
True.
And
True.
You see this very frequently with religious communities. And you can see when somebody kind of goes astray or is oppositional to whatever dogma exists. There's a lot of, it's literally a joke in Holy Mackerel, right? With the church militant, the whole thing, enforcing canon law. It's funny there, right? It's a joke, but it's people will treat you differently for breaking a lot of arbitrary religious rules, and it's a joke, but it's real. People will look down on you. I had a girl once give me a dirty look because I didn't really care about Lent. She was like, "What are you giving up for Lent?" And I was like, "I don't really care." I was like Harrison Ford getting asked about his role as Han Solo. Did Han shoot first? I don't care. It just, that was how I felt, and she gave me the dirtiest look, and I was like, we're 12. You don't. I don't understand. So I quickly became Christophobic. Hating on Christians became a part of my lifestyle. Uh, but really, I became an internet atheist, like keyboard warrior, debate bro at like 10. I was on forum websites.
Oh, we would have been enemies, Chariot. Chariot, we would have been enemies. When I was 10 years old, I was like a paladin, okay? Like I was the type I had at at 13. At 10, I didn't have this yet, but at 13, I got a leather Bible holster, which I carried with me all the time. I'm not even kidding you. I had a leather holster so I could pull out my Bible and go whoosh. I was a straight up spiritual warrior. I was like the most zealous. You would have come into battle and you would have been like, you would have had your fedora and I would have had my Bible holster and it would have been like, whoosh. The sword, straight up. It had a sword on it. The church that I went to, their Bible holsters had their symbol on it, which was a sword with a dove. Like the handle of the handle of the sword is like an open Bible, and it's also like shaped like a dove. It's really weird imagery, but it has like the hilt, or the cross guard rather, is like this dove shaped Bible with pages coming out. Shing! This is, unironically, this is what I wanted to be when I grew up when I was 10 years old. This is what I thought I wanted to be when I grew up when I was 10 years old. Straight up. Whoever Fortnite sent this to chat, unironically, I was like, ideal future for me when I was 10. Was so bad. God, it's so cringy looking back. And it's true, like around 10 or so was when my family started going to the extreme Christian cult. Before that, we went to like more normal churches. So my family was still religious, but it was like, okay, so it wouldn't have been actually 10. It would have been closer to age 8 or 9 was when I first started attending the church. And by 10, I was like super, super into religion. And my teenage years were full of me being the most like zealous you can imagine, okay? I was an incredibly zealous person. I took religion very seriously. I believed in it very strongly. I wasn't like a, I wasn't like I don't want you to think that I'm like a, like a Westboro Baptist Church person. I had a lot of bad ideas at the time, but I took it very seriously and believed it very earnestly, and that meant all of it. It meant that I took the compassionate parts, the turning the other cheek very seriously, even for the flaws. And of course, I later recognized how many hypocrisies were present in my own belief. But at the time, I was like, I was a holy warrior. I was like, I am ready to go to spiritual war for God. Anyway. Do I know what Bible Man is? Oh yes, we had what, like four Bible Man VHSs? Straight up. Yeah, Bible Man was one of the things that my brother got more into Bible Man than I did. I never really liked Bible Man. I got into other stuff. My brother went the Bible Man route, and I went the like Lord of the Rings and literature, Christian inspired literature art. Oh, Narnia, all that stuff. I never got into the Bible Man comics, really. I was super, by the way, you guys, I started my stream as a debate streamer. I was into debate as a kid. I liked arguing with people about religion as a kid. Anyway, let's continue. This is great. I can't believe that but a few decades ago, Chariot and I could have been enemies on opposite sides of the war for the souls of the planet Earth.
Sites arguing with people, not doing as well as I would have liked at first, but you lose a few and then you start to learn to win a few, and you read a few books about logic and about atheism and about objecting to religion. You know, you watch like a Hitchens debate and you're like, okay, I see how the game is played. And I kept doing that for like a decade. And you know, these days when you guys hear me talk about like conservatives, or especially religious conservatives, and how they think, you know, you've probably seen other content creators get in a bunch of debates. But I was tired of that stuff by the time I started doing YouTube content, because I just done so much of it. But I did it all in a completely different.
True, Chariot. Straight up though, it's actually funny because that is ultimately what was the downfall of my faith, was my tendency to debate with people, my need to challenge to like challenge other people's ideas ultimately led me to meet a friend who was an atheist and who was an incredibly good debater and who really put my beliefs to the test and ultimately got me to question things over the course of many, many discussions. It would have been incredible. What a wild battle it would have been.
Setting. Yeah. You think the forums are your ally? I was born in the blog posts, molded by them. Good reference, Mira. I appreciate it.
Incredible.
There's still coffee in this mug. The echo's not as good. If I had that one over there, I could do it, but I don't want to get up. Yeah, it's kind of astonishing, really, how much people overlook the really brutal suppression of, like, you know, not to sound like Sam Harris about it or whatever, but like suppression of free thought and of like the range of acceptable opinions that comes just from being kind of a different person in a group of very dogmatic people, you know?
Oh, this is such an incredibly good point.
And of course,
this is such a good point. Like it is the amount of thought control, the amount of constant reinforcing of dogmatic belief, it chokes out all other types of thought. It gets corrected and confronted almost immediately, sometimes resulting in incredibly uncomfortable situations where, you know, as a kid or even as an adult, I guess, you say something that you think is a mundane and original thought, and then people snap down on it really hard and get offended and basically badger you immediately into burying that thought. And the experience is so uncomfortable that often you'll just never bring it up again, even if they don't provide you a realistic answer. This was something that ended up leading to me to have conflicts when I was still religious. I had conflicts with the church because I hated the way that happened. I hated the fact their approach to inquiry. I severely chafed with my church's approach to free thought. And I hated the fact, like, for example, one of the first ways in which I broke from my church was disagreeing on evolution, because I learned about evolution via like very skilled teachers, and I realized that, like, well, no, like denying evolution would be insane. Like, you would have to be like that's absurd. Why would you ever do that? It's clear that God simply used evolution as a way to create the world. And that was so punished on like a mass level by the church. It was like, even disagreeing on that specific idea, you made yourself an outsider, and people would treat you like that if you for as long as you were open about that opinion. You would be basically badgered back into silence, or you would be treated like you were some kind of a danger. Actually wild. Yeah, so this is a really, really good point here about how, like, social groups within churches will suppress free thought via like so many mechanisms. There's a ton of mechanisms, like thought terminating cliches are one of them, where they all repeat the same thought terminating cliches over and over and over again until basically everyone in the group accepts them as true, whether or not you actually believe them in full. It's just you hear it so frequently that you're just like, oh yeah, that's obviously true. You never even have to think about it.
When the thing that you're disagreeing
Thank you so much for doing the timestamps, Mycena. It means the world to me. Thank you so much.
on is whether we should nuke, Iran or something like that. I'm sure it's just a thought experiment. I'm sure, but if that's the disagreement, then it's like, okay, well, go be crazy somewhere else. But if the disagreement is like, I don't agree with how you guys talk about God, and I'm not sure I believe in the stuff that you guys believe, and people mistreat you for that, that's a pretty big deal. And thankfully, a lot of the I won't say all, but a lot of the Catholic adults that I was around were miraculously, for someone like me, some of the most open-minded and forward-thinking and tolerant and accepting people, to the point where even when I was being a little pre-Reddit forum wars atheist about it, literally I would go to like interest forums that I was on. I was never like a something awful user, but I used oh, this is really gonna, I used like a bunch of like anime forums, and like forums for like different TV shows and stuff like that were just founded by fans of the shows. One time there was a Viz Media forum that was like an official forum that I was on. But I would just always go to like the debate sub forum and just argue with people about God. And I got pretty good at making really dogmatic conservative Christians look very silly, which is not that difficult to do in text form. In a live debate, they can scream at you, which is one thing. But the funny thing about a typed up insult is that, like, if you just type something nasty at somebody, the other person can just like quote it in the forum post and be like, LOL, he's mad. I bet you look silly. At least that was the culture at the time. So the arguments had a very different tenor from what.
Okay, people are saying debate lording religion on the anime board, but my friend who was very very impactful on my deconversion from Christianity, also did the same thing. Also was raised Catholic, also became an atheist at a much younger age than me, and also would debate about religion on anime forums. It just seems to be a thing. It just seems to be a thing. Just seems to be a thing for sure. Oh, I should put Chariot's... Wait, I'm so stupid. Oh. Bam. There we go. I should have put this up here to begin with. Hold on. Bing. Bing. Let's continue.
I see now when people
I bungled it. I bungled everything. Why does it look like that? Oh no, I bungled. There we go. There we go.
Have debates with conservatives. Because the format and like the persistent social mores were a little bit different. For me, like the position that I
Fortnite says cringe vouch, refuses debate religion, based Chariot, doesn't debate because she already permanently defeated religion via debate. True.
was in was like, those debates always came part and parcel with arguing with people about like whether the Iraq war was good, which I was against it. And everybody loves to act like they were, but I was like a preteen debate warrior who was anti-Iraq war. Morally,
I was when I was in Christianity, I was pro Iraq war, obviously. It's extremely wild how like 90% of Protestants were so gung-ho for the war. It was actually crazy.
lucky, I guess. I don't know. I was just in a weird cultural moment, but a lot of that happened, going back to kind of the personal anecdotes, because when I was younger, I had a lot of questions about spiritual stuff. For me, even before I really understood it, logic has always been the highest, like godly force in the way that for some Christians, they get like, they hear a song and they feel like they're feeling God and they put their hand out, or
That was my church. That was totally my church.
it's that, they start speaking in tongues or whatever, the Holy Spirit overcomes them, whatever, kind of everything up from the range of like kind of like sympathetic emotional states to like completely bogus crap. Whatever they think they're accessing, for me, I always felt like I was accessing it when I was dealing with logic, because it gave me the ability to reason my way through problems, which is a powerful thing for a person from an oppressed demographic. There's a lot of ways in which I wasn't, but like being gay and transgender, especially at that point in time,
we did not do that particular one, Nerodia.
Knowing that you're like a bit fruity, and that, like, having that feeling where you're like, I should have been born a girl and there's something wrong with me, and having that feeling like at the time that like, or around the time, not literally, I'm not talking about like the exact moment, but in the era where people were like just starting to change their political consciousness, like mainstream liberals, because things like the murder of Matthew Shepard happened, and like there was a whole evolving political consciousness. One of the things that like really stuck with me is a kind of like, one of those boomer truisms where they act like, if like schools could teach you the stuff that they like, if the stuff they taught you in school was like really important, the government wouldn't let them teach it to you. There's a lot of like aphorisms that people have.
Yes, we did do things like that, Killjoy. Revivals were a thing in my church. Fasting was frequently encouraged, as were one of the things that was very common in my church were, okay, so, and this is something that's interesting, that tracks across both, basically all forms of Christianity and many other religions as well, but it's particularly strong in America in Christianity, is, basically experiences that are designed to create a very, very, very specific emotional environment. Like for example, and I don't think that, like, I think this is something where there's a lot to be learned from and observed and analyzed in this and the way that they're used. But like, I mean, one thing that was very popular in my church was retreats, and basically various expeditions where people would be taken with church leadership to auspicious locations, the top of a mountain or a remote lake, or the edge of a quarry, and a sermon or a speech or a prayer circle would be done in that location, with of course like active reinforcement that you would feel the presence of God in that place. Now, of course, a lot of it is simply essentially directing the feeling of awe in a particular direction, saying like, you're in this beautiful place. This is the work of God. You are feeling God here, and I am going to tell you what God that you're feeling right now, this intense emotion that you're feeling after hiking to the top of an incredibly beautiful mountain and looking out at this awe-inspiring sight. I am going to tell you where that emotion is supposed to go. You know. I don't remember what my point was with that, but that was a very common thing in my church. These sort of very, very specifically framed events that were that took real emotional experiences and turned them into spiritual experiences with an agenda in mind. Oh, you're at the top of the mountain and you're overcome with emotions and you're feeling bad about something. There must be sin in your life that you must, you need to find and improve on. Maybe you're not tithing enough. Maybe you're not doing enough service to the church. Maybe that feeling, that intense feeling that you're feeling here at the top of the mountain is actually about how you need to get more involved in the church, about how you need to be more active, go to church more frequently, become a member of the, of the volunteer base for the church, those types of things. Anyway, let's continue.
Have around how information gets controlled. I'm not going to do the one that people always misattribute to Voltaire, because the guy who said that was evil and he hated Jews, and I don't. Obviously, but it is definitely, it is the kind of thing that I think is true, that people have a certain need to understand where their oppression really comes from, I mean. And you're not going to be handed that information by systems designed and controlled by the people for whom it would be inconvenient if you had all of the right information. So before you know the who and the what and the where and the why, you need to develop a system of thought. You need to develop a way of talking about things. And for me, it felt very natural.
Mithro with the $10, thank you, or £10, thank you so very much. Mithril says, my late father was a Church of England vicar here in the UK and was a communist, but he was under constant pressure to organize pilgrimages to the Holy Land. He refused to do so until Palestinians were free. Damn, your dad sounds based. That's really, really wild. And also, kind of interesting to see the amount of pressure that's done to do those types of things. Pilgrimages are increasingly popular among American Protestants, believe it or not. It's a fairly, I mean, pilgrimages to the Holy Land have been, popular throughout all of history with Christianity. But they've become increasingly popular in recent years, particularly among the sort of petty bourgeois Protestants looking to sort of amp up their religion. And there's entire organizations now that are devoted to booking trips to Israel for, conservative Protestant Christians. It's quite wild. Yeah, increasing. They're increasingly popular among American Christians. It's like the thing to do. I have family members. When I was younger, I didn't know anybody who had gone on a pilgrimage to Israel who wasn't a pastor. Obviously, like the pastor of my church, the like founding member of my church, had gone to Israel and, visited Jerusalem and all of that. But I now know that multiple of my family members have gone through these organizations to do tours of the Holy Land. It's very, very strange. Really weird. Hello, A-Pillow. Good to see you. Rosie, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming in. Welcome, come get comfy. Very happy to have you all. We are in the middle of reacting to Chariot's spiritual deconstruction. It's a very deep, very fascinating deep dive into a friend of the channel and an incredible YouTuber by the name of Chariot, who we will be, I can just very easily link you the video. Here's the video so you can go subscribe if you want to. At the end, of course, we will be raiding with love, so prepare yourselves to raid with love at the end. But Chariot did a really amazing spiritual deconstruction, which is basically a deep dive into one's personal experience with religion and spirituality. It is basically like a spiritual experience memoir that is designed to sort of take apart your spiritual experiences and talk about them in a very vulnerable and productive manner. And we are watching Chariots because it is amazing and it has been incredible so far. Prosy Rosie says, would you say that you're into witchcraft? No, not really. I am actually not particularly into witchcraft. I've just never found witchcraft to be personally, some of the aesthetics I'm fine with. Demonology, sure, for sure, absolutely. But witchcraft, not so much personally. Anyway, thank you. Welcome to everybody who just came in. Thank you very, very much for the raid. Looks like Xena and Poppy raided. Thank you very much for the raid. Deeply appreciate that. I welcome you all. Please get comfortable. And if you're not on the website, please consider coming to the website, demonmama.com/live. We're about to get right back into this, and it is a wonderful time so far. It has been fascinating. There is some pretty heavy stuff coming up soon, but I promise you it is being discussed in a very productive manner. So let's get right back to it. Welcome, everybody. Oh, and don't forget to press like. If you're here from one of the wonderful raids, please make sure, press like on the YouTube stream. It means the world to me. Seriously, it actually helps so much. Press that like button, and if you're not subscribed to DramaMama, smack that subscribe button, because today's stream has been magical. Let's continue.
Natural to go directly from being like Catholic and thinking about things like, you know, does the way that the church talk about God make sense?
Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, Glitter Crab, my ties to the Church of DM. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate that.
Going directly from that made sense when I arrived at the position of like asking why bad things happen and trying to come up with a logical explanation for it. And I couldn't really nail down exactly why until I combined two different things that were feelings that I had as a child that I didn't have the language to express until later. One of them, of course, was reading Paulo Freire. I made that text the header of my YouTube channel and my Patreon and a bunch of other pages that I have, because I think it's so important to how I think and to how I think other people should think. And loosely, just off the top of my head, something that he says towards the end of Pedagogy of the Oppressed is he says, because the oppressor has a theory of oppressive action, so too do the oppressed need a theory of the actions that they can take against oppression. And a huge part of what he talks about is how to develop that kind of consciousness of what oppression is and how to understand it and how to act against it. And that kind of thing really resonated with me in the context of God and religion when I very recently, for the first time, played a video game called Wolfenstein: The New Order. For those who aren't familiar, I'm going to do a big video essay about the Wolfenstein games at some point.
I cannot wait to hear your video essay about Wolfenstein. Oh my god, that sounds incredible. Also, Mithril with the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much.
Wait, I'm gonna have to replay that one to take notes on it and play through the other 4 new ones. I'm gonna do a big thing, because I really want to talk about fascism and violence and the imagery of Nazism in media and everything else that comes up there, and all of the externalities created by fascism, created by eugenics, created by anti-Semitism. Something that really struck me is the character of Set Roth in that story. He's a Jewish man who's a member of a fictional organization called Don't Those Games Get Censored All the Time? I mean, sometimes. We'll see. We'll try. I'll try my best. The point is the message. I have something important to say about those games, and the point is the message. We'll make it happen. The issue is, though, that this character was really provocative for me, because he's this member of this fictional, like, Jewish organization called, like, it's like Dot Yakud or something like that. I mean, I'm butchering it. I don't speak Hebrew, but there's a scene where he's talking about what his philosophy is, and he says to another character, he says, "I don't believe in the supernatural. I believe in God." And he talks about God not like he's like this ghost on a throne on a cloud somewhere that you get to meet one day.
Polar Gem, thank you so much. Polar Gem with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. I thought I had auto renew on, but I guess I did not. Anyway, here's a resub. I truly appreciate how authentic you are. May the Empire reign as always. Whoa, indeed. Thank you very, very much.
But like he or it is like a logic underpinning the world, and you approach that. To approach the sacred is effectively to invent and to create and to solve equations. The organization that he's in creates marvelous inventions, even destructive and dangerous ones, because, in the words of another one of the characters, the act of creation is the purpose of what they do, because each creation is like an equation solved.
The new era Wolfenstein games, I always get them mixed up. It's the Wolfenstein New Order and then New Colossus, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the New Order was the one that came out in 2014, and then the New Colossus, that's the second one. Those games are extremely underrated, and the New Order specifically has way deeper writing than anybody remembers. And I went back and played it and loved it. I will admit that some portions of the game's gameplay aren't that amazing, which is a little bit of a drag, but the writing for the game and the character stories are genuinely next level, and it's surprisingly, shockingly deep politically. The game actually does a really serious job of having its characters engage in and convey quite deep political concepts, and the characters are just incredible. I'm really looking forward to Chariot's video essay on this. There's another really incredible video essay on the Wolfenstein games by Jacob Geller. I adore Jacob Geller's video essay on the Wolfenstein games. It's truly breathtaking.
If God is a perfect logic, they become closer to God by becoming more logical. And when I was watching that scene, I had to pause the game and sit there for a minute, because it was such a profound thing for me to hear that I had certainly never gotten out of going to Sunday school ever, never gotten out of a sermon, but I put together in that moment a lot of different things that I have been thinking about for a very long time, including the idea of what really makes sense about Christian liberation theology. Because if you're following me, if an oppressed group of people require a logic to understand and to thwart oppression,
Oh, are you talking about Young Blood? Is that what it's called? Young Blood? That's the one where it's a co-op game. I do agree that it got lightning rodded by weird right-wing freaks. But actually, I know this is gonna make some people in chat probably a little mad, but I actually think that's one of the worst games I've ever played in my entire life. Like, no joke. It's one of the only games that I like refunded out of anger, like right at the like 2-hour moment. It was so bad, that I actually couldn't believe how bad it was. There's only the other game that I can think of that's as bad as that is Far Cry New Dawn, I think is what it's called, which is also a co-op themed like spin-off game. And yeah, there was a bunch of like really terrible like cancel culture, right-wing cancel culture bullshit around it. But I gotta be honest, I thought that game was so bad I couldn't even play it. There's been very few games that I've been that mad. It was called Wolfenstein Youngblood. It was a spin-off, a co-op spin-off. Sorry, not trying to be a hater, but I just gotta be honest. Anyway, we gotta get back to this. Charlotte with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Thank you so very much. Uncle Gumbald says, do you have the ad button go off every 5 minutes? No, the ad button is supposed to only go off every like 15 to 30 minutes or something. Yeah, it's only supposed to go off every 30 minutes. But there might be bugs with it, so yeah. All right, that's fair. Thank you. I don't want to offend you. I just had to kind of dunk on it a little bit. You get an ad on mobile every 3 to 5 minutes? What the hell? I literally have it set to only show an ad every 30 minutes. That's pretty, and they're supposed to be skippable ads, but if you're getting ads every 3 to 5 minutes, they better fucking give me some money. Damn it. It's been like that for a while and it's not just for your stream. What the hell? That's absurd. Well, consider using YouTube Premium. Not only do you not get any ads with YouTube Premium, but also YouTube Premium actually pays YouTubers very well. In fact, these days, the majority of my YouTube income, okay, well, the majority still comes from Super Chats, but a large portion of my YouTube income comes from YouTube Premium. Yes, I know they're holding you hostage at ad point, but welcome to the future. It sucks. Consider getting YouTube Premium. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
An anti-oppression logic.
Oh, also, if you download, you can download my videos for offline viewing, which is really, really nice. It's really good. It's really good to do that, not just for you, but also for channels. It's actually very good when people use it for us. The YouTube rewards us for when people download our videos, which is great. Anyway, let's continue.
And if the number one response of both the victim of oppression and of the religious person is to say, why, or in some cases, why God, why is this happening to me, this terrible thing, I think it makes a lot of sense that people would turn in that direction.
Thank you, Uchronian. It does actually support us a lot, believe it or not. Ad revenues are very bad these days, and especially on channels like mine, where we talk about topics that get me demonetized constantly. But I never get demonetized from Premium. No joke. Even if I get subject demonetized, Premium still gives me, it still counts as if I was getting ad revenue, which is awesome. So can't complain about that, I guess.
And say that they are actually acquiring that logic against oppression. And the moment that it really clicked for me was when I was listening to and you know, like, again, I'm not good with Latin, so I'm gonna butcher this. I apologize. I talk about this in the Dark Souls essay that I've made a lot of progress in.
Dark Souls
Hope to
essay.
have that out soon. I'm trying, guys. Hopefully have some previews for patrons very, very soon. But the thing that I talk about in there that's really important to me is the Dies Irae like sequence from the Catholic Requiem Mass. There's a line in there, and I mentioned this actually in my when I talk about watching Castlevania Nocturne and how powerful it is. Oh, thank you, DemonMama. Yeah, DemonMama's gonna be in that video. She very, very kindly, I asked her to record a little bit of poetry reading for you guys. A number of creators are going to be in that video, so look forward to that. It's the most collaborative thing that I've done, I think, since the Riley response video or something. Or, I guess not including the stuff that Kelsey helped me edit, which had some pretty funny moments in it. Shout out to Cordelia and to Kelsey for helping me with those. But as far as collaborating with other creators, this is just straight up the most collaborative project I've ever done. And I want
Truth V7 says, does premium also compensate for stream VODs? Yes, it does. It does, which is actually incredible. Because if you're watching my stream VODs on premium, YouTube likes that. So, not trying to be YouTube's #1 salesperson here, but I am saying that it's beneficial for you and for me, even though they hold you at ad point in order to get it.
To be. And I would really like it to come out around Christmas for the special meaning and how much I talk about Christianity in the video. One of the things that I touch on is that song that everybody uses. You know when a YouTuber wants to throw some music on in the background, they use a couple of the same classical songs for dramatic flair. You know, some drama YouTuber talking about Illuminati or something all over again, and they want to show some leaked DMs or something. I don't know, just that's always the vibe. And they throw on Lacrimosa, and all of a sudden in the Latin, it's you know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Chariot. You know, I just want to say I've really been enjoying this video so far, and it means a lot to me that you were willing to put as much work as you did into making this video. And, you know, it's true. YouTubers do sometimes choose from a handful of free use songs to put in the background to make themselves sound smarter or more impactful. And, you know, being that I'm currently acting as a React YouTuber, I think it would be wrong if I were to use something like Lacrimosa. Instead, I've chosen something significantly more classy that definitely nobody ever uses. All right, okay, enough of that meme. This sounds very smart and impactful.
Sorrowful will be the day.
Yeah, no, I should have had it. It should have faded. I should have faded in and had a little wine glass and gone like, anyway, or something like that.
When from the ashes rises the guilty man to be judged, therefore spare him, O Lord.
You want to know what Lacrimosa sounds like? Okay, hold on. Just so you guys know, you've heard it a million times, okay? Okay, I know that this is a total distraction, but I'm actually gonna hit you guys with a real deal, okay? Okay, this is a real deal moment, and this is just free advice for you, okay? This is free advice for you, okay? if you're gonna choose a free track, okay? If you're gonna choose like a free track, don't use the Gymnopédie by Eric Satie, because everybody uses that one. Instead, you should choose the Noscines. Hold on, this one. Noscine 3, okay? This is the true Chad decision. And it only mildly makes it seem like you're sneaking around at night, robbing houses in a remote Russian village on the edge of the steppe that may or may not be infected with a plague, okay? Only a little. This is Eric Satie Gnossienne 3. A less appreciated Eric Satie track. Legitimately beautiful, though. Legitimately incredible. It is incredible. Like, no hate. Lacrimosa is good. The Gymnopédie is also good, but the Noscine just has that flair. And it's also you know, public domain. So, you know.
You know.
Thank you. Yeah, we can get that. Thank you very much. No cookie. Oh, I'm so sad. I love you. Okay, one more song that's really, really underrated, which is the, okay, this one's one more song that's really underrated. This is the one. All right, hold on. I gotta play the right one. Hold on. Here you go. Oh, it's beautiful. Anyway, really good one, okay? Fantastic, all right? Just underrated tracks. Everybody uses the Gymnopédie. All of them use that one. I actually want to learn that song on piano. I'm not even joking with you. Ooh, I'll have to check that one out, Fortnite. I can play one part of it. Hold on. I can get one part of it. See, I can do one part of it, but I don't know the chords and everything that goes along with it. So like, I don't know the right chords because they do some stuff like that. But anyway, whatever. All right, enough. We got to get back to it. I can't get distracted with this. You see what happens to my brain? This is what happens to my brain. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
That's what the lyrics to that.
I love Steve Reich. I love Steve Reich. Oh my God, don't get me started on Steve Reich. I can't talk about this right now. Yes, I love Steve Reich.
Song kind of very loosely are. And
yes, Naomi Chance. Oh my God. Based. Music for 18 Musicians is a masterpiece. Oh my God, it's a magical song, okay? Listen, I'm not even kidding you. I broke my rule. I'm gonna do it again. Music for 18 Musicians, unironically, it is musical Adderall. I'm not even joking with you. If you don't believe me, put on Music for 18 Musicians and then try to do something that you need to focus on, and you will discover that you are focusing incredibly well. It's actually magical, okay? Just unbelievable. It's like an hour and a half long or something. Yes, I have bird noise. Actually, fun fact, I deliberately listened to Threnody for the victims of Hiroshima while my friend was on a few tabs of acid. Why did I deliberately listen to that while my friend was on a few tabs of acid? Maybe I was trying to put myself into a very particular headspace. I definitely had an interesting time. I was able to think through a bunch of stuff, but anyway. Why am I talking about this crap? It's not crap. They're all good songs, but why am I talking about it right now? Because we got on a stun lock. This is a stun lock. It is bad news, and that's what I wanted. I wanted bad news. I wanted to push. Yeah, my friend. But yes, Music for 18 Musicians is actually, it's magical in the way that it helps your brain focus on things. It has a magical power, and I actually believe, like, I listened to that song multiple times, as like a meditative exercise. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
It's because it's from a sequence that is about Judgment Day. And I was thinking a lot about that scene. I'm gonna blow your guys' mind with this video, by the way. You know how when the first time in Dark Souls 3, when the fire can't be linked, the link of fire is threatened, and in the darkened shrine, at like the end of the Age of Fire, the bell tolls. The tolling of the bell, and the Ashen One rises from the ashes. See, you know what's really interesting about that is they're the one who delivers judgment to Gwyn, not the other way around. So when I talk about in that video that I'm working on, I talk about how Dark Souls is anti-biblical. I've had a lot of video game related, a lot of ludological observations. In thinking about Christianity, and I realized something, which is that essentially I have like an atheistic, like kind of anti-biblical view of justice a little bit. You know, sometimes people will say that a lot of left-wingers are like still culturally Christian.
I say that a lot, and I think it's actually true. Yeah, I think I do say that a lot, and I stand by it. I think that a lot of lefties grew up Christian, and they they half-heartedly leave Christianity, often by just sort of putting it aside like it's like a forgotten toy, and then they unintentionally take the moral structures of Christianity with them into their, and then like sort of jam leftism into it. I think it's very common. Naomi Chance with the $5 says, on the topic of using songs as meditative exercises, one song I found that's great for it is Long Season by Fishmans. All right, I will absolutely check that out. Thank you. Thank you. I'll check that out. I believe that, Ashmar.
And for me, I think the way that I choose to deal with the religious baggage of that is to think about that question that an old therapist of mine kept asking me. I saw her for years and years. Unfortunately I changed insurance, so I couldn't continue seeing her. But she's she's very she's a very, very kind person, given all the problems that I've had. And one thing that she always told me is to ask, what was it that to look for like an inner child, and to ask what needs went unfulfilled in yourself as a child. And that's helped me resolve a lot of weird problems that I've had, and find a lot of peace with who I am and why I am the way that I am. And I have answers to those questions now, and it feels good. It feels right. And one of those questions is, why do I care so much about injustice? Getting serious again with the personal anecdotes. I was very, very young when my grandfather, my mother's father, died. And this is something I've wanted to talk about for a really long time, because, you know, obviously I can talk to my family about it, but it's something that I've wanted to share in my work for a while, because of how it affected me. Because I remember very clearly, kind of not so much being at because I believe there, if memory serves, and I usually have a pretty good memory for things like that. If memory serves, there was like a funeral service. I believe it was in a church. In fact, I believe it was the same church that we frequently attended when I was growing up. I'm pretty sure it was the same one. And I seem to recall kind of like, I think on the ride home in the car, I remember asking my mom about like what it really meant to die, because, you know, I was curious about like where my granddad was, you know, what happens, what does that mean? Because that was the first time that I had ever
Rest well, softest leftist. Hopefully you'll be able to catch the rest of this in the VOD. Thank you so much for supporting the show, and have a wonderful night.
encountered something like that. But I was very privileged to encounter it in a moment of total peace and tranquility, and to have, you know, good adults in my life as well. And one of the things that basically perplexed me from that point onward was itself death. And another thing I talk about in that essay is Emily Dickinson. She's a poet that I relate to very heavily. She was, you know, also kind of at certain points a shut-in who wrote extensively about death, and also kind of a romantic in the artistic sense.
You and I could bond so much over Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson was one of the first poets that I ever really got to learn a lot about, ever. Thanks to an incredibly passionate English teacher that I had in high school. And with the other romanticists, you know, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and the existentialists, they formed like Emily Dickinson, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Edgar Allan Poe, although, you know, he deviated, I mean, a little bit of a different series, but often studied alongside as the early American poets. And Thoreau, yeah, Thoreau to a degree, though a little bit less so. There were certain aspects of Thoreau that I found particularly, you know, moving, but Emerson was a little more for me. And of course, Robert Frost, which we have to learn, given that, you know, he's a New England poet, a Mainer. We learned all about Robert Frost. Never stop learning Robert Frost. Of course, Frost. Walt Whitman. Yes, Walt Whitman. These artists and writers and thinkers, they formed the foundation of what would become like my independent belief. So I find it incredible and fitting that you're talking about Emily Dickinson, and also that you had me read some Emily Dickinson. Anyway, let's continue. I just wanted to say that. The romanticists and the existentialist sort of thread that flowed through the romanticists was incredibly important in me developing like my independent form of God, of like Christian belief that allowed me to step outside of the cult before I left Christianity. Yeah. Ron's KFC with the unbelievably generous $20. Thank you so much. Says, late to the stream, Pockets of Light by Lubomir Melnik. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna have to do a music stream here in the future because I have some music that I'm searching for, but this is going on my list. I have 3 albums to check out that have been, no, 4 albums that have been recommended to me. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Chariot said, I knew sending you Dickinson and Milton were correct choices. I sent Vosh, T.S. Eliot, and Luxander, Phyllis Wheatley, and John Keats. Conyer got Percy Shelley. Wow! Oh my God. This is gonna be, I am so excited for this video. Chariot, I am so unbelievably excited. Oh my God! Oh yeah, I had to memorize the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Is that what it's called? The love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. I had to memorize that. Also, okay, this is going to be a small boast, but I memorized the entirety of this one. What was it? Ulysses by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Which was the hardest memorization exercise that I ever had to do. It was incredibly difficult. That is an insanely long poem to memorize, and I memorized the entire thing. There were 3 main poems that I memorized. I had to memorize the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. I had to memorize Annabel Lee, which Annabel Lee still sticks with me to this day. Which is Edgar Allan Poe, and then Ulysses by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Oh my God, Chariot, that makes me so excited. You have no idea, like, long, deep video essays are fuel for my soul, okay? It's like grabbing a stack of twin humanities and going, and then watching the number jump up by like 30. That's what like a video essay does to me, okay? I should do a poetry reading stream. Oh my God, why have I never thought of this? Oh, because nobody would tune in for it. That's why I have to trick you. I have to do like a drama stream that I then twist into poetry reading. I'd buy it, Chariot. Let's continue.
And I think that was
okay. It's true. There is a good chunk of you that would absolutely tune in, and you all are Giga Chads, and the rest of you who wouldn't tune in for a poetry stream, it's time to learn. It's time to broaden your horizons. You should aspire to be like the imps that would tune in for that. If someday, if I could get all of my imps to tune in for something as wild and crazy as that, I would be the happiest person on earth.
Moment where it became like very clear to me that my interest was death and violence, not in doing them or in bringing them about, but in trying to understand them and trying to have like a theoretical, analytical basis for understanding them. You know, I say things sometimes that I think put people off who aren't really, you know, not to be rude, but who aren't really ready to hear it, that violence is rife throughout our lives. You know, violence is, in some ways, it's requisite for everything that we do. You know, it's hard to explain, but, you know, I mean, if you saw like a wolf kill a deer or something, you'd call that violent, probably, if it was like torn limb from limb by a pack of wolves, right? That's pretty violent. You know, everything from like the stomach acids in your body breaking down food to sustain you. You know, violence is to you know, political elections and things like that. Violence is sometimes flashy, sometimes subdued. It's really human life in motion is very violent. And not in the sense that, not just in the sense that people die, which of course they do, but it's a word that contains so much of what we are, from basically beginning to end. Birth is violent, death is violent, and thinking about that really provoked me. And I started asking questions, analytical questions. I started like testing like the idea of God. And I realized that, you know, effectively, and this has been the case ever since, effectively I don't believe in God or heaven or anything like that, because I don't believe specifically in the supernatural or the spiritual. The world is the world. It's just all of the things in it. And those things operate, it seems, based on some rules. They have built into themselves a logic. And, you know, I see sometimes inversions and negations of violence. And I see violence in things where, you know, people don't always understand. You've probably heard the phrase that, like, you know, like what the caterpillar thinks is the end of the world is just the beginning for the butterfly. The transformation is violence. It's annihilation and rebirth. And this is why the butterfly is a transgender symbol. You know, when people talk about us mutilating ourselves or hating our bodies, you know, there is a, and I swear I mean this in the most sensitive and poetic way, not to be dismissive and not to be cruel. There is a violence in transgender existence, but it's the violence of the division of the cell, and it's the violence of brushing your hair, and it's the violence of the gentle wind. Moments eat other moments. People divide and change. And that, in and of itself, is scary, but it's also beautiful. And for me, this is the reason, and this was the motivation for choosing to seek out the freaks and the weirdos. Because what I realized at some point, and I was always perplexed by this when I read about like famous artists who were into like bohemianism, and they would always hang out with like sex workers and people who had, you know, diseases and conditions or stuff like that. And I just always, I always had this part of my brain where I privately thought, I mean, isn't it gross to have a disease? Isn't it not fun to be in a poor situation? If you had the choice, wouldn't you not? And I realized something as I got older and I got more mature, especially when I was in university. I realized something incredibly important, which is, and now I have the language to express this, that relationships of power create their own externalities. Propositions create negations. This is a logical premise. You know, if you've ever seen like a Venn diagram that's just a circle, there's actually two things being described in that Venn diagram. The whole Venn diagram isn't just the circle, it's the rest of the page. What is contained there creates an externality via negation. And it has become very important to me to see things this way. I was looking for other answers when I was younger. And I found one. I thought I found one. I read about Buddhism for a while, and you know a lot of the more spiritual stuff didn't really grab me. But I also, the idea that all of life is suffering is something that I didn't really accept. It just emotionally didn't ring true for me. There's a lot of, and of course I'm not describing Buddhism in depth right now. I mean, this was something that I did take, like, philosophy of Buddhism as a class when I was in my philosophy minor. I forget what it was called. It was probably just called something like Buddhist philosophy.
So first off, I don't really have much to add here, except to say that when I first saw this, I was stunned by this section. And this right here, this section that we've hit right here, is why I say that, like, Chariot, why I speak, it's part of why I speak so highly of Chariot, and why I say that Chariot often is able to convey herself better than I can. Because that whole musing on the nature of violence and that holistic approach to the concept that you're able to bring, it's awesome, and it's edifying, and it's challenging, and I love it. And I think, I mean, you, in that section, you hit on and prompted everyone who's listening to this to think about things that I've tried to convey in like 20 different segments, talking about the nature of the concept of violence. And just what can I say? Just, it's awesome. Well done. Also, Kitty Tick. I've been here lurking on the YouTube side. Me and my fiance would totally be here for a poetry stream. We love it so very much. She focused on poetry while getting her master in arts and teaching. I am just a poetry nerd who loves words and syntax. So plan for 2 more. Came over here just to message you. Thank you so much. I will keep that in mind, because there is so much valuable and interesting poetry, and I actually believe there's room in the streaming world to talk about and learn from poetry in a way that people would actually benefit from and have a good time with. I can't even, it's crazy, right? Like, so much of streaming time is spent on totally brainless stuff that's also not fun, when we could do brainful things that are fun, like what we're doing right now. Does that mean I'm logically driven? Does that mean I'm an atheist? I don't think so. I don't think that being logically driven necessarily makes you an atheist. I do think that a lot of atheists are, at the very least, aspirationally logically driven. I think most people, most humans, have some underlying logic. I do believe that, like, I don't know. Okay. What I'm trying to say here is that, no, I don't think it necessarily does, but I do think that being focused on and interested in understanding logic and not just, like, having a line of reasoning, but also challenging those lines of reasoning and asking questions that are deeper, inquiring into a deeper analysis of a logical, like, claim. I think it does tend to lead you away from it, at the very least, dogmatism. Dogmatism is basically dogmatism represents a very safe and shallow logical justification for all kinds of things. And there is still an underlying logic to dogmatism. I mean, obviously, if you challenge a rhetorically capable, a dogmatic person, many of them will be able to come up with justifications, logical justifications for their dogmatism. You know, oh, well, we have this reason for why we believe in you know, dogmatism. Our belief system has delivered us through centuries. My belief system still exists to this day and has perpetuated itself. Therefore, it has shown itself to be strong and resilient. Therefore, it will likely be strong and resilient in the future. But it's a very shallow logic. It is designed, and it's designed to get you to always accept a very shallow logic. So while I don't think that being logically driven makes you an atheist, I do think that there are a lot of people who follow deeper lines, like they inquire deeper into logical thought and end up in atheistic positions as a result of essentially finding the logical justifications for most religions to be weak or lacking. I hope that made sense. Oh, Chariot, that's amazing. Oh, that's so incredible, Chariot. Lillebror says, logic doesn't destroy faith, but it questions it and actually has the power to strengthen it in some cases, as well as weaken it, of course. Yes, for example, I'm thinking right now about Baruch Spinoza. Spinoza being a remarkably logically minded person, who was nonetheless a believer in God, and seemingly a fairly convicted believer in God. And in fact, he invested an incredible amount of time into explaining his conceptualization of God. And his conceptualization of God was basically that God is the sort of irreducible universe itself. That God is the totality, and I'm going to be butchering his words here, so I recommend you go read Spinoza yourself. But basically, the idea was that God was the thing that binds all things. That all, like, existence itself is God, and God, all things in the universe are made fundamentally of God. They are various forms of the same fundamental thing. You know, a cup is as much a piece of God as anything else, that nothing is separate from God, that existence itself is the God that we imagine. And of course, this is just a very off-the-cuff summary of somebody who went to extreme lengths to logically make the arguments. And you can go read those arguments for yourself and grapple with them. And but of course, you know, his vision of God is very different from that of most of his peers at the time. But nonetheless, you know, a very logically minded person who had a belief in a God, but a type of God that was, of course, didn't resemble anything like the sort of old man with a beard type gods that are, you know, sort of visualized by you know, a lot of religions. Anyway, Spinoza is a very fascinating person and somebody who has always been inspiring to me. I believe that pantheism, I believe that he was like the, like one of the first people, let me see here. I always felt like pantheism was very strongly associated with, Spinoza. Hold on, let's see here. Let me see. For centuries, Spinoza has been regarded by his enemies and his partisans in the scholarly literature and the popular imagination as a pantheist. It is not clear, however, that this is the proper way to look at his conception of God. That is a citation from, here, let me see, author and citation info. This is from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the article on Baruch Spinoza written by Stephen Nadler. That's what they say. And I've always heard pantheism very strongly associated with Baruch Spinoza, but I don't know if he actually used that term. But a lot of people, when they think of pantheist, they do think of Spinoza. Mithril with the £5. If my university lecturers had been as interesting as this stream, I wouldn't have dropped out at the end of my first year. Many thanks, DraMama. Damn! Thank you for supporting the show. And of course, that's part of what I think my unique special power is. I have the unique and special magical superpower to help make really interesting topics, really valuable and important topics, interesting and fun. And of course, tonight I have extra help thanks to Chariot, who is also remarkably good at doing exactly that. Let's continue.
And then like whatever like the 300 level course was, I think 200, 300, something like that. And I remember like encountering these ideas and having my like George Lucas moment where I kind of wanted to boil down like what the most significant through line of a lot of these religions was, that I could reasonably justify as true. And I had that experience when I was about 19. I kind of hit that peak, where I could see a little bit further, because I played another video game series called Mass Effect. In Mass Effect, there's a character. His name is Legion. The name comes from biblical scripture, because it's from a passage about like spirits possessing men, and Jesus lures them out into animals, and it's like a miracle that he kind of performs, and something that's really interesting about that idea is that Legion is a consciousness or a semi-consciousness possessing a physical form. But he's a robot created by a creator race. Think like Skynet type stuff. He's a artificial intelligence, but he doesn't have an individual consciousness until right before he dies in the third game. The contention between his robot race and the alien creators who made them that causes them to war essentially starts over a very specific question. And it really reminded me of a Christian upbringing, because there's an exchange where Legion plays a recording for the player character, for Shepard, and it's a recording of a creator answering a question. The creators are the Quarians, the robots are the Geth. I'm trying to keep it simple for people who haven't played, but a Geth asks the question which is, does this unit have a soul? And the Quarian says no, and the recording ends. And Shepard says, so that was the first time that a Geth asked? And Legion says no. No, it was the first time that a creator became afraid. And that really struck me, because it instilled in me a very deep awareness of why people kind of get the way that they get about religiosity and spirituality. Why there's so much hate and fear bound up in ideas of God and the soul. If you do everything as best you can to save all the characters in the story, in the third game, you can save almost everybody. But you can't save Legion. Not really. In order to upgrade the Geth so that they can survive, he has to upload his consciousness into all of them. He disperses among them. he dies essentially. His body becomes a shell, an empty shell, and he's gone. But he has an imprint on the rest of the Geth that allows them to be more free. It allows them to be liberated from the control of the evil entity, the Reapers. It's a whole storyline thing. I'm not gonna get into all the Mass Effect lore right now. That'll be a whole separate video essay.
Based. Can't wait for it. Can't wait for it. Can't wait for it. When I hear Chariot talking about upcoming video essays, it's like someone telling me all of the gourmet meals they're gonna make me in the next few months. And I'm just like, how could I be so lucky? How can we be so lucky and blessed?
A lot of stuff planned, but I think about that scene a lot because right before he dies, the character, the Quarian companion Tally comes up to Legion and she says, Legion, I want you to know that the answer to your question was yes, this unit does have a soul. And Legion, who is not an individual consciousness up until that point, and therefore refers to himself as itself, says to her, I know, which is a total actualization of him as a unit and as a character. And it, I think, betrays a total perfect consciousness. But the reason why I bring this up is because in that moment he dies and he disperses his consciousness. In human life, I feel and have felt very strongly as I was searching for other ways of answering these questions for myself personally. People want security in these feelings, and I wasn't getting them from what personally, in my personal experience, felt like very hokey ideas of heaven and God. Like everybody goes to the afterlife and gets whatever they want forever. That's a lot of pressure. And it doesn't sound possible physically or conceptually, you know? And if logic is guiding us through these problems and through these circumstances socially and politically, then it can kind of start to feel like there's not really room for like weird answers like that, you know? I think this is why many leftists are often antagonistic to religion. That's not always the reason they'll give, but that feels emotionally to me like that's part of the motivation.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And when I think about that,
which makes it extra funny that there are so many millenarian leftists, right? Like there are so many what's the term that I'm looking for? Is it this? Yes, there's like the eschatology. The eschatology is the term I'm looking for. There is a extremely strong current of eschatological thought among leftism that's basically like the revolution, around the revolution will come, the revolution, when the revolution happens, the revolution's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen, when communism is here, when this is there. And it's a, it's wild, right? It's funny because there is like, there's a leftist desire to reject the sort of fantastical idea that just like, oh, everyone will be happy. It'll be butterflies and rainbows. There's a, you know, a personal reward waiting for everybody on the other end. And yet there is this, like I said, like there is this like strong trend, and it's particularly strong among, I'll note, among the more dogmatic factions of the left broadly. Where there's this fixation on you just need to get across the finish line, and there's going to be a time when it all comes together, and then after that it's going to be utopia. but because it's framed in, because it's painted differently, because it's framed differently, and there's like a little bit more tangible history to the ideas, or at least more tangible to us now, given that the history of Christianity is stretches so far back. You know, it's like, I find that extra fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Scene from that game. I think about video games a lot. A lot of video games have really changed my outlook on life, and I think that
Me too. Okay, I know that I really don't want to be a pause Andy when Chariot is talking about so much good stuff, but video games are the type of art that I think, at least in my like adult life, have been the most impactful on me. When I was younger, it would have been literature, you know, books. But as I've gotten older, and for the latter like portion of my life so far, video games have been a constant source of personal artistic growth, and philosophical growth even. And I relate with that so much, and just Predator arm meme right now with Chariot.
people who don't play video games have genuinely missed out on some severely important art. But I think about that a lot. And I thought about it when I was younger, and it was the answer. I remember crying. It's still hard to talk about, because it's such a profound epiphany. Legion is a person, fundamentally. He's as much a man as a machine, in a very real sense. Alien, Quarian, human, whatever, Geth. When he dies, he doesn't like return to the living force like in Star Wars. He doesn't go to heaven. He just leaves behind the impact of who he was. And the other Geth seem to process that as him having sacrificed to change them fundamentally. And I think if I engage with perfect, as an atheist, with perfect sincerity, as a secular, as a person who makes secular political prescriptions.
Peapot Fairy says, it is still very difficult for me to play video games without guilt because it was so ingrained in me that it's unproductive and a waste of time. Part of that, what you're talking about right there, is exactly why I love Death Stranding so much. And also, on a more extensive level, why I have these glasses right here, the Luden's mask. The whole concept of Homo Ludens that Kojima has sort of put forward as a staple of his brand, of his current brand. This idea of a humanity that embraces the power of play, that embraces the value of gameplay, I think is incredibly valuable. Games are art. There are games right now, in existence right now, that I believe are going to have as much of an impact on the planet Earth and the history of the world as the most famous pieces of literature and music and film that you can possibly imagine. This is also something that film had a problem with. When film first arrived on the scene, when it was first possible to make a film, there were a lot of artistic people who saw it as vulgar and unsophisticated and whatever, and they were dead wrong, of course. And it seems almost laughable that that was an opinion that people had, as I think it someday will towards art, towards video games. I think that opinion towards video games. Now, that's not to say that there aren't ways to engage in video games that are unproductive and, you know, not useful. But games are an artistic venture, and especially if you are engaging with them as an artistic venture, they can be life-changing, just like other art. I mean, almost every person has a song or a movie or a book. Most people have multiple that have changed their lives, that have granted them a piece of insight or an epiphany or something has been of great value to the course of their life. There are I would imagine there are certainly some people out there who just do not have that type of relationship with art, or perhaps they don't know that they do. They haven't necessarily realized it, but almost everyone does have at least something like that, a song or whatever. And for me, I have multiple of those for video games. For me, games, they mesh with my brain in a way that helps me become a better person. And I just want to say, you shouldn't feel guilty for enjoying art. You shouldn't feel guilty for exploring art. And not everything is about productivity. The entire, our culture is fixated on productivity. In fact, there was a book, I know this is becoming a ramble and I'm super rambling and whatever, but there was a book that I read that was called, hold on, let me think about it. It was called, oh God, what was it called? It was a book about gaming and the relationship between gaming and work. And one of the big things, and I wish I could remember the title of the book. God, it was really popular for a while. But I don't remember what it was called now. I read it a few years ago. Somebody's probably going to say it in chat. And I read this book, and a lot of it was fixated on how gaming, it was very like a fairly positive work about games. And it was essentially trying to make the argument that games are incredibly powerful, that games allow us to easily access like flow states. And then it sort of pivoted into making the argument that games could be used to increase our productivity, that games could be used to make us more inventive, and all these sorts of things. And I felt like the ending of the book was, I wish I could remember the damn name of the book. I remember at the time being somewhat interested in the book, and then over time becoming very critical of it, as I realized that it also failed to grasp the full potential of games. That games aren't just supposed to help you do a better job at the Amazon warehouse. That games aren't supposed to just help you innovate a better way to a better way to sell more widgets or whatever, but that rather that games are a way for humans to self-realize and self-actualize, that they can be experiences that make us better people. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Let's get back to this. I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that I touched on that. Don't feel bad about playing games. There are certain circumstances where, maybe you gotta chill on certain types of games or whatever. God knows I quit playing Battle Pass games for the most part, with the exception of Fortnite occasionally. But yeah, don't feel guilty. Let's continue.
I see in the poetics of many instances of spirituality and answers to a lot of difficult problems. The question of the soul, the question of what it means to die. And I think I have an answer to that question now. It only took me like 25 years or something. It's fine. I don't know if that's definitely not the record, but I came to a sense of certainty when I was younger, and now I feel like I have the language to express it again. Where I I now feel like I genuinely have a sense that as a human being, what it means to have a soul and what it means to die is to cease persisting, to desist, to cease as a unit, and to disperse into an effect on a collective. Notions of individualism and collectivism, I think, as philosophies, are fundamentally flawed and don't serve human existence because they ignore that these are the same thing to a human being. When they're good and when they're bad, the bad versions are the same thing and the good versions are the same thing. The annihilation is the same. The soul is the same. I want to stress, I'm not talking about ghosts and spirits and like literal like there's an ethereal realm of energy. I don't believe in any of that. I'm trying to use language to convey an idea that in some ways people are the effect that they have. In other ways, they're units. And it's not that that when they die, they become the lives that they touch. It's a very commonplace idea. But it's also that when the ego is empty, when you remove pride that doesn't serve you and personal desires and emotions as much as is humanly possible for a person in their own perspective to even attempt to do something like that, what you really get is that notion of solidarity, that you are those other people. And you might not act with the same kind of desperation as if your individual life was under threat, because you are locked in that perspective, and you'll always be in that perspective, in the same reason that you effectively get one body, and that's where you are throughout your life. And eventually it wears out and you die. Or it gets hurt and you die. Or it gets, sick and you die. Or some combination of the three.
Naomi Chance, thank you very much for the $5. Naomi Chance says, I'd consider something like high-level gameplay itself to be an art form. I lose hours watching people like Simple Flips ace extremely hard Mario hacks. It's genuinely amazing shit. Yeah, it's an art form in and of itself. I agree. Thank you very much.
And I think I have a very strong feeling now, of a very deep reassurance that in a extremely significant way, my connection with other queer people is kind of like the Geth a little bit,
I get that.
It doesn't bother me when people call me it. It's a funny example, but this unit has a soul. So I think about that a lot, and that's kind of the answer that I went looking for to soothe the desire to know that question that I had when I was a kid. Like I said, I spent years arguing with Christians about supernatural stuff and them using their religion to justify all kinds of washed up wackadoodle nonsense, from dropping bombs in Iraq to executing American citizens at gunpoint. Just ridiculous stuff over the years. But I have always grounded myself in a very strong awareness of death. And maybe that also is because in vitality, we have a requisite negation that, to experience life implies death, logically. I think maybe in a certain extent that's just how words work, but I believe in logic. I believe in the logic of all things. And I try my best to be loyal to that, because as I engage with it, it's something incredibly powerful. People need a theory of why. Not just because they're curious, scientifically, socially, but because when they hurt, it's the first question. Why? Why is this happening? That is our job. It's a question that has an answer. Effects have causes. Complex causes, but causes. These questions can be answered, theoretically. Looking for the answer is important. It unites you from your death to your birth. It unites you from your personhood to your collective. I think that not ironically, not being given that answer very well at all, ever when I was younger, by religious people led me to find something that was a lot more sincere, that was also able to draw upon some of the language that I would later encounter from Christian poets. Oh, what else? Oh yeah, death. Something else I wanted to talk about. The theme is logic of this discussion. Logic is important. When I was, I want to say 16, 17.
Chariot, have you ever played Pathologic 1 by any chance? Not to do, I know everyone's gonna groan the second I bring up Pathologic, but if you haven't played Pathologic 1, I feel like you would have a really, really, really wild time playing through the path of the Bachelor in Pathologic 1, because it deals with very similar themes around logic and around the character of the Bachelor is he fancies himself a very logic-driven person, and of course he is confronted with things that don't make a whole lot of sense, and perhaps things that are literally, genuinely supernatural. Of course, Pathologic is a game that benefits from being a game and is aware that it's a game. I just think you'd enjoy it a lot. I don't want to spoil a whole bunch, but you talking about this really makes me think that like you would enjoy the playthrough of The Bachelor. I mean, honestly, both The Bachelor and the and the Horospecs, Artemy. But they're both, the Bachelor's playthrough specifically is a sort of what's the word I'm trying to look for here? It is a meditation of and a deep dive into like pushing the limits of a character who is a very flawed character, significantly more flawed than yourself, in my opinion. The Bachelor has some pretty deep flaws that I don't think you share with him. But yeah. Yeah. Pathologic 1 is very difficult, but it's difficult in an old school way. Whereas Pathologic 2, in my opinion, is significantly harder than Pathologic 1. In Pathologic 1, it plays like an old school shooter where the game basically wants you to use quick saves. And while it is hard, when you use a quick save system, oops, I fucked up, you press quick load. Whereas Pathologic 2 actually doesn't let you do that at all. In fact, they deliberately made it impossible to use a quick save system without actually like hacking the game basically, or modding the game. You actually get actively punished if you try to do that. So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I read the first half and then didn't get the second half. Chariot says, I've considered trying Pathologic one day eventually, but I've heard it's somewhat hard. I've seen people fail at it pretty hard. I, on the other hand, am used to winning. Sorry, anyway, I gotta stop. My stun locking during this has done a disservice to your video. This is how I get, okay? It's bad. It's really bad. Yeah, if you play Pathologic 1, I could give you the rundown. I really love Pathologic 1, but it's a different experience than Pathologic 2. Anyway, yeah. It's incredible, A-Pillow. Oh my god, it's incredible. Also, of course, Pathologic, the entire game is a discussion of death, life, death, life, death, life, death, life, and the two sides of the coin, in an incredible way. Yeah. So, anyway, let's continue.
17, I think. 17 probably. Something in the neighborhood of I think like 16, basically. Because I was young for my year when I was in high school. But my uncle passed away. And we always had like a really vibrant, my dad's side of the family, very vibrant Catholic, Irish Catholic family. There was always a lot of laughter. Yelling in every room, but not necessarily bad yelling, good yelling, you know, a lot of noise. It was a very sad passing, because it was a suicide, and I thought, without getting too deeply into any indictment or any heavy weight, it comes up a lot because it was a little in advance of this time of the year. Not this time, a little before this time of the year, kind of in like the fall, if memory serves correctly. But pretty close to around this time of year that it happened. And I was curious, of course. I wondered why. I don't want to divulge any private information, but I do want to say that when people come to hold certain values, those values have implications. When people come to hold certain beliefs, those beliefs have implications. Ideology has implications. Religion, as well, has implications. It was very difficult for my extremely Catholic, not so gay and trans friendly grandparents, not so being kind of an understatement there, just so we're clear, to cope with their son's passing in that way, because the doctrine of the Catholic Church was that if somebody kills themselves, they go to hell because it's a mortal sin. Now, I don't keep up with the stances of the Church and the Vatican on all things. It's not my prerogative. But just so we're like clear, I think that's a load of garbage. And I don't think that it's a load of garbage because I think that heaven and hell are real. I think it's a load of garbage because I think that it's an intensely cruel and ignorant position to take on mental health. And I became very interested in mental health, obviously recovering from that moment, watching my family recover from that moment. Um, and I ended up even as an atheist volunteering with like a Christian, mainly a Christian mental health and suicide prevention and awareness organization. You know, I don't want to overstate the amount of work that I did, but I did learn a lot. You know, I was always very busy, but I did try my best to learn a lot. And I've become very sensitive to language around suicide and around mental health. Not because it's mean to tell someone to low tier God or whatever. It's not the problem. It's not that it's mean. It's that people genuinely don't understand mental health at a mechanical level. They don't get how it works. It's not intuitive. Like when they train you to like work like a crisis hotline, you know, there's just like certain ways of talking about things, certain things you're not supposed to say. I had a friend once who completely volunteered because he's just a good person in his heart, you know, just out of the goodness of his heart, and maybe because he had a little crush on me at the time, but mostly out of the goodness of his heart because he's a good guy. I believe. Volunteered with that organization, and he was with me for a bit at a tabling that we did at our university, and I was like a senior, I think, at the time, roundabouts. And this guy comes up to us, this old ass piece of shit comes up to us, and he starts like interrogating us about mental health. And like he's trying to check us, you know, he's trying to
Please keep listening. I'll be right back.
You know, trying to be the authority in the room. Some dude in like dirty jeans who I, on God, have never seen inside this university building before, who does not go here, right? Like he just showed up to mess with children. Of course we were like 21, 22. Not children really, but young people just showing up to mess with students, college students. And he said something to my friend that is the red cardinal sin never say of suicide prevention and awareness, which is he asked my friend if my friend had ever wanted to kill himself, and my friend said yes, and he asked if he had ever attempted, and he said yes, and he asked how. And my friend, being a very honest and decent person, just opened up about taking pills, and it happened that they weren't pills that would kill, and he got very lucky, and I believe had his stomach pumped. You know, different medications, attempted overdoses can have wildly different effects. It's not necessarily a crazy consistent way of attempting suicide. And this guy, cluing into to something related to that thought, said, well, if you really wanted to do it, you would have thrown yourself in front of a train. Which is, and I really can't stress this enough as somebody who like volunteered in that organization, the biggest piece of shit thing that you can ever say to somebody who is it is the number one. If you say that, you are disqualified from ever talking about suicide and mental health forever until the end of time, kind of thing. As a grown man, to say that to somebody, no, you're done. And he actually got kicked out of the building immediately following that. It is a psychotic thing to say. And you know what? I know it's a psychotic thing to say because I've heard it a time and time again in online politics. Some of you have probably seen it. Some of you probably know people who have had that said to them. Not too uncommon. So I became very sensitive to stuff like that. You know, if you ever have that thought to yourself, and you need it explained to you like you're 5, Just go watch. I can't believe I'm recommending this show, but go watch that BoJack Horseman scene, the view from halfway down. You know, the character who kills himself jumping from a bridge.
I remember this.
Talking about, you know, obviously the mental projection that BoJack has of him. Talking about how beautiful the view is and how he's about to die. How the last thing that he feels right as he dies is that he wishes he could live. When people, that's a real kind of testimony taken from actual suicide survivors. It's a frequent emotion. When you try to take your own life, your body will try to defend itself and protect itself. Your brain will try. There will be that part of you. Maybe not a guarantee, but it happens pretty frequently.
Yep. Happens remarkably frequently.
People who say that stuff don't know what they're talking about. People who talk to the families of suicide victims who say things like they're in hell, they're burning, they committed a sin, you don't know what you're talking about. You're out of line.
Yep.
Grievously out of pocket, you know?
It's disgusting, frankly.
It's so far beyond the pale of a thing to say that I can only suspect that somebody who speaks to other people that way has a deeply damaged psyche and deeply corrupted sense of self, to the point where hurting other people is just the order of how their brain operates. That it's somehow built into their behavior, and that it would be so normal to them that they wouldn't even see the problem with that. You know, some people are like that, but it's not okay. You should never say that to somebody. There's certain things that you just don't say about this stuff. You know, there are lines that are not to be crossed. And yet, I had a lot of troubles with my grandparents in particular, and I had a lot of resentment built up around that. And I did feel very sympathetic to them when they were trying to find a way, trying to look for a way of seeing and believing within their faith something good about their son. My grandmother and I, my dad's mother and I, who has passed away now, talked less and less over the years. I did not respect what I saw as her deep and abiding bigotry towards queer people. Not out of necessarily proactive hate. Some people are transphobic because they're disgusted by us. It's a very visceral emotion that they experience. But some people are because of the implication. It's implicit in the way that they see other things about the world, and they happen to come to that conclusion. Well, for my money, you know, if you ever find yourself in that place, you might have taken a wrong turn. And I've never had any problem saying that to people, because I always felt like the point should be that logic yields justice. That any logic you would choose, at any rate, should yield justice. But my grandmother told me at one point that that she really, this is a private conversation, but I'm the only one alive to remember. She told me she couldn't remember her son's face anymore. And specifically, how ashamed she was. I did not get along well with her. I do believe that that was a sincere moment of someone who desperately wanted something other than what she was being told and what she was feeling and what was implied in her belief and by the church. There was an attempt. There was a desire for something else. But that bridge was just never fully crossed. And when she died,
Tragic.
I
Genuinely tragic.
went to her funeral, and I had to excuse myself halfway through and go sit in my then girlfriend's car. And she tried giving me like stomach medication because my stomach, I felt like I was going to throw up. I felt so sick. And it in hindsight was the first time that I was physically to an almost disabling degree. Like I was hunched over. I was like laying on the practically on the ground, like panting.
Yep.
I was so physically pained by nothing more than the raw, unfiltered emotion. And I have tried ever since to figure out what that emotion was. I was angry. The feeling was anger. But I wasn't just angry at her. Yeah, she said that, you know, she'd never call me by my pronouns or my name, sure. Just baggage there. You know, I never had the chance really to tell her off about it. You know, so there's a lot of emotion there that never got catharsis. But I think I was angry because things shouldn't have to be that way. And that's always been my feeling ever since I was a small child. It shouldn't be like that. People shouldn't suffer at the accidental or incidental implications of an ideology that they bought into 50 or 60 years ago, that they have internalized to such a deep degree that logic can't challenge it. And I have felt very strongly that that is something that religion can do to people, and it's very ugly. I do also feel that political ideology can do it to people, to be quite fair, to be absolutely clear. But when I see people who are really in their own heads about their religion, you know, well, we know God wants this, or, you know, because of the Bible, we know that this happened. That certainty, I think, is a cover for a deep emotional insecurity. If you were more emotionally secure, you'd be more comfortable with intellectual insecurity, or with, you know, intellectual vulnerability, I think is a better word for it. A person who's emotionally secure does not need to dogmatically reassure themselves. People don't use dogma to convince other people. They use it to control the people who already believe what they believe and to convince themselves.
More or less, yeah. Well, and to implicitly threaten those who don't align. I think that's the other part of it too. I think that dogma is used to basically threaten those who don't believe, to induce a sort of to induce insecurity, right? When you're confronted, when you're grappling with the unknown, and this is something that I think ties or at least parallels some of the things that Chariot was discussing earlier, with regard to the sort of the religious, or at least the Catholic approach towards discussions around, you know, self-harm and suicide. Like, there's a parallel here, which is that, like, there's this condescension that sometimes comes from particularly dogmatic religious people when tragedy strikes. That if other people are struggling or are confused or don't have answers, that they'll be like, well, you know, all you need is God, and God would alleviate your need for questions. How unfortunate that you're suffering when you could be like us and have the answers and not be suffering. You know what I'm talking about? And that's something, at least, that I have encountered a lot, and I think that it happens both interpersonally, but also on a broad level. Like, dogmatic thinkers will engage with political problems in which there is great suffering, and ultimately be like, oh, those poor fools, those poor lost fools, they could, if only they could be like us, they would have the answers set before them. They would have the path set before them. And of course, it's a load of crock. There are many things that, you know, when experienced, like the religious answer does not actually provide any comfort. There are plenty of very, very devout religious people who are confronted with tragedy and find no comfort in their religion whatsoever. God, I remember I was listening to a podcast specifically about this and about grief and about you know, this sort of religious condescension that can come around grief. It was a fairly mainstream podcast talking about issues that can arise from dealing with grief, and that was one of the main things they talked about was this sort of thing of like people basically trying to give you a religious answer that you're not looking for. And I do think that like that is another function of dogma, that that it acts to try and breed insecurity in others. It doesn't necessarily, you're right, that it's not really meant to convince people. The dogmatic aspect is not really meant to convince people, but it has, you know, these downstream effects. Yeah.
It's alienating to logic. And on a fundamental poetic level, I think because it is alienating to logic, Christian dogma is deeply alienating to the soul and to any real shred of God that could even be considered real or a part of the universe. If there is an echo of such a thing in just the logos underpinning the way things are, if there is something that is just generative of reality, it's deeply offensive to that concept, that idea, that you would be so dogmatically unassailed by logic in your every principle.
I agree with this so much. What you're saying here, I agree with so much. Again, there is a logic behind dogmatism. I think there's, I don't know if the human brain is actually like, this is something beyond my ability. I don't know if the human brain is like fully capable of not engaging in some sort of logical process, at least when, I mean, maybe in like split moments, like split in a moment of like action, perhaps there isn't necessarily a full logic, but I don't even know then. Our brains are like organic computers. They function in a certain way. But I agree with you in saying that like the logic of dogmatism is one of perpetually encouraging a not even the most simplest answer, but the simplest answer that is convenient for the dogmatism, for the dogma itself. It is a perpetual reproduction of the simplest line towards the you know, or it is a yeah, it is a reproduction of the simplest line towards, you know, further perpetuating the ideology itself. Dogmatism is, you know, it encourages the least involvement in the universe as it is, and the most submission to a particular idea that has asserted itself as dominant. I think that the concept of memes here becomes very valuable because I think that dogmatic memes are you know, for those who don't know what the concept of a meme actually is, not like, you know, a rage comic or a Wojak or, you know, those cats going, all my fellas, all my fellas, you know, not that type of meme, but the actual type of meme, the idea of a of ideas that perpetuate, that sometimes self-perpetuate, or at least seem to, you know, yeah, memes are, you know, these sort of dogmatic memes have a reproductive element that I think cheats humans of a full existence. Dogmatism robs our minds of a more satisfying truth in the name of a quick perpetuation of an idea. You know, this idea, like I think of like highly like fundamentalist Christianity. The idea, Christianity itself it propels itself forward through time, through people who have become convinced that it needs to be carried forward. And fundamentalist Christianity is highly dogmatic. It uses very brutish and blunt techniques for perpetuating itself. And in the human subjects who you know, become hosts to this meme, it cheats them of a better existence. It cheats them of the ability to understand why they're doing the things that they do, and instead gives them only the most like impoverished justification. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, the monsoon type. Exactly, Bluestone. Precisely. Mithril with the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. It's 6 a.m. here and my blood is currently boiling. The Daily Hate Mail, which yesterday carried a virulently anti-trans front page, is today headlining sympathy for the parents of a murdered trans girl. Oh yes, disgusting rags like the Daily Mail have no shame whatsoever and will gladly play all sides of an issue as long as it makes them money. I'm very sorry about that. Thank you for supporting the show. I'm sorry to hear that you had to even see that at all. That's why I try not to engage with garbage rags like that, because they have no morals and they have no standards and no spine. Anyway, I hope what I was just saying there about dogma makes sense. I feel it's so hard sometimes to explain these concepts in full, and make them make sense off the fly.
You know, people like Ben Shapiro should not own the phrase facts and logic. He has very few facts and precisely no logic. In fact, his conduct is completely alienating to logic in a way that I find particularly soulless. You know, obviously he's Jewish, but he does play to the Christian right quite a bit, and he does work with them quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely he does, yep.
You can hear it in the way that they talk a lot of the time. Christian right-wingers. You know, it's all about the way God intended and the natural order and the way humans were meant to be. Pure dogma.
It's pure dogma, and it's also arrogant. It's beyond arrogant. Like, to claim that you know the designs of God. And again, this is one of the things that right there, the arrogance to claim to know the plans of God was one of the early things that pushed me to leave the church that I, you know, this cult that my family was in. I found that as such a deep hypocrisy within the teachings, within the logic even of the religion. The idea that you can declare as some sort of like, you know, mere human what the plans of God are. Like you can just be like, yeah, I know for a fact that God didn't want homosexuals to exist. Like the arrogance required. The arrogance, like, again, within the logic of Christianity, an act of almost blasphemous arrogance. Pure pride. Exactly, Vixen.
And I've been hearing stuff like that forever. And if you grew up Christian, you have too. Doesn't make a lot of sense. It does not make a lot of sense internally to their own worldview. First of all,
there you go.
It's deeply arrogant for the Christian fundamentalists to believe that they have known and have experienced directly, unfiltered, the mind of God and the will of God. And they disingenuously, consistently pivot to the idea that God is unknowable when it's convenient for them. But they, for an unknowable, far off, imperceptible entity with an ineffable plan, they sure seem to know a lot about the plan and about the entity. And
there is also a type of Christian, and I have encountered very, very intimately this type of Christian. There is the type of Christian that simply will look you dead in the eyes and go, yes, God did tell me that personally. Yes, I do know the will of God. And I think that that type of Christian is a pretty dangerous type. And my experiences with that type of Christian really made me realize the like the type of I guess one of the most dangerous like mutations of extreme Christianity. Someone who is, their mind has become so guarded and so convinced, they're so unbelievably convinced that they come to the belief that they are actually the mouthpiece of God themselves. Not even in a distanced way. They drop all of the sort of the trappings of humility whatsoever. I think that type of person can be incredibly like unbelievably acutely dangerous. They're not the only type, of course. I think that there are you know, church leaders who don't really believe themselves to be the voice of God. I mean, there are mega church leaders who don't even believe in God anymore. You know, that they just kind of like, they're in it for the biz. And those people are very dangerous in their own way and arguably affect more people. But the type of Christian who does come to the conclusion that, yes, I have been uniquely granted insight. Yes, I have been chosen to have a vision or a contact with God, and my interpretation of the Bible, it may as well be God. It's a type of maniacal, hyper egocentric approach that I think is incredibly acutely dangerous. And when you encounter that type of person, there isn't much you can do. You can't really reason with them. They have insulated their mind to all types of reason. They have a belief, and if you are in opposition to it, then you are the black to the white. It is often nearly impossible to actually coexist with someone like that. Sometimes literally impossible. Yeah. I didn't have all that much profound, but just to say that I've encountered that, and I think it's an upsetting type of person to run into. particularly, because it's like most people, I think, even people who might be fairly narcissistic, people who might have fairly large egos, I think most people can imagine circumstances in which they could be convinced of a different outcome, or they could be convinced of a different position. But the type of person who has reached a level of internal acceptance of a certain dogma, that they believe that they have become essentially a voice for the divine, an irrefutable voice for the divine. It's not. It's upsetting and and can be very dangerous. Yeah, can be very dangerous.
All of its associated qualities. So, buzz off, you know? I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. And nobody should. That's a person who who has to tell you how unknowable the answers are one minute and is profoundly convinced the next is lying. You know, it's not, and you can tell if they do that and they refuse to give you a logical explanation, if they refuse to point to evidence, and just kick the ball further down the road. To me, the only thing resembling the place in my life that occupies maybe where some other people keep spirituality and God is justice and logic. Because justice has a logic, and an appropriate conception of justice has a logic.
Yeah, I just got a notification about that. As Panness Main says, Twitter is down, as in the whole thing is down. Yeah, somebody sent me a message on Discord, and I was like, wait, for real? And if you go to Discord, if you go to Twitter right now, there's literally no timeline. Like, you can go to the site, but there's nothing on it. It's completely, like, there's nothing there. That's the harshest, this is the hardest the site has ever fucking crashed. Wild. Listen, tell it to Earth. That's all I have to say. Tell it to Earth, okay?
I said something a while back that I thought about very, very thoroughly before I posted it, but I believe it incredibly sincerely. That there is something more true than truth, and there's something more beautiful than beauty, and there's something more just than justice. And we do not know the names of these friends that we have not met yet. But time, and hopefully a guided notion of historical progress, will enlighten us. And maybe never us. Maybe it won't be for me. I had to face that a while back. Maybe some people just suffer and die, and there is no reason. And they ask why, and no prayer is heard, and no answer is given to the question. This happens every day. Not that there isn't a cause, but there's no, for so many people, nothing resembling justice. And for a lot of people, I think it's enough to shake their faith. But logic is there even when I don't believe. Logic was there when I thought there was a God, and it's been there ever since I started believing there wasn't one. Logic has been there guiding me mathematically. It's the rhythm of the heart. From, you know, antecedent to consequent. That's what I hear. It's stupid, maybe, silly, dorky. But when I hear the rhythm of the heart and I hear the two chambers go thud thud, I hear antecedent, consequent. That's life to me. Everything can make sense. It might not. You know, it might not for me. I might never have the answers to the questions that I want to ask. I might never have the chance to figure things out. But people are trying, man. And that matters. There are people who are trying to figure these things out. And I think whatever is beyond the end of justice, whatever is in the next unfolding of human history, if it isn't total annihilation, then there's the chance for something better. And if there's the chance for something better, somebody can have that thing, that beauty and that truth and that justice. It can be for them. So I think we have an obligation to a social and to a personal truth to dedicate ourselves to trying to understand these problems. And hopefully this has been a way of guiding all of you through how I grew up in a Catholic community. And, you know, it wasn't well, I say it wasn't a cult, it was the Catholic Church, but, you know, there weren't...
It's actually really funny. The funny thing about that particular line, you know, the Catholic Church is kind of how the concept of cult, as we know it now, actually formed. Because basically anything that wasn't the Catholic Church was considered as simply a cult. It's kind of funny. It's like the circle that you talked about, the Venn diagram, where everything is the Catholic Church, except for what's outside of the Catholic Church on the rest of the page.
The same kind of pressures as have been on other people. There weren't all of the same factors at play. You know, again, like I said, I had parents who allowed me to ask questions and to make decisions for myself. You know, I still had to take I had to take the test. I had to pick a saint. I had to learn the Beatitudes. I had to do all the stuff. But hopefully this makes a little sense. This is a little peek. And maybe we'll do something like this again sometime.
I think it was valuable and good. And it made a lot of sense to me.
But I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Chariot. Thank you, Chariot. Now, before we go any further, I do want to discuss a little bit and hear people's thoughts. But before we go any further, it's that time, everybody. You know what time it is. It's time for this signature Imp raid with love. All right, the link is going out. I want all of you, please, for the love of logic, okay? For the love of logic, I want you to click that button right on the screen. I want you to leave a like on Chariot's video, and I would like it very, very much if you would leave a comment. Any comment. It can be something as simple as much love. It can be love from the imps. It can be anything, okay? I don't care what you put there, but I want you to leave a big and kind and loving comment of any, I shouldn't say big, a kind and loving comment of any size or length. Go do that right now before we do anything else, because imps always raid with love, and we have been gifted with this incredibly edifying brain food for us to engage with and talk about for the last few hours. And I want us all to show some appreciation for that. It's really important that we do this sort of thing because, frankly, there is a very, very low level of inter-community love on the internet. There is a very low and a disappointingly low level of inter-community flow, and I want our community to be one of the communities that changes that, okay? We have a reputation on the internet for being a community that raids with love, so go send some love to Chariot. And while you're there, press subscribe, because Chariot's video essays are out of this world. Okay, Chariot's video essays are next level, okay? Some of my favorite on the entirety of YouTube, okay? And I am a picky video essay enjoyer, okay? And I love Chariot's video essays. So I wanted to give some of my thoughts overall about this spiritual deconstruction. First of all, I think it was awesome to get to listen to. I think it was incredibly vulnerable and meaningful, and I appreciate all of that. And there was so much in here that I felt was thought-provoking. I loved the section on violence and how we have a very impoverished conceptualization of violence in the like sort of, I guess I would say, like the current broad public discourses, especially in America. I think that when people think of violence, they mostly conflate it immediately with crime. They immediately think of violence as like that's what violence is in the minds of an American, at least from what conversations I have. And I feel fairly confident in that read. When you talk to people and you say, well, if you think of violence, what do you think of? And they think of a crime. And that, I think that that's a very deliberate thing, that is the product of a society that is trying to push a certain agenda, to have the concept of violence be boiled down to a single meaning that can be reviled in a sort of 2 minutes hate. The violent criminal, the violent terrorist, the violent blah, blah, blah. And you have your 2 minutes hate, and then you never have to think about it anymore. You never have to engage with a concept that is complex and that when interrogated more deeply, you recognize that of course, like, it is not just complex, it is all over the place. There is violence in the upholding of law, an incredible amount of violence. There is violence in acts of consumption of all types, not even, mind you, in the consumption of meat, but in all types of consumption. That violence pervades, in a very real sense, like Chariot said, nearly every aspect of our lives from the beginning to the end. And when you confront that, it makes you it makes you rethink relationships that involve violence, right? If violence is all over the place and violence isn't something that can be so simply written off, like to try and so think about it like this: if violence only means when a criminal does something bad, then it's very easy to just be like, violence is bad and I denounce violence. I hate violence. Violence is disgusting to me. But if you engage with violence as a concept that can include things like, as Chariot said, cell division, or that you can engage with violence as a concept that can include, you know, how laws are enforced in our society, you are forced to grapple with it. You are forced to break it down into its into constitutional parts, to talk about different types of violence, to actually think more deeply, to say, well, okay, are there types of violence that we can avoid? Are there types of violence that are genuinely to be reviled? You can't just sort of have that interestingly, dogmatic approach towards violence that says all violence is bad, the violence of the terrorist, the violence of the criminal. Yeah. I really, really appreciated that segment, and I found the way that you talked about it, the way that you talked about constructive forms of violence. You know, not to, well, I don't feel like I have to apologize to this at all, but in Pathologic 2, this is also present in Pathologic 1, but it is more present in Pathologic 2. In Pathologic 2, there is a role, a word which represents a role for the people of the kin. And this term is menku. A menku is one who knows the lines. That's what that's like sort of what it means literally. A menku is a person who knows the lines. And you spend a lot of time in the game trying to figure out what that actually means. And one part of its meaning is that it is someone who knows how to when to break and when to mend. It is a person who is conferred with the social right. Right, but they are sort of granted social leeway to be a mender and a breaker. And as a part of this, you encounter other similar words. Like, for example, in the kin language, the word for doctor and butcher are the same word. They refer to doctors as butchers and butchers as doctors. They are this is sort of downstream from this concept of a person who has the right, or who has been trusted with, more importantly, who has been trusted with the right to break and mend. And that becomes a big part of the discussion, is basically how do you become, as a character, when you're playing this character, how do you fulfill the role of menku? How do you become someone who is worthy of knowing when to break, or who is worthy of that title because you know when to break and when to mend. And you know that all mending is breaking, that you cannot mend something new without breaking something else. The moment that you tie two things together, you have removed what it was before. If you tie two pieces of fabric together, it is no longer two pieces of fabric. They have become one fabric. That one fabric destroys the two fabric. I was going somewhere with this. Yeah. So okay. I see. I remember where I'm going with this. The whole point being, of course, that that violence cannot be boiled down. You know, life and death cannot be boiled down to something so simple as bad versus good, but rather an incredibly complex process that has to be engaged with on its own terms. A duality that has to be engaged with on its own terms. I just really appreciated the way you talked about it and how much it plugs into stuff that I find very important and fascinating. Yeah. On another thing that I wanted to talk about, most of this stuff I brought up during the actual react, but another thing I wanted to talk about was this was the sort of section about logic. And this is something I myself have puzzled with, because I am also somebody who values logic pretty highly. I mean, like, it's kind of been, you know, the willingness to engage in direct conflicts of logic was a part of, you know, the foundation of what I do publicly, you know, debating and all of that. And also part of what I do in engaging in any sort of discourse is, you know, trying to grapple with ideas, take them apart and disassemble them and find their, you know, the pieces that make them up, and figure out if there's any validity to those ideas. And this idea of logic as a sort of foundational substance or the like. I've thought about that a lot. You know, logic, our conceptualization of logic is one thing. You know, but the universe, as far as we can tell, basically, no matter how you slice it, even if you're a total solipsist and you believe that the universe is simply, you know, our imagination, regardless, it follows a set of rules. A set of rules that can be incredibly, incredibly complex, but that nonetheless follow from one another. And often, I mean, for all of history, every seeming contradiction that we have discovered in rules has simply been a matter of us not actually understanding the rules. And I feel like that would always be the case, right? Because even if, say, tomorrow something supposedly supernatural was discovered, it would not be supernatural at all. It would have become the natural. If, say, tomorrow we discovered the existence of ghosts, it would not be possible for us to discover the existence of ghosts if ghosts had not become enmeshed in the natural. You know, even if there were layered planes of existence, those things would not be able to be, to be engaged with or encountered or observed if they didn't intermesh in some way with the laws and logic of our universe. So I find something fascinating and compelling about recognizing the value of logic in that way, the value of being able to, I guess recognize how fundamentally important it is to be able to observe and assemble like sort of strings of causality. And I guess one of my only concerns with that, and this is very personal, this is not really, I'm not really arguing with you, is I don't even know, like this is where I'm entering into uncharted waters, or poorly charted waters, I should say at the very least. I have come up against how do I put this? Because it's not just a no true Scotsman thing that I'm thinking of. What I've come up against is empiricists, people who have this sort of approach to the universe that that everything can be explained in a very particular scientific method, which I don't even know if I necessarily disagree with that core idea. And I don't know if it's just that, there's people like this who are frauds and they're just not actually engaging honestly, with, an attempt to observe the universe as it is and record, that as truth. But this is why I said I feel like I'm in uncharted waters here, and that I'm going to stumble a little bit here because, I have concerns and I have encountered people who ostensibly pride themselves on the value of logic and of the on the value of observation and an attempt to sort of quiet their presumptions about the universe, to attempt to overcome their biases and observe the universe as it is and not as they wish it is, or as they have, been taught to see it as it is. But I've encountered a lot of these people who do not do that at all, despite making it central to their personality, that is what they are. There's instead an almost constant assertion of a particular worldview. I think like when you encounter like, a lot of like super empirically minded people, you find that a lot of them are just liberals. They're bog standard liberals, with a very with liberal assumptions of the world, And I don't know where that comes from, and I don't know how to engage with that entirely. It's something that I've struggled. You've probably seen me sort of struggling with this in my discussions about anti-theism, because there is an aspect of the world that, while it follows logic, I don't know if it's like the clean mathematical logic that like we think of when we're like, you know, doing, working out logical. There's a term that I'm thinking of that I can't think of right now. Hold on. What's it called? It's like it's not is it like logical equations? Is it like Boolean? I don't remember. No, what's it called? There's like a thing where you like, where they use all the fucking hard logical mathematics where you've got all the fucking symbols. I don't remember any of it anymore. This makes me sound dumb. It's not that. It's logical calculus? No, that's not the right word. There's a term I'm thinking of where arguments are written out in a very particular formula. It doesn't really matter. What I'm trying to say is that there are challenges that we engage, that we encounter, that I don't know how easily we can defer to just logic alone. In that there are perfectly valid logical paths to completely different conclusions, and when they bump into one another, what it basically boils down to is your core assumptions. Interestingly, this is when I left religion. This was what sort of initially fascinated me about objectivism. When I first left the cult, I started learning about objectivism, and I got rather passionate about objectivism for a short period of time before literally arguing myself out of objectivism, which is a funny story. I took someone else with me out of objectivism, which makes me happy because I think objectivism sucks. But at the time, I found it interesting because objectivism is fairly preoccupied as a philosophy with values, with like the values that individuals take for themselves, the things that individuals value. And I do think that there's a certain amount of validity to this idea that like values are incredibly important. And there are things that for which I don't believe that there is like a perfect utilitarian calculus you can come to. Like, you know, like I don't think there's like a math formula that can solve human happiness or that can solve universal happiness or anything like that. I don't think it's like possible. I think that it's going to depend on how you define these things, which does add it adds some, what's the right word for this? It makes things a little spooky. It adds a variability that conflicts with a purely logical approach to the universe when you're confronted with the fact that two people with completely valid logical justifications can ultimately come to different conclusions, but the path that they took to get there are both valid. Yeah, it makes me wonder, and it's possible that, you know, that maybe that is a, you know, it is a byproduct of human existence. It is a byproduct of, Chariot says, DramaMama, this is actually why I constantly talk about ideology and frameworks, because some people who engage with what you're talking about become rationalists of a sort, and we can't be beings of pure logic. but really we'd probably have to go back and forth on this someday. Yeah, I'd love to talk to you about it. And again, I'm not really trying to pose this as an argument against your video in any way. I actually am quite thankful for your video getting me to think about it more, because it's something that I have not myself worked out, like how to move through that space fully. I don't know if there's an answer. It is central to some of the struggles that I've had engaging with like the anti-theist crowd, which is that I think a lot of the anti-theist crowd, I think that the anti-theist crowd tends to fall into that rationalism camp, and which is really funny because god damn it, are there a lot of so-called rationalists who just like they just grab a giant barrel of shit like race realism and fucking gender essentialism and just start chugging, just their belly getting big and fat and round, full of fucking heinous rotten ideology, and then they're like, I'm so rational, bro. It's difficult, and I don't have all the words yet. 85D2D Derek says, the mathematician Gödel actually proved what you're saying. It's called Gödel's incompleteness theorem. No set of axioms can be entirely self-consistent. Interesting. I feel like maybe I should read up on that. So I know this is hard to believe when you're in the presence of the Queen of Hell, but I have limitations in my knowledge, and one of the limitations is that it's been a long time since I've engaged with like hard philosophical studies, and honestly, I don't know, I was never super passionate about like the type of philosophy that's just like, here is a tome in which I go from the absolute bare bone assumptions about the function of language to my ideology in 500 pages. I've always found that to be very difficult to get through, but it does mean that I feel limited when it comes to certain subjects. And it might just be something where, you know, over time I have to bite the bullet and go even deeper on these topics, but yeah. Yeah. Chariot says, I was an anti-theist once, but I deconverted. Ha ha ha. No, that's good though. I mean, I also considered myself an anti-theist for a while too. And then I stopped finding use in the label, and also I became skeptical of some of the arguments. Partially just because I think there are theists who are smarter than a lot of anti-theists, and I don't know, that people are going to be like, oh, that's not really what it's about, and I get that, but like I don't know that theism in and of itself like means anything. Like, stripped of context, I don't know that it's possible to say that like theism is objectively worse than atheism. I just don't know if that's true. I don't know that I believe that anymore. I am an atheist, and the reason why I'm an atheist is because I don't believe in God. There's not a God that I'm convinced of. But there are people who are convinced of some type of God, and they have their reasons for doing so, and I believe they can still be good people. I believe they can come to very good conclusions, and some of them are smarter than I am in a number of ways. So, I don't know. I have been less and less convinced on the hardline anti-theist position. When I was an anti-theist, it was largely because I was grappling with Christian theists. And that was another thing I realized over time, was I realized that my anti-theism was informed almost exclusively by engaging with radical Christians. And I felt like it was foolish of me, like it was arrogant and presumptuous of me to have a position against all God belief when almost my entire history of engagement with God believers was with one particular subset of God believers. So. All right, cool. Thank you, Grady HD. I appreciate that. I'll take a look at that up right now. I'll put that on the list. Thank you. Anyway, that's about all that I think my brain thoughts have been sort of emptied out on this particular, on this topic. I don't know that there's anything else productive that I have to say, but I want to say sincerely, Chariot, thank you so much for making this video. Thank you for letting us react to it. And thank you for being open to hearing my thoughts. I'm very excited for your future works. And my lovely imps, make sure that you subscribe to Chariot. And if you are watching this in the future on YouTube as a video segment, make sure you hit subscribe to me down below, because God knows you need a demon in your life. Keep listening for the signal. Wow. Please be safe, Advark. Please be safe. Now, should we do some Dark Souls? I kind of feel like we should do some Dark Souls. What time is it? Oh, it's 11 p.m. Oh, God, it's getting so late. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, my God, those are amazing. Oh my God, EB, these are amazing. EB just sent us new Imp-mas emotes. Holy moly, we have new Imp-mas emotes. What perfect timing. Imp-mas easy. Imp-mas wave. And Imp-mas hands. They're so cute. We'll get those up on the site and the Discord immediately. Immediately. Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, that is so beautiful. That's so good. Oh, you're in chat. Yay, they're so cute. We've been going for 6 hours. We talked about a lot of intense subjects today. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to call it here. I know I wanted to do giveaways. I wanted to do gaming, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling very, very wiped. But you know what that means, right? That means that I'm gonna stream again much sooner. Also, oh yeah, I have to watch these things. Here's what we'll do. I'm not going away quite yet. Don't go anywhere yet, okay? Don't go away yet, okay? Not yet. Don't do it yet, okay? Don't do it yet. I have memes to show with you first. First, meme.
I'm staying cold, motherfucker.
It's Carl Lean. Why is he lean colored?
Oh. Goodbye, Carl Weezer. What? Jimmy's mother now belongs to me, not you, Carl. Oh no, motherfucker! Now eat it.
Okay, that's pretty good.
First the 3B right now. No, sorry, I gotta go. Timothy dating Jimmy's mom. Goodbye!
Damn. Took the salty and the woman, bro. I'm hurt.
You got too far. Goku Black was actually black.
Get back here, you fucking pussy.
Okay, all right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, and we've got, of course, we've got the Kinnikummans. We got Mr. Jigsaw over here. We got, what's it called? We got Mr. Rubik's Cube over here. Oh, it's literally, he literally is a Rubik's Cube. His attack is called Rubik's Cube. Oh! Jesus. I want to see a move where the Rubik's Cube solves itself and then kicks your ass. Oh, it's Spring Man. It's a Springadude. Okay, his name is literally just Spring Man. For real? His name is literally just Spring Man? He squeezed him so hard that all of his blood ran to his skin. That's messed up. This game gets so graphic sometimes. Oh my God, that's disgusting. Oh my God. Okay, one more. We were given one more. That's legendary! Just knocking them up into the sky and then doing a quick prayer so you can blast them with your prayer magic. This would have been me versus, this is me versus Chariot. Circa whenever Chariot was 10. This is the Kinnikuman. This is like a Kinnikuman game. The Kinnikuman games, it's called Kinnikuman Muscle Fight. And Kinnikuman Muscle Fight is one of the most deranged games you can possibly imagine. We've been watching for months. We've been watching different move showcases, and the animation for this game is off the charts. It's actually mind-breakingly good animation, which is why we keep watching them. Wait a minute, hold on, they were squishing him. Hold on, they're squishing him with their balls. All of the guys appeared in their balls and now they squish him until he bleeds. Oh! He's drinking him with a straw! What is this? This is crazy! What the fuck? That's insane! Okay, Mr. Krabs, today's were extra special. I'll give you that. Today's memes were extra special. No doubt, okay? Just straight up. Extra special. My God. Absolutely legendary. What the, just a... When you go mosquito mode on him. let's just take a cozy moment. Can we have a cozy moment? Let's be cozy for a minute. I'm not even kidding you. I really wanted to play Dark Souls today, but I just don't think I have the energy. So I just want to be cozy for a few minutes. Just to chill for a minute, catch our breath. We talked about so much today. Let's see if I can remember everything that I talked about today. I started the stream. I remember I talked about Kojima a whole bunch. Talked about Metal Gear Solid. That was most of the beginning, right? And then afterwards, I talked about my emotions about streaming and the drama and how it's affected me and why I want to spend so much time focusing on other stuff. And then and then we did the deconstruction, and now we're here. What, I feel like there was something else I talked about at the beginning of the stream as well. We didn't do Cooking Mama. We didn't do Cooking Mama. Oh shit, I did say I was gonna do Cooking Mama soon. Did I say that oh no, did I say that I would do Cooking Mama next stream? Is that what I'd said? Oh no. I'm sorry. I did say that, didn't I? Oh, how did I forget? Oh yeah, the music ones. The Kojima stuff was great. I think those are gonna make beautiful ones. God damn it, you're right, I did say that. Why did I forget about this? I don't know if I can do a stream tomorrow because what's tomorrow? But I will probably do one day after tomorrow. I think you're right, Mycena. Maybe I could stream tomorrow. 2 days in a row though is really rough on my fucking life. Okay, you guys don't know this, okay? Because for all of you, I only exist when the camera's on, and then I stop existing. You know, like how a baby's favorite toy disappears when it's out of the like field of view. You know, and the baby stops and starts crying because the toy is gone now forever and it's never gonna come back. And then it comes back and the baby's like, yay! And then when it disappears, they're like, oh, you know, that kind of thing. But one thing that does happen very frequently from long streams, the fact that I do really long streams, I end up getting really bad headaches very frequently. I have always struggled with headaches. I used to get cluster headaches, where I would get debilitating headaches for a string of days, you know, once or twice a year, where I would get these just like headaches to the degree of like where I would almost feel like I would throw up. Thankfully, I don't get cluster headaches anymore, but I do get stress-related, like, you know, stress-related headaches from working and stuff, so. I have to be careful. Yeah, tension headaches. Believe it or not, waving my arms around, talking at the top of my voice, and thinking on my feet for 6 to 8 hours is extremely draining. But the truth is, I really do want to stream more in the next couple of weeks, for the simple reason that it's the holidays and I want to have fun. I want to do Dark Souls stream for sure. And I do want to do Cooking Mama. The thing with Cooking Mama is that I forgot. Otherwise, I would have prepared Cooking Mama content. And I don't have Cooking Mama content right now. I would just be grabbing at straws. And I need some better cooking stuff to react to. You know what would be cool to do for Cooking Mama? Would be... Oh, wait a minute. got, oh my God, I should do camp cooking videos for Cooking Mama. Also, yes, imps, if you know of videos of bad cooking, no fake bad cooking unless it can trick me, okay? The only fake bad cooking is fake bad cooking that's so well faked that I don't know that it's fake. But if it's fake bad cooking, if it's just somebody being like, oops, I put this garbage can into my souffle, I'll cook it anyway, and then it's like content sludge crap, get that shit out of here. Only legit bad cooking. Okay, that one person who did the who ate just the banana or whatever, that person was funny, but not because it was bad cooking. They were just funny in general. Oh, like one example of stuff that I won't do is ordinary sausage. No hate to ordinary sausage. I know that people really like ordinary sausage, but that is not my thing, okay? That is like, it's intentionally bad cooking, and I don't like intentionally bad cooking. It doesn't appeal to me. The only type of bad cooking that's interesting to me for Cooking Mama is Cooking Mama of people, for people who are actually cooking bad, that we can actually bounce off of. Because what am I supposed to say about somebody who like grinds up like a pound of peppercorn to make something taste bad? It's like, if you want to make something taste bad, it's really easy. Like, if you want to intentionally ruin a meal, there's 100,000 ways to do that. Here's one. I make macaroni, but instead of using cheese for macaroni and cheese, I melt down a GameCube controller. Congratulations, the food tastes like shit. Wow. Wow. Nerodia says, no more of those gross food videos that are almost certainly someone's fetish content. There are some of those that are passable because it's hard to tell whether they're making it just for the fetish or if they're a bad cook. There's been a couple, but yes, the general rule is don't send me those TikTok videos where it's like a girl who's like, she's like, hi there, today we're gonna be making my family's favorite, and it's called messy mac and cheese. And the first rule of making my family's secret messy mac and cheese recipe is that you have to squish it on your tits. No, do not send me that shit, okay? Don't do it. My grandmother used to do this. No, she fucking didn't. No, she fucking didn't. You're selling sex content, and you guys are trying to peddle it to me as cooking content. You guys remember when just like 30 seconds ago or 2 minutes ago or whatever it fucking was, I said that this was gonna be a cozy section, and now I'm getting mad about cooking videos? Chariot. Where is this content? Ooh, gross, where is it? It's like So Bad They're Good movie. There's value in bad art created with sincerity. Trying to fake that just fails to understand the point of why that's interesting. There is intentionally bad things that can loop back around to being good, okay? And I always use this one example of this movie called Velocipaster. I don't know. I know some people in the audience have seen Velocipaster. Velocipaster is a movie that is pretending to be a bad movie, but it's clearly it's not clearly, it is, I realized that it was intentionally bad, and it's so intentionally bad that it ends up being good. It's really funny the way that they did it. It is, and I truly believe that to be the case. And if other film-brained people go and watch Velocipaster, you'll understand what I'm saying. There are things in that movie that are clearly very intentional from my perspective, but they're done with enough tact. I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, maybe tact is the right word. They're done with enough tact that it comes off as a genuinely bad movie because the person who made it knows bad movies so well that they're actually able to create a fake bad movie that is enjoyable in the same or a similar way as actual so bad it's good movies. Really, that was a doozy of a sentence. But seriously, I really liked Velocipaster, and when I watched it, I expected it to just be a standard so bad it's good movie, but it actually goes a step beyond. And I can respect that, but let's be real, most fake bad movies aren't good at all. They're just lazy and they're just terrible. You know, Holy Mac is like that too. Because Holy Mac is both actually bad and fake bad. Like, the people working on Holy Mac have technical skills. The people working on Holy Mac are fucking editors and videographers. They work in a professional studio, but when they make Holy Mac, they know how to make it bad in a way that's enjoyable. You know what I mean? Like, Holy Mac is another perfect example of this. Like, again, it's made by professional video guys. Like the flashback! Yes, exactly! Like the flashback! Exactly! Oh my god, I want to watch that section again. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I need to do this just so that we can, just so I can show, so for the people who didn't watch the whole, wait, why did I just do that? Hold on. Oh my god, whenever I search Holy Mackerel, I come up first. How do I even find the, hold on. Like, by a long shot. Okay, so it was in, which episode was it? It was in the flashback one, right? Which was called what? It was called, here we go. It was the memories one. Mackerel memories, here we go. This is the part right here. Right here, okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, okay? Here we go.
I guess they didn't want to hear the story about how I met Holy Mackerel. 30 years ago.
It's so golden. It's just like the most obviously not the same guy that has ever been done in the history of the world. And again, intentional, obviously intentionally done. Like, this is not like, you know, this is not like Neil Bream, where Neil Bream is just totally oblivious to everything, half of everything that he puts in his movies. It's just so fucking good. Yeah, or Cool Cat, you know, where it's just like incompetence. This is like competence effectively masquerading as incompetence.
Mackerel. 30 years ago.
It's so beautiful, so goddamn beautiful. Okay, it's amazing. Oh man, Holy Mackerel. Oh, thank God. Oh, incredible. Just legendary. What? This is the most insane thing that I've ever read in my entire fucking life. Sorry, I went to check and see if Twitter had come back, and the first thing I saw on Twitter was the most insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Major breaking news. Attorney General Ken Paxton of Texas has demanded the medical records of all Texas trans youth who are getting care in Seattle, threatening arrests. This is a gross violation of the Dormant Commerce Clause and will be used to stop hospitals from trying to offer care to those fleeing from Texas. What the fuck? Now, thankfully, the Seattle hospital is countersuing. So I don't think this is going to go anywhere. I think this is just a pure intimidation move. But it might intimidate some hospitals from offering care. That is ridiculous. Ken Paxton is one of the most, by the way, I just want to be 100% clear. Ken Paxton is one of the most deranged transphobes in this entire country. Like, I hate even using the word transphobe to describe him. He's actually just he's a genuinely genocidal person in my opinion. Truly evil. You know that is not, Fed posting is not allowed. Do not even make jokes about that, okay? I understand that people have strong feelings and that this is a political channel, but it's not okay. It can get my fucking ass in huge trouble, and it's morally bad. Violence is bad. Violence is bad. Didn't you hear what we talked about earlier? You Fed posting in my chat will not bring about the revolution. It will, however, bring about my channel getting canceled forever and you not having anything to watch on a nice Wednesday night, okay? I'm really sorry to hear that, Gray Yeon wannabe. Was it Wednesday? Wasn't it Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. I saw tons of people saying things differently. Somebody was saying it was Friday in my general chat today. Somebody said it was fucking Friday. It's not Thursday yet. I've got an hour until it's Thursday. I had a panic moment, Somniostatic. I looked in there, I said, Friday? It's Friday and I haven't even gotten my hot Cheetos. Did you guys hear about that? Did you guys hear about the most David Lynch thing ever? Which was that David Lynch's writer, like for appearing in the Fablemans, was that he wanted to have, hold on, I should just read it to you, hold on. I'm just gonna read this to you because it's the greatest thing in the entire world. It was from, this is the one, okay? It was from the Empire article, Empire Online. Take a listen to this, okay? Here we go. David Lynch's main requirement for taking on the role? Having a big bag of Cheetos in his dressing room. No, really. Well, Cheetos, number one, I love them, he says. And any chance I can, I get them. But I know that they're not exactly health food. So when I do leave the house and I get a chance to, but I don't get them that often, honestly. If I do get them, I want a big bag. Because once you start, you need to have a lot before you could slow down and actually stop. Otherwise, with a small bag, then you'd be prowling for days trying to find more. It's just incredible flavor. That's literally what he said. He's so beautiful. Why is David Lynch so beautiful? He's such a beautiful being. Oh, I've seen this video before. Oh, that's so impressive. That takes some serious courage. All right, I'll show you what we're watching, okay? This is real. I've seen this before, okay? Damn. Okay, not gonna lie, that had some Monster Hunter energy, okay? I've been playing a fuckload of Monster Hunter recently. It's time for the Monster Hunter tier list. Oh my god. I know what I'm doing next stream. Next stream will be gaming, the Monster Hunter tier list, and Cooking Mama. Damn, that'll be sick. It's been too long. I don't doubt that you have, Arlo. That is the most, like, you don't even have to say that. Okay? You really don't. The next stream is gonna be like 10 hours long then. Now I'll make it quick. I've been double track drifting Monster Hunter Worlds and Monster Hunter Rise. It's actually wild. Is this your legacy? How could it not be your legacy? It's literally all you talk about. Do you think that I don't watch my own chat? It's literally the only thing that I ever see you talk about. It's actually wild. Political takes about monster fucking. I need to do the Tolkien tier list. Doe hasn't been wanting to come on stream as much lately. Okay, Rainbow Krampus. That is kind of it is a little bit challenging jumping between the two games. Because I fuck up very small things. But so far it hasn't been too bad. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts. I'm planning on doing a video about Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise in the future. Because I have a lot of thoughts. My first Monster Hunter game was Monster Hunter World. And this might come as a surprise, but I almost never played Monster Hunter ever again after playing Monster Hunter Rise. Not Rise, Monster Hunter World. Oh my god, why did I mix those up? Monster Hunter World. I bounced off of Monster Hunter World the first time I played it like an unsharpened greatsword off of the back of a fucking Baroth, okay? Straight up. It was just like, it was one of the hardest bounces I've ever had. And I thought until literally recently, I was convinced that Monster Hunter World was an MMO. And I don't know why I thought that. Actually, I mean, I do know why I thought that, but I don't know why it took me so long for anybody to correct me. Because Monster Hunter World feels like an MMO when you first start the game. And what got me to get into Monster Hunter was Doe. Doe is the most hardcore Monster Hunter fan I have ever met in my entire life. Doe has an entire bookshelf devoted to Monster Hunter figurines that it has collected over the years. We have like half of the monsters that have ever been made in Monster Hunter on one shelf in our computer room. Doe has been playing Monster Hunter since Monster Hunter, what's the second? Freedom Unite, the second one, Monster Hunter 2. I think it's called Freedom Unite. And Doe was like, one day Doe was like, will you please play Monster Hunter Rise with me? Please, please, please. I want to play Monster Hunter Rise, but I want to play it with you. And I was like, oh, you started on the first Freedom. Sorry, Monhun Freedom. Sorry, my bad. Oh, ooh, shoo, woo, whoo. Ooh, almost fucked up. And Doe was like, please play it with me. And I was like, I played Monster Hunter World. I was just like, I played Monster Hunter World and I didn't find it all that compelling. And Doe was like, please soften your heart for me. Please don't be so harsh on me. And I was like, fine, I'll trust you. One more time. Let's try Monster Hunter Rise. And then the Monster Hunter Rise was absolutely awesome. And I had so much fun. Doe was basically like, ignore all the tutorial stuff. I'll teach you how to play. And I just skipped all of the tutorial text boxes that pop up on the screen, and Doe just gave me the rundown. And then I fucking loved it. And I was like, oh, I can't get enough Rise. I played in the course of like 3 weeks, I don't even know. It wasn't quite 3 weeks. It was a couple of weeks. I played like 180 hours or something of Monster Hunter Rise. I played so much, it was ridiculous. And now I've gone back to World with my knowledge from Rise, and I'm actually having a really good time with Monster Hunter World. Chariot. I can probably give you some advice to help you get into Monster Hunter. I'm not even joking about this. Monster Hunter, it has been like, it's like it comes close gameplay-wise to being as enjoyable, gameplay-wise, not story, but gameplay-wise, it comes close to being as enjoyable as Dark Souls games for me. Which I never would have known if I didn't have Doe to basically help me get through the bullshit ass Konami bullshit tutorial crap. And in Worlds, it's the worst. In Monster Hunter World, it is actual unbearable garbage, okay? Like the tutorials that they try to give you in World is like, I'm not even, hold on, let me see if I can find the text. I'm trying to remember the exact, like, I want to try and see if I can find these. Hold on. Yeah, here you fucking go, okay? Oh, shit. Here we go. Oh, my God. Wait, where is this shit? This one is too small. That image is too small. I need it to be bigger so you guys can see what I had to deal with in this game. This is going to be in my final review, but I'm ranting about it right now because I'm giving you all bonus content. Oh, World. It is an absolute assault on the senses. It's actually unbearable. Yeah, look at this, okay? Here we go. This is one of the light tutorial boxes, okay? Now notice down at the bottom, I'm gonna zoom in on something. This is page 3 out of 4. And this is one of the light tutorial boxes. Limping monsters will attempt to flee to their nest in order to recover their help. Select a trap, such as a shock trap from the item list, and place it on the monster's path with X. Once you've snared the weakened monster, you're nearly done capturing it. It can also be effective to place traps around the nest where the monster is sleeping. Wake the monster up and lure it into the traps that you've set. I made a joke about, I was making fun of the tutorials last night. I made my partner, not Doe, laugh by doing my own version of the tutorial, which was like, whenever you begin a mission, you'll want to start by selecting a weapon. If you like shooting, you might want to consider using a gun, but I don't want to tell you what to do, so maybe consider using an axe or maybe the sword. You might even like a big hammer. Hammers hit things with blunt damage. Hammers do lots of blunt damage, but I know you might not really like that, and they take a long time to swing, so you might want to consider using something completely and utterly different, like you could consider using the insect glaive. The insect glaive is a weapon which lets you have a bug and also has blades. I don't want to overwhelm you with too much information, but now, the reason why I'm making fun of the tutorials is because if you like me have bounced off of the newer Monster Hunter games because the tutorials are nightmarish, my recommendation is to let someone teach you the game or watch a tutorial video on YouTube instead of using the in-game tutorial and skip that shit. And the reason why is because, and I mean this, okay? You just heard me roast the tutorials to hell and back. So you can trust me because I'm about to tell you something that's legit. Monster Hunter is crazy fucking fun, okay? And the amount of mechanical depth in the Monster Hunter games actually blows my mind. There is just so much. Monsters have extremely complex physiology that's simulated. They have unique AI by the monster that's based on their like actual like life cycle. There is so much that's going on. Like monsters have individual parts, all of which that have different respective weaknesses and strengths. You might be fighting against a monster that is generally weak to slashing damage, but it might have a part of its body that is very valuable, like a claw, that you cannot break with slashing damage, which means that when you go into a hunt, you need to bring like some blunt damage or a bomb or something if you want to get that part. And the complexity is genuinely insane to a degree that I am forever thankful that Doe convinced me to just learn from it instead of trying to learn from the in-game tutorials. The in-game tutorials were designed by people who had no idea what they were doing, and it really unfortunately sucks. But the game is magical, okay? And I say this for both World and Rise. Now that I've pushed through the like shitty tutorials in World, and have just learned the game from other sources, and because I know how to navigate the tutorials now that I'm at this point, I'm loving it so goddamn much. It's actually amazing. There's just so much, like, oh, the difference in monster psychology, how every single monster has its own unique behavior, and that behavior is highly contextual. There are monsters that are extremely aggressive. There are monsters that are cowards and will run at every opportunity they can get. There are monsters that are only afraid of certain things. There are monsters that behave a certain way when they've been affected by a particular element and otherwise behave completely differently. There are monsters with 3 different modes of attack where they will switch between those modes. Like, it's absurd. It's actually absurd. Also, Marker84, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thanks for the stream, DemonMama. Your drip is fire tonight. Thank you. When will you finish Dune? I'm working through Dune, and I plan to continue reading throughout the holidays. So. AT5D2D Derek says, oh my God, your Doe impression. Also, Delance says, will you cover the Illuminati lawsuit that came out? Link? 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 Linky? I thought the stream was gonna end. Well, it's gonna end, but I need to see this. Linky? I'll definitely go over it. It might not be this stream because I'm tired. I did see that. I might cover it on another stream. Yeah, I saw the Somerton thing. I have the video open, but I haven't watched it yet, and I can't cover it tonight. I just simply do not have the energy to cover James Somerton and Illuminati tonight. I don't think I can do anything else. I need to rest. I'm so happy that Doe popped in for the Monster Hunter segment. Oh, Chariot says, how long does it take to beat a monster to death? It feels like they run away a lot. I like efficient murder. Oh, the monsters in Monster Hunter World especially, but also in Rise, they don't like to die. And if they think they're gonna die, they will run away. And part of the game is learning how to prevent them from running away, or how to know the map well enough that you can take shortcuts that they can't take. That part is especially true in Rise. In Rise, map knowledge is really important. So monsters will flee if they think they're in danger. And the key to being able to efficiently kill a monster is knowing the map so that you can take shortcuts that they're too big to take. Rise is completely loaded with shortcuts that you can take. In World, it's a little bit more about preparation. They want you to be ready when a monster's gonna flee, to either trip it, trap it, knock it out in some way, slow it down, or chase after it. It's incredible. That is also true, Celestial Heart. Celestial Heart says it's a trick question. You let the monster sleep, and then your hammer guy can get a good solid buffed wind up on the head and break a full part off. Gives your greatsword time to snip the tail off too if they suck and didn't do it yet. I play heavy bowgun. No way. Wait, this was from a couple of days ago? And nobody told me about this, and it was out from a couple of days ago? Is this a big dud? Is this a fucking dud? Am I gonna watch this and this is gonna be some fucking dud? Oh my god, no. Charlie's talking about Illuminati. Holy shit. Wait, Charlie just did a video on Illuminati. That's weird. Oh, he's fucking done. Shallow and our Chris. I just wanted to say before stream ended, thank you for all your efforts, DemonMama. This was a good stream. Take care of yourself. You're #1 in all senses of the phrase. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Shallow and our Chris. It means a lot. Okay, I'm gonna put these both on my watch later, and we will do. I'll go check this out and see if it's worth talking about, and we'll go from there. I can't do any more tonight, and enough people have checked out at this point because they're all tired out. We did see. This is the thing. We did heavy topics today, which means people get tired earlier anyway. I have overpromised, and I'm not gonna feel bad about it because, you know, that's just how streaming is sometimes. It really is. Hell yeah, true! Danny says, hey chat, we are pushing shorts. You should watch them, they are funny. They are indeed, our shorts have been fantastic. Also, I feel like there's quite a few possible moments for shorts today, Danny. Yeah. I'm so eepy. Okay, I have to go rest. My lovely imps, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting me today. Thank you for having a good time with me today. I have to go rest. I will be streaming again very soon. Probably my goal, no hard promises, but my goal is to stream the day after tomorrow, which would be Friday. Hopefully, I will be able to stream this Friday for you because I would love to be able to do some gaming, maybe the Monster Hunter tier list that everybody's been waiting for. And anyway, all of this is to say, thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Do not die. And I will see you all very, very, very soon. Bye for now. Good night.